have to stay more logic than ever. We're gonna stay more weird than ever. Like, who the fuck you think you are, Dandada? Your bitch ass is over here scared of BG, Dandada. You scared of fucking BG. You put a whole fucking shit out about BG. You put a shit out about Big Meat. You put about shit about thing. You fucking retracted it, nigga. Real shit. You did more shit about other people and you retracted it, nigga. And you gonna retract this too, Dandada. We gonna make your little white ass retract this too, motherfucker. You ain't really too tough, nigga. You don't know shit about fucking street life, Dandada. Just cause you went to the bang, Dandada, you got fucked up, Dandada. You claimed that you was a blood, Dandada, in the state that don't even claim, but Dandada, there's bloods in this state too. But gangbanging didn't grow up here, Dandada. This is like a mob state, Dandada. So hell no, they're not fucking striving. That's just mediocre. We look at niggas like, oh yeah, you're from this, who are you? Oh, I'm a blood, nigga. You're a fucking joke, bro. Ain't no fucking bloods in this fucking state, Dandada. So go somewhere else with that bullshit or whatever the case may be, Dandada. Like, what the fuck? You want to be Lil Wayne, 1090 Jake? First, you gotta be African American. First of all, you want to be Lil Wayne. Second of all, nigga, we ain't allowing you just to be tarnishing and talking shit, just because you think you're a fucking, think you're blood, like thinking you're blood, like anything that you say, it don't make you realistic, it don't make you real. So we gonna have to stay more with than ever. Just because you in a gang, doesn't make you that you thorough, that you tough, nigga, that you real, that you standing on business. It only means that you need about 10 niggas to go catch something or do something, It only means that you think. Now the niggas who's actually doing it for positivity, so be it. But the niggas who's actually thinking that they joining the gang to be tough, nigga, you soft, nigga. That's first thing first, Dandada. A lot of niggas, remember, the niggas who's shooting ain't the niggas who's drilling. The niggas who's drilling, nigga, ain't the niggas who's fighting. The niggas who's fighting, nigga, ain't the niggas who's fighting. So you gotta be more aware than that too, Dandada. That's not what's going on here, the GG. You know what I'm saying? So more or less, 1090 Jake, Dandada, his Caucasian ass, Dandada, is over there with Wack 100, because Wack 100 is a fucking big blood, Dandada. Big blood, but no one ever see Wack 100 where he's a big blood at, everybody's trying to figure out where the fuck Wack 100 is a big blood at, So these niggas want to sit there, and double team Larry Hoover, cause you know what I'm saying? I guess it's GDK, across the nation. But then, motherfucker, you scared of BG, nigga? You better put some fucking respect on Larry Hoover's name, Like, who the fuck? This nigga 1090 Jake is scared of fucking BG. You put some fucking respect on Larry Hoover's name, Dandada. BG made you fucking switch your whole fucking account, Dandada. You wanted to put something up about BG, Dandada. You took it down, Dandada. You did this, Dandada. Big Meat did the same shit with your dumb ass, Dandada. Like, who the fuck you think you are, Dandada? Niggas gonna find you, Dandada. I mean, not in real life, obviously in GTA, but that's just how it is, GG. You plainly just speaking about shit that you don't know what the fuck you talking about, bro. So 1090 Jake, Dandada, who are you, bro? Like, who gave you the credentials, Dandada, to stand down and be? Are you one of them people? Are you really standing over people, Dandada? No, you're not, Dandada. Are you really standing on business? No, you're not, Dandada. So how can you say something about some Larry Hoover shit, Dandada? Like, come on now. We already see what you do, Dandada. You dick sucks real niggas, Dandada, so you don't have to deal with them, Dandada. But then, if it's a senior citizen, or if it's someone, or you wanna, or Wack 100 saying you could be blood, Dandada, you gonna be the biggest blood because you're gonna be near me. And like, ain't no fucking bloods on the internet, Dandada. If they are on the internet, they older, they stop doing that, Dandada, and they try to bring positivity to it. You know what I'm saying? You over here, that is just misleading the youth, that thinking that it's all gravy, baby, but you're not living like that, You know what I'm saying? That's a real fact, You in Boston, bro. Boston is surrounded by mad Italians, this, that, You're not hanging, you know what I'm saying, man? It's vice versa, It's all different mixed races, It's not just one race, So we don't want to hear you. Of course, there's games there, but nigga, the Irish, the thing, it's really the people, the heritage that run shit over there, heritage having heritage, Believe me, I know that, He comes from Florida, He don't like everything that he's saying is not realistic, You know what I'm saying? And anything that he's saying, if the gang behind you or not behind you, there's a block that's been there forever that's going to terminate and terminate your whole fucking rag, your fucking flaming, or whatever the case may be. Whatever your entire is, your dress, nigga. Like, what the fuck you dress while you wearing a red flag? That don't mean you're real, that don't make you shit, just because you over there. I'm big blood. What's up, I did 10 in the joint, and I can't, like, shut your, like, that don't make no fucking sense, You ain't never put in no work, nigga. You did 10 for a B and E and something else, nigga. You know what I'm saying? You got caught with your dick in your hand, nigga. Not with a dick in your hand, post no diddy, but with actually a dick in your hand, now you want, then you became blood, you feel like you all your big shot, that's not what happens, that's not what happened. Now, Wack 100, got you coming at the real Larry Hoover. Do you understand what kind of nation is that? Like, what the fuck are you talking about? We understand this GDK era, but that's not what who Larry Hoover is. And you're not going to disrespect somebody who you just not living like them. You're not living like Larry Hoover, so don't speak on Larry Hoover. You know what I'm saying? He just got 6 bodies overturned, Like, what are you talking about, You don't even know a person that has 6 bodies, You don't even, that shit don't even fit him in your fucking head, You're like, you don't even know people like that, So your life is type mediocre, You know what I'm saying? And I don't want to hear something that you mad person, you did this, you did that. Like, let's get real. Let's be realistic, And that's a fact. So everybody knows that 1090 Jake, it's not standing on business. And this shit makes it seem like, yo, this is the shit that makes it seem like, yo, dogs, what the fuck are you doing, bro? Oh, it's blood. So you gonna say GDK? Who the fuck led you to some childish ass kids, Like, nigga, realistically, nigga, who the fuck you claim? Like, you claiming blood, you a fucking child, You a child, Like, how the fuck, nigga, you a grown-ass man, you handle a situation, because when niggas come, they believe that they're going to come, they're going to seek, real shit, they're going to be bush camping, You know what's bush camping, right, I don't think you know bush camping. I don't think that shit has to do with any type of Antara or any type of flag you're wearing or anything like that. And I'm not coming at no gang members. I'm not coming at nobody who's gang bang. I don't give a fuck what people do, I'm just coming at this person individual, will whack 100. And this and 1090 Jake, it seems like what the fuck, and then the 6 9s, and then all this shit, it seems like what's going on with the Bloods, Like the Crits is over there, fucking Big U, Big Thing. They get Ricos and shit like that, They still stand strong. They still think, what's up, Like, how does this work, GG? How can we look at this, You know what I'm saying? We be transparent towards everything, but we start looking like, yo, this nigga wearing this flag, and this nigga wearing this flag, and this nigga wearing this flag, and this nigga wearing this flag. But the niggas that we respect, like a YG nigga, he don't fuck with none of these niggas. YG don't fuck with none of these niggas. So we gotta respect YG. We gonna have to respect YG and what YG is saying. Like, YG don't fuck with no fucking 1090 Jake. YG don't fuck with no fucking Wack 100. YG don't fuck with no fucking 6 9. YG don't fuck with no fucking. He's not fucking around with them people YG don't fuck with no fucking Jim Jones, nigga. Like, come on now. We got to be realistic, Let's just be a little bit more realistic, DG. That's not what's going on, bro. Oh, I was fighting. I stood down. I was doing this. Mr. Jomo, nigga. You so active, nigga. You ain't gotta speak. When you so active, nigga, you gonna say, nah, I'm a good dude. Niggas gonna be like, yo, don't play with that good dude. It gets like that. Now I'm not about this, and you know what I'm saying? This is that. He's talking about niggas was just banging off doing this and doing that. He's not talking about that. Like, you gotta understand that. You gotta be sincere. You gotta be genuine. You gonna have to really stand on business, nigga. You got to, you know what I'm saying? You have to have some morals and still be mad polite. Hi, how you doing? Grace, yes, this is that. Like, what the fuck do people automatically? What do people automatically gotta be on a hostility type? They go on let's expose Larry Hoover type. Like, you're not fucking Larry Hoover. You're not fucking Larry Hoover. It's like saying you're exposing Big Meech, nigga. That shit backfired on your dumb ass today. It's like saying you're about to expose El Chapo. How can you expose? You don't have the credentials. The only person that could expose El Chapo is the other nigga that they locked up, nigga. The big time nigga, because he like you're fucking compared to a regular human being, Like you can't expose these people. You're not even living in these people's stratosphere. You're not living in a stratosphere. You're not living how these people live, So how can you speak on shit you do not know, I don't give a fuck if you went to jail. You was looking at wars, nigga, getting smacked up. I'm just not doing nothing. It doesn't mean nothing. It has nothing to do with shit. Niggas, it's not standing on business whatsoever. So you shouldn't be speaking on somebody who got 6 bodies overturned. Someone who's looking at fucking 500 certain years. Because you don't know how. Guess what? Let's talk to other people who's looking at six years. Right now, consecutive right now, and access Larry Hoover a fucking rat. Let's talk about people who've been in jail for 53 years, 57 years, and ask if Larry Hoover's a rat. Let's talk to these people who've been there their whole motherfucking life, because that's what Larry Hoover been. He been there his whole motherfucking life, nigga. He got people like a fucking 1090 Jake and a Wack 100 to speak upon what the fuck. Nigga, they never even been in the dark for a day. 1090 Jake, he been in the dark, but he was getting traumatized in there. He came back out, nigga, with no tooth, screaming blood, in a place where there's no bloods. So it's saying that this fuck, like, come on, man. It is what it is, 1090 Jake, You know what I'm saying? Hey, fix your shit, this with this, you know what I'm saying? It gets like that, All I'm trying to say, nigga, when niggas is actually active, nigga, and people ain't none of that. It's like trying to get a lion. Like, you want to catch a fucking lion, nigga. You don't catch a lion with your big hands. It's not gonna happen, JJ. So more or less, and I'm not saying that. I'm not saying that. That's. I'm not saying that. 10 Jake, you know what I'm saying? That this nigga been that what he did was he just mediocre compared to a Larry Davis. What Larry the jail experience that 1090 Jake or Wack 100 had is nothing compared to the jail experience that Larry Hoover had. It's nothing compared to the jail experience. Y'all not understanding. Even the Big Meaches, them niggas don't even got the jail experience Big Meach had, They don't even got the jail experience Southwest T had, And they don't even need the popularity vote, What are you talking about, nigga? You misleading the fucking youth, These niggas actually active in there, But you gonna speak, Y'all niggas wanna speak, Y'all wanna tarnish, but what the fuck? What a coincidence that y'all niggas is two blood niggas. What a coincidence that y'all two entertainers, that ain't freaking live a life like Larry Hoover. What a coincidence that y'all both went to jail, and y'all ain't got no fucking type of rank. Where your rank at, done? No rank, Like, what the fuck? You gonna come out and speak on this, nigga? A legendary ass nigga. He ranked legendary. Where Larry Hoover rank? Legendary. What Big Meats rank? Legendary. Come on, man. What the fuck y'all kidding, You know what I'm saying? So, what a coincidence. White boy trying to be tough, gonna go over here. White boy look like if you flinch at him, nigga, he'll fucking jump out his fucking clothes. He got his right to be speaking on fucking Larry Hoover. White boy, the one that BG the one that BG the one that BG made him switch his whole segment up upon him real quick. I don't know what the fuck BG said to him, but BG, yo, let me know what you said to him, because I'm gonna need some words like that so I can say it to him. Whatever BG said to this nigga 1090 Jake, let's just, you know what I'm saying? Let's do it, You know what I'm saying? Let's just say the same shit, Like, get the fuck out of here, with this bullshit, nigga. Niggas like Jomo. Nigga, they got niggas like Jomo, nigga, still acting like 50-something years old, nigga, acting fucking tough as hell, the most toughest, but he cries all the time. Nigga, that's not no man. That's not no fucking man. A man ain't going on no fucking interview, nigga, crying 24/7 about best friends and friendship and shit like that. The world's real, nigga. There's niggas that die every day, B. Niggas ain't fucking here, You worry about a best friend that's alive, that he's over there, Oh my God, Cameron. I used to fight for Cameron. I used to, like, shut the bitch ass up, GG. Like, we don't want to hear none of that bitch shit, You gonna be crying even fucking more than Like, you gonna cry even fucking more than when niggas understands there's a bunch of fucking cappy and raps and now you're like, oh, did they find out? Like, shut your bitch ass up, nigga. Joe Mo, Wack 100s, fucking 1090 Jakes, Yo, we need y'all blood niggas to handle these niggas. This is your team. This is what y'all fucking make up. This is what y'all doing, Gigi. So we need y'all on 1,000, Dada. We need y'all on 1,000 because this is how it's looking. I don't feel it's looking very, very, very awkward for these niggas, Dada. It's looking very awkward. I'm not with none of that shit. So, Mr. 1090 Jake, I don't know who let you speak the way you fucking speak, Dada. Mr. Wack 100. I don't know what the fuck you got with all these big ass fucking hustlers or these big ass fucking like real gangsters, certified gangster validation. It's already, you know what I'm saying, certified. They don't need no validation. So why the fuck are you fucking with these? Like, why the fuck you always got something to say to these high people, to these legendary people, Oh, you think you can get something from them, which is some type of clouds, which is some type of like, go your ass somewhere, It ain't working, GG. Shit's different, So who we doing first, All right, bet. So this nigga fucking 1090 Jake, went to expose Larry, went to try to expose Larry. Like, nigga, you expose her, nigga. Your name should be Larry. 1090 J. Like, you should be Jerry. We got Larry, you should be Jerry. You're not 1090 Jake. We don't know who the fuck you are. What the fuck is a 1090? Nigga, 1090 Jake, nigga. Nigga, y'all's fucking should be Larry. I mean Jerry. We got Larry, you should be Jerry. You see how how a black fella can have a white person's name? Hey, Larry, and be the realest nigga in the fucking world. But if this nigga had his real name up there, he would be called 1090. Then you had your real name up there, Jerry, you know what I'm saying? Or Adam or whatever. It wasn't gonna work, bro. You know what I'm saying? It's not gonna work.
All right, so for this video, I want to talk to you guys about the most famous fake white Florida blood from Boston, 1090 Sticks, because he's back in the news. And this time he's facing backlash for trying to quote unquote expose legendary Chicago gang leader Larry Hoover for being a rat. And this is really confusing because he just told creepy weirdo Vlad TV that he's not exposing snitches anymore and that he's done with that.
Snitched or how to work. That's why I don't even, the snitching videos is over with. Like I said, if
and so that was obviously a lie, which is not surprising because Jake is a well-documented liar and storyteller and fraud. But I did want to talk about this new video that he made because it's so stupid. It's just a huge...
Look at how you gonna put out a video, if he don't know how snitching works, He said, I don't know how snitching works. There's niggas that's gonna take the fucking thing. There's niggas that's gonna do this. Why the fuck you put your fucking mess? You a blood So some blood niggas is rapping GDK. So it's GDK. You putting yourself in Larry Hoover's fucking thing. You don't want no smoke with Larry, bro. You don't want no smoke with Larry, even though Larry's older and and shit like that. You don't want no smoke with like Larry, You know what I'm saying? You might have to go talk to Jay Prince about the situation. You see how Jay Prince talks, You see Jay Prince whole like aura and shit like that, how he comes off that's what Larry makes. Larry Hoover's make niggas like Jay Prince. Larry Hoover's making certain type of individuals, but thinking individuals, talking very, very smart in the word, articulate. Who the fuck are you, 1090 Jake? You just said you're not exposing niggas no more, and you try to expose Larry, nigga. You should have just exposed someone else. You should expose Wack 100. You should have exposed Brick Baby. You should expose these other niggas. Go get their paper. Why the fuck are you fucking with Larry Hoover? Who put you up to this? Blood niggas and we're Boston. They can't save you, nigga. They're not gonna be able to save you, nigga. The Irish will wipe you out over there, nigga. The Italianos will wipe you out the fuck over there. Like, what the fuck are you talking about, Gigi? You're not making no fucking sense, nigga. This nigga thinks and claims. This nigga's a wannabe, the biggest blood. Like, come on, man. Go your ass somewhere with your shit, Gigi. That's not niggas that conduct themselves.
Nothing burger. And it's obvious that he only put this video.
And me, I'm not gang. I don't gang bang, I just slide up.
Because Larry Hoover's been in the news lately for getting pardoned by Donald J. Trump. And so this is a huge clout chase. And the documentation Jake uses is newspaper articles. It's not paperwork.
I never knew you could get paperwork that goes this far back, but this is a documented shooting.
Why the fuck did you lie? That is a newspaper article. Newspaper article? All right, so you're reading a fucking newspaper article. You're reading a clip of a fucking the historian. You're trying to give American history. And you're reading something from social studies. from the history social studies. Get the fuck out of here with that bullshit, nigga. Fuck you talking about, nigga? Christopher Columbus found America. Like, what the fuck? Who you fucking kidding? Santa Claus must be fucking white and must be real, Dada. Like Jesus must be white, right? That's what he's saying. Christopher Columbus found America. Jesus must be white, Dada. Like, get the fuck out of here with the bullshit, Gigi. Let's get real. Santa Claus must be real, Dada. The tooth fairy is real, Dada, when he's saying shit like that. Ooh, Dada. We got Cheddar Bob ass niggas want to become something, Dada. Like, come on, bro. Niggas who actually hurt themselves, Dada. How you hurt yourself? That's different.
That took place. And, you know, I have the news clippings in this video. Y'all can see it. Y'all can look it up for yourselves. It ain't a secret. It's been out for fucking...
Hey, how about you? You want to play me one-on-one?
Shit's different, bro. Shit's different. What the fuck?
When you prefer a drink,
Real, let's get real. This 1098 Jake Jew he done fucked up with this one, his fucking dumb ass. Who's super?
So this 57-year-old newspaper clipping is the basis for Jake's expose. What? This is just a newspaper article, and it's quoting the police. It's not even, there's no narrative that's signed. It's not an affidavit. It's not a witness statement. This is a newspaper article. And the newspaper article basically says that Larry Hoover got shot by his rival gang members and he got hit in the legs and ended up telling on those people to the police from his hospital bed. Now, I do want everyone to understand that this is a newspaper article from the 1960s in Chicago, and it's the police that are being quoted. This is all just the police telling the newspaper what they say Larry Hoover said. There's no, it's just a bunch of.
And the police back in the day, they have the sense, to be putting out 100% real information. You know that you think information is fake now. Like I said, back in the day, they try to tell us that Christopher Columbus found America, and they put it all over in schools and everything, and it wasn't the truth. So you think somebody the police is trying to take over Larry Hoover, they gonna say that he's telling and shit like that, and then it'll work. He still became Larry Hoover. They try to stop him back then, and it worked. What type of shit is that, Gigi?
Nonsense. You know, the police in Chicago in the 60s was one of the biggest criminal organizations in America. What? You know, the corruption in the 60s with that department is insane. They're not credible at all, and I don't understand why we're even talking about this. And this shooting happened in the middle of the fucking day in the principal's office. What? There were witnesses everywhere. There were multiple bystanders that got hit. There were people telling people stuff all over the place. They picked the guys up minutes after they shot. These guys did not get arrested because of Larry Hoover. The cops are trying to put this on Larry Hoover to try to make him out as a snitch. I think this is what happened, because it just doesn't make sense that they've got these guys in custody minutes after, and then they go to the newspaper and try and attribute these arrests to like what Larry Hoover told them. Did Larry Hoover take the stand, by the way? Do we have anything that actually, I mean, is there any proof that Larry even said any of this, or are we just going off the cop's word?
That's crazy too, So how the fuck? And then they found them minutes after didn't Larry Hoover have to go to the hospital? So while Larry Hoover was going to the hospital, they was already getting bagged up and arrested. But Larry snitched on them. Nigga shot at a nigga with no mask, no nothing. Blaming inside a school in the principal's office. Inside the principal's office, they popped this nigga. Y'all better watch Chicago now. There might be a couple shootings in the offices now, down in the principal's offices and shit like that. We might have to watch Chicago, GG. That's a fact. That's a finny, Because how that shit gonna work? So
it's because I think it needs to go a little bit further than that if we're going to be labeling someone like Larry Hoover a snitch. Okay, that's crazy. So 1090 Jake puts this video out and people are not happy about it. He's all over the blogs. People are reminding him that he is one of the most famous snitches in the world. What? And it's just not really going very well for him. His video flopped. It only got 150,000 in the first day. So the video is not performing well. It's not lucrative at all. And it's just so funny because he's put himself in a lot of danger for a lot, not a lot of money. And as we all know, Jake has publicly stated that he only does that. He only exposes snitches in the interest of gaining money so that he can support his new relationship. What? And that's true. And so I want to play this clip of 1090 Jake explaining that he doesn't care. I don't care about any of this shit. I only really expose snitches because I need money.
I think people get it confused and they think that I genuinely give a fuck. I don't care.
You're just making content.
Pays me, bro.
Yeah,
if I wasn't making your gig, if I wasn't making money off of this shit, I wouldn't give a fuck.
For sure. So he does this all for money. It's only in the interest of money. And I want to play you some more of this. This is really interesting. This is where it gets really sort of weird. And Jake starts lying, and then he starts contradicting himself mid-sentence almost. I mean, it's really bizarre. And I want to show you this. So this next clip is going to show Bootleg Kev's.
So that means that not a Wack 100's team or anybody's team that he just told you that he does it for money. So, boom, he could actually get paid and then they could, and someone could say, yo, run this paperwork on Larry Hoover, run this paperwork on this person, and niggas could pay him. So he's getting paid to run paperwork and shit like that on people. You know what I'm saying?
Sort of check 1090 Jake on the fact that he's like sort of destroying people's lives by labeling them a snitch. And he asks Jake how he feels about that. And Jake pretty much denies that these people's careers are affected by his videos. He's like, nobody cares about when I do a video on somebody, nobody gives a fuck about what I say. I'm just doing what I do so I can get some money.
Drop shit on people that have still maintained their career. Like
Boston Richie was.
Peter Piper used the smart buying tools from Amazon Business and positive.
Yeah, this dude's weird, bro. That dude's weird. So he's saying now he's creating fake content. Now he just want to create content about it, but you fucked up with this one, bro. This is gonna be your last one. This is definitely gonna be your last video.
Affected his career negatively.
Like 6 days after that shit dropped, when I dropped that shit, he got signed for like $6 million.
True.
So who gives a fuck?
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And it's like people are still gonna have their opinion on that. Like, oh, he gave fake names, whatever. And I can show you what name was real and what name, but it's like, who gives a fuck?
So Jake says nobody gives a fuck. So that, okay.
Why
so
you running
what
it?
he's saying is that when he makes a video about someone labeling them a snitch and getting millions and millions of views and ruining their image, that no one cares about it and that it doesn't really affect the person's career. Now, I want you to pay attention to that. Jake says nobody cares. No one gives a fuck about this. So he's saying that when someone gets labeled a snitch, no one at the end of the day.
I hate people who move to fucking New York or Boston, right? And try to talk like them, like, what the fuck, nigga? Like, cut the fucking shit out. That even shows how fake you are, That shit shows how fake you are, That's like turning to Shorty. Hey, Shorty, what's good, Shorty? No, Shorty. Like, get real, bro. Like, you know what I'm saying? We gotta get stay more weird, GG. Like, this motherfucker from Florida moved to Boston and been watching too much Teddy. You know what I'm saying? The Teddy Bear fucking movie and shit like that. With Mark Stober or whatever the case may be. Like, who the fuck you think you are? Like, you know what I'm saying? Get your shit together. It's like, yo, this dude's persona is just all fake, bro. This is a fake ass fucking persona, nigga. The way he talks, the way he sounds, the way he's trying to be. If he could just be himself, I'll be happy. You know what I'm saying? Sound like a Florida dude. You're from Florida, like.
Really cares, and that it's not, people are still going to listen to their music and everything else, right? Okay, so minutes later, Bootleg Kev asks Jacob if there was ever a time when he had paperwork on someone labeling them a snitch that he decided not to make a video about. And Jake says, yes, there is someone that I decided not to make a video about, even though they are a snitch. And listen to the reason why he didn't make the video.
Have you decided to not expose somebody for whatever reason, even though you have shit where you're like, maybe.
Yeah. I gotta, cause I know what it's gonna turn into. The thing is, I already know that who it is gonna get a pass. So why do it?
Yeah, why stir up some shit?
Why stir up some shit that in a fucking, 2 weeks, nobody's gonna give a fuck about? And it's just gonna cause me more of a pain in the ass than anything. So y'all don't need
you're
the
scared of
money that bad.
snitches.
What the fuck did I just? So he's having trouble keeping.
So this nigga is scared of fucking snitches. Now, he's scared of, he said, this nigga's gonna cause me a pain in the ass. He's a snitch. How they gonna snitch cause you a pain in the ass, nigga? A rat, nigga. If you a real nigga, he shouldn't cause you shit. Ain't no way he's gonna cause you anything about it. So him causing anything to be a pain in the ass or this or that, man, they gonna have to get right, GG.
Keeping up with his lies, isn't he? He just said that he doesn't mind putting the snitch label on people because at the end of the day, no one's going to care about it.
Shit, he got signed for like $6 million.
True.
So who gives a fuck? But it's like, who gives a fuck?
But then he says that he didn't expose Big Sad for being a snitch because no one would care about it. What? And it wouldn't be worth it because no one will care about it.
I already know that who it is going to get passed. So why do it? Why stir up some shit that in a fucking, 2 weeks, nobody's going to give a fuck about?
Then why are you exposing anyone at all? Why are you exposing Larry Hoover if no one cares about it? What? It's so stupid. So what the fuck is going on? And Bootleg kept sitting here like, yeah. Oh, yeah. But what he's thinking is, man, this guy's stupid. And but he doesn't want to dig it. He's non-confrontational. This is probably why he has the #1 hip hop podcast on the West Coast, because he doesn't like dig into people and like really put people on the spot. But he knows that Jake sounds like a fucking idiot right here. So I just wanted to show you that. Now, I do want to move on to this next clip. This is going to be 1090 Jake for the first time letting the world know that he is no longer a blood and that he has dropped his flag and he is an official dropout. Okay, this is really interesting. Look at this.
Like you brought up, I'm a white blood. None of that shit's on my Instagram anymore. All the pictures are taken down. All the fucking, like I turned 30 and I was just like, this shit doesn't serve me, It made sense in prison. Brotherly love overriding oppression and destruction. I'm broke, you're broke. We come together, we eat.
Wow. So he says it only made sense for him to be a blood in prison because, whatever, I eat, you eat, we eat together. That's not what he's always he's always said that he was a blood.
Nah, it's because these niggas out here, you wanna fuck with us, they gonna have their hand in your pocket, nigga. And niggas don't wanna fuck with you, nigga. Look at you, bro. Like, what the fuck? Like, if you a blood, nigga, you going to Massachusetts, nigga, to be a blood, right? The bloods in Massachusetts look at you like a goofy, like a suburban ass nigga who comes and wants to be a blood, You know what I'm saying? You didn't buy that 1090 Jake chain from drug money or blood money. You bought it from YouTube money. So you can't be a blood, And people who think that they drug dealers or whatever the case may be, if you ain't paying your bills with drug money, or you like people who think that they drug dealers, if you ain't buy your car with drug dealers, you ain't doing none of that, none of that shit's gonna happen, That's a fact, GG.
Long before he went to prison.
Oh,
but
get
he was
up
like,
out of here.
Because I really had to show out. I had to show everybody that I was the biggest white boy in the. You know what I mean? Like it doesn't make any sense. I mean, and being.
We don't have nothing for goofy ass dudes. Like, what don't you get, GG? No room.
Being a white blood in prison actually puts you in a worse position. It doesn't make sense at all to do that. So he's saying it made sense in prison. No, it didn't. And so Jake's not intelligent enough to actually go on an interview podcast and conduct himself because he's a liar and he can't keep track of his lies.
It made sense in prison. Brotherly love overriding oppression and destruction. I'm broke, you're broke. We come together, we eat. They want to fuck us up. Well, we're going to fuck them up together. Out here, it doesn't make any fucking sense. Why am I risking what I got going on to portray? I'm not out here sliding on shit, doing shit, So it doesn't make sense. And then not only that, but
because you've been portraying it, because your ass been portraying it, GG. That's a motherfucking fact. You've been portraying it,
So what people need to understand about 1090 Steak is that he's a goof. What? He's a fucking goof. And he went to prison for a very short amount of time. He was a short timer. He spent like a matter of months, and 36 months tops. And it was less than that.
You spent about 36 months in prison altogether?
It was less than that.
It was like 2 years and he couldn't hang. He was telling people that he wanted to, disalive himself so that he can get special treatment and get away from general population. This is something that he said.
So what I did is I took the razor and I cut myself with the razor. And
do you hear this guy? Do y'all hear this guy? This nigga done cheddar popped himself, nigga, to get off a fucking block, nigga. This is who y'all gonna say that is saying that Larry Hoover is a snitch. This is who y'all say Larry Hoover is a snitch. That someone who cut himself, nigga, to go to the mental and say that he wants to unalive himself. So he could go to the psych unit. Nobody ever been to the psych unit that are going to tell us that how to conduct ourselves. That who's a snitch and who's not a snitch, nigga. We can't take your information all the way, GG. We can't take that shit all the way, GG. That's a motherfucking fact.
And I didn't I didn't do nothing crazy. I'm literally nicking it, just, forming a long line, just nicking and then pinching my skin so it bleeds a little bit. I took a piece of paper and I wrote, I'm going to kill myself.
Yo, go do something with yourself, Dandada. We don't care about you, Dandada. Like, stop mentioning yourself over here on different shit. We don't care about none of that.
I wiped my blood all over it. I stuck it on the window. I laid down on my back and I'm just bicycle kicking the door down. No, I want to kill myself. They put me in a psych cell, which is a pretty big size room. I got a mat on the floor. This mat, bro, is like the equivalent of a Tempur-Pedic. I don't know if you ever went psych, but this is the thickest, most comfortable mat. So I'm butt naked the whole 21 days in this. Like, I'm really trying to pull this whole psych.
Oh, bro, Dandada. This nigga was butt naked in psych for 21 days, Dandada. Because he tried to unalive himself, Dandada, and this is the person y'all want to get information from. This is the person that we gonna have to have information. This is the person that we get information from. This dude right fucking here, Dandada. This is different, Dandada. Like, what the fuck, Dandada? That nigga got off the block, nigga, by hurting himself, and nigga who cheddar bobbed themselves, Dandada, try to be gang, Dandada, try to be gang. You look retarded, Dandada. Like, people look retarded, bro.
Captain America Brave New World is now.
It's straight. That movie straight and all that.
Whole state of Florida, the psych units were basically on lockdown because they were overpopulated. They couldn't accept any more people, so no one could go. So I wasted my time doing this whole thing. I never got sent anywhere.
Wow. So Jake went to great lengths and did everything he could think of to get himself separated away from all of his blood partners. What? He wanted to get shipped off to the puzzle factory to hang out with all the J-Cats and the weirdos. So I'm just wondering where it all made sense for him to, get all these tattoos and all this shit. He's not a blood. He's just a normal guy that moved from Malden, Massachusetts down to Florida where...
Yo, Bro, you're a 1090 Jake dude, Dandada. You're a 1090 Jake, Dandada. Stop coming over here with different accounts, Dandada. We don't need you. We don't want you here. We don't want to see you here. We don't want to have conversation with you, bro. So stop it, bro. Like, that's a fact. Like, we just honestly don't want to have conversation, GG. You're a 1090 Jake ass nigga, GG. Like, look at this nigga. Look how he looks, Dandada. This is the person, Dandada. A big blood. Like, get real.
Where he burglarized his own family and got sent to youth prison for a very short amount of time. He was not institutionalized. He was not it didn't change him in any way. He just used this to tell stories and make money on YouTube. What? And he's losing interest in this persona because this new girlfriend that he has wants him to be a country boy. She wants him to, wear jeans and shit kickers and wear a cowboy hat and comb his hair and everything. This is this new direction that Jake's going with his career. He's going to be a country boy.
Oh, I'm good. How you doing?
Yo, it's crazy seeing you without a hat.
And he must and they must have told him that he must sound like if he sounds like a Boston nigga, he's going back like, yo, this dude's a fucking character, bro. He's a fucking character. You from Florida, sound like I would understand if you was from Florida, you're in Massachusetts, I would understand that you would want to sound like a Florida nigga. Because mad people gonna be attracted to you that are like, oh, you from Florida? That's what's up. Da, 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 da. Same way. If niggas come from over there, that goes over there. This dude, honestly, he got no respect and no hoods in Boston. And like this dude ain't a real street dude. You know what I'm saying? No one's gonna have this dude's back. Niggas ain't. You know what I'm saying? They're in our business. Like when there's tribes, there's all different type of tribes. Some people need to be in a tribe. Some people straight bosses that they can actually wander alone everywhere. They just know, you know what I'm saying? They got that energy that people attract them. So you get to gotta watch certain people. This dude, he's definitely one of the people that put himself in seg. Told you he cut himself. Larry Hoover ain't never fucking tried to cut himself. He ain't no weak nigga. My man ain't raised no pussy. What are you talking about?
Like the last few interviews I've seen, I'm like, yo, you like without the tattoos, like, you know what I mean? Like you look like you could sell mortgages, bro.
Yeah, you think so? I had people saying that shit the other day. They were like, yeah, you really white boy in it right now.
Super white boy. Yeah.
I mean, so Jake is actually trying to go country now because of his girlfriend Haley, and it's really interesting to watch. It's extremely cringe. If you go to his Instagram, he's always posting stories of her and what they're doing, and he's always doing some pathetic ass shit. Please go follow 1090 Jake on Instagram. It's really interesting. And I've actually got a full episode. I think it's like a 2-hour.
Please don't. Please don't. Please motherfucking don't. Real shit. Please don't. Matter of fact, he has a 2-hour. Not a 2-hour. He got another thing. 1090 Jake's a fucking clown, bro. I guess he exposed the wrong nigga. The Larry Hoover nigga. That was the wrong nigga. That was the wrong nigga. That was the wrong nigga to sit there and fucking think that. And that's a fact that. That dude's a fucking clown. Y'all can't allow people to think that. You can't be having people like this. Larry Hoover would never have a person like this who gets exposed by another mental, another person like these people they look like they, you know what I'm saying, they're mentally challenged or some type of shit, GG. That's just what it is. These niggas look like they mentally challenged them, Dada. Oh, that's a fact. Yeah, Dada, get up out of here, GG. You ain't no fucking.
Is going to be extremely important. So 1090 Jake's best friend, King Brizzy from Fort Myers, Florida, has recently been declared a snitch after his paperwork surfaced online. And this came as a surprise to a lot of people since 1090 Jake's supposed to be this like rat slayer of the internet. He exposes anyone who's even slightly notable for snitching. And so his best friend, King Brizzy, is now a known rat scoundrel, but we haven't seen a video from 1090 Jake about it, further exposing him. But it does appear that 1090 Jake and King Brizzy have unfollowed each other on socials, and it looks like 1090 Jake just posted on his story that he's working on a big case, and it looks like it's going to be about King Brizzy. So Jake obviously has no choice but to make the video. Otherwise, he's not going to be standing on business. And so he, it looks like, has turned on King Brizzy, which is really devastating for him because he idolizes King Brizzy. He worshipped him. He wants to be King Brizzy. And I'm going to show you evidence of that. And this is all alleged. This is all just my opinion. But I want to show you guys some very interesting clips.
That's crazy. He wants to be this guy right here. Like King Brizzy.
That I think tell a story. And it's about 1090 Jake stealing stories from other people. And this King Brizzy guy doing the same thing. Or maybe 1090 Jake stealing from King Brizzy. I don't know. But these clips were very concerning to me. And I just wanted to show you guys exactly what I'm talking about, starting with the first clip. So for this first clip, I want to show you 1090 Jake explaining that he knew who King Brizzy was in prison. He knew where he was located. He knew all about him. He was a huge fan of his while they were locked up.
I didn't know you inside of prison. I just knew of you. But there was a time when we were in confinement together at Lancaster. I was upstairs. I believe you were on the bottom tier. And you were getting on the door rapping and singing. That was the first time I heard your music.
Wow, so 1090 Jake knew all about King Brizzy. He knew his location. He knew his whereabouts. He knew his name. He knew his cell. What the fuck kind of weird obsession did 1090 Jake have with this guy is what I'm wondering. He's like, that was the first time that I heard your music, and it really changed me. It made me feel some type of way about inside my body. My dick started getting hard. And so this is really fucking weird, homoerotic. And so they're talking about this song that King Brizzy made up, and it's just the shittiest fucking song. It's so cringe, but not to 1090 Jake. 1090 Jake is glazing over this song. He loves this song. This is his favorite song ever. And I'd like to play you a little bit of this. Now, this is very cringe. Okay, cringe warning.
Silent, sweet one. All you niggas know I got you slipping, I'm creeping, reaping what you sow. I am a demon. You know that I am a demon.
What the?
Remember the nights roaming around but being cautious, because I've committed sins I gotta deal with in the coffin. It's written in blood. This the conspiracy can silence.
All right, so that song fucking sucks. He's singing in this weird, like, scante singing voice. I mean, this was really terrible. And Jake's acting like this was fucking amazing. His voice was amazing. I am a demon. I mean, what a fucking joke, right? And look at it. Who is this guy? Who's this guy standing behind him like he's in charge of it? He's the boss. He looks like he's getting ready to do some fucking. And so that was the song. And this is important because this shows how stupid the whole story truly is. Now, this is going to get crazy. This next part is this where it gets good. 1090 Jake is about to go into the cutting stories. When I was locked up, I got cut in my face. I got cut here. Everyone that hit me got hit. And I was he's the great white blood. He was getting cut. He was cutting. And that was what was always fascinating to me about Jake's stories, is that
that's how you know that this dude be making up stories. He makes up his own stories. And he's, damn, I can't believe it worked. I can't believe that he actually tricked motherfuckers. And motherfuckers believe this dude. I know people didn't believe this dude, but people actually fucking with this dude. That's different, bro. That's different. And it ain't wrong with fucking with anybody. I'm just saying fucking with someone who's lying about who they are. Because you can fuck whoever you want to fuck with. But if you're going to sit there, you're going to sit there and lie about who you are, then you can't mess with people. Can't mess with nobody who's just sitting there blatantly lying.
Everyone was always getting cut and slashed superficially. No one ever got stabbed, it seemed like. No one ever had to get, flown out to a trauma center to get exploratory surgery for getting shanked 12 times in the shower. Everyone's just sneaking up on each other and gently cutting them. So they're not trying to like delete anyone, if you know what I mean. They're trying to just inconvenience them with minor cuts. So this next clip is going to be.
Well, do you know what happens? Do you know what happens when you get cut and jailed? Then you got to go to the infirmary. You act like you're going to a good infirmary. You're going to go to the infirmary. Your cut could get infected. What are you talking about? You like anybody done that? Any type of cut that is bad.
1090 Jake asking a bizarre question, by the way. He says, when was your first time cutting somebody? And wait until you hear the idiotic lie story that comes out of this guy's mouth. This King Brizzy tells the stupidest story. Listen to this.
Your first time cutting somebody. For me, we watch TV, movies, this and that, video games. It's guns, guns, guns. But now in this new element is razors, knives. How was the experience for you?
It was so there was never any knives in movies. It was all guns, 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 no knives. Like, what the fuck is he talking about?
That's why he likes. They talk about movies, They talk about movies. Most of these gangsters, you gotta understand. A lot of these gangsters, they get their shit. They get their dynamic from. From movies, niggas watch Menace to Society. They want to be old dog now, Kane, niggas watch fucking they watch all these movies, and that's where they get their personality. They consume personality from movies they watch, so they think that they're gangsters from the movies that they watch. They start walking like the movies, start being like the movies. They start thinking, but infatuation, they ain't really real,
I'm surprised he hasn't seen American Me. He's so obsessed with this prison shit.
How was the experience for you?
It was
you were nervous
in an arrest. Yeah.
My friend. Okay, what is so funny? What is it? Were you nervous and shit? There's nothing funny about this. You know what this reminds me of? This reminds me of someone who's talking to a girl. What? This reminds me of like this sort of. There's nothing funny. He's like almost flirting with the guy. He's like, "What was your first time? Like, were you nervous?" I mean, what is that? I mean, that is 100% flirting. This is like that sounds like what P Nice sounds like.
Make it like,
So listen to this story that King Brizzy gives about how he cut someone in prison. This is really stupid.
Yeah. My first one was, bro, that shit was so crazy because I had to creep up on dude while he sleep, grab his face, and yank down.
Oh, you got him while he was sleeping?
I caught him while he was sleeping.
Open bay dorm?
Yeah, open bay dorm. At that time, we were going through with the cut through.
So he snuck up on another guy while he was asleep and grabbed him by the face.
And it's crazy, how he just interviewing this dude, and he felt the same trauma that the dude that homie cut, he felt the same trauma that he felt, Like, get real, Let's get real. These people ain't really active, they're not on
face and then cut him in the face. That doesn't make any sense. Why are you grabbing him by the face to get him to hold still? He's asleep. What? So this is a made up story. This sounded good in his head. He's like, yeah, I'll act like I grabbed him by the face and then I cut him. That think of something like that to reenact, you're bound to get into trouble.
I mean, so that's how that shit went. But that shit was crazy. The first cut.
Well, here, Patriot Software's founder. So easy, my dog can.
After that, I broke in.
Yeah, you were good after that.
After that, I broke in. I was
so
straight.
you didn't get caught for that first one?
Nah. I ain't get caught for a lot.
Yeah, I know.
Like what I said though, the first cut, that was crazy. But I was straight after that. What do you mean you were straight after that? I don't understand. Can you explain why the first cut was so crazy? Was that your first time doing violence? So now that we're talking about cuts, I want you guys to listen to this clip about King Brizzy talking about getting slashed in the face. Now, we all know that 1090 Jake famously got slashed in the face when he was walking to the chow hall. Now, I want you to listen to King Brizzy's story about getting slashed in the face and listen to how strikingly similar the two stories are. Listen to this. It's almost like Jake stole this story and told it as his own.
So where'd you get cut at?
I got cut at something, going to the chow hall. I got cut right here.
And how did that play out?
I mean, he cut me, but I beat the shit out of him.
Yeah.
Say that, but I beat the shit out of him.
When you got cut, did you feel it?
Nah, not immediately. I felt it after, like.
Yeah, I didn't feel it either.
Yeah, your adrenaline
So the
go to.
question that I have here is Jake stealing
other people's war stories? Yeah, he is. Yeah, he is. Because people be taking other people's content, people be running content, people be going into niggas' contact. So that's just what it is. He's like, oh yeah, that's how he could say he got cut. Says he got cut like that. He could say he got cut the same way. Because he's seen how he said it. He's like, oh yeah, I don't take nothing from it. He was so honest about it. Now he could say that.
King Brizzy's story, or are they both stealing someone else's story? Because these guys both seem like they're full of shit.
When you got cut, did you feel it?
Nah.
Face, I didn't feel pain, nothing. It was just like this.
Then going to the chow hall, I got a cut right here.
You know what I mean? So I walked in the chow hall, start going down the stairs, boom, I get hit.
With a person that I ain't even know was pretty much a big dog in their own little group.
The head homie comes over, he comes to my cell. Come to find out who I'm speaking with is from Tampa.
And who was the gang that they were tied flags with?
The Sureños, 13s.
And you didn't like them?
Oh, we tied flags. No, the fuck we not. Why the fuck are we tied flags?
So as you can see at this point, there is no shortage of similarities.
Wow, what the hell? This is a Soldier Boy, the Soldier Boy and the Drake. Drake! He took his own body,
between these two and their stories, and it's deeply concerning. And that brings me to my next point, which is that I believe that the cut that Jake has on the side of his face in this photograph is self-inflicted. What? I believe that Jake put this cut on the side of his face purely to get his picture taken with a cool looking cut on his face. This is a very cinematic cut, so it's very suspicious to me. He says that he was cut from behind. I would expect a more horizontal, a more disorganized cut. This is a very, like I said, very cinematic cut that makes him look really cool. And he's very proud of the photo, obviously. And he knew that every compound you go to, every new prison you go to, you get a new picture taken. So what he did was, in my opinion, was right before he got transferred, he slashed his own face, and then he fucking went to the new place, got a new photograph, so that he could have a dope ass wristband. Does that make sense? So I want to play you Jake explaining that he knows the whole deal. Listen to this.
And that's how I have the picture of me with the fresh 3-day cut on my face because every new compound you hit, they take a picture. So I use that picture when I started my channel. It's the only picture that exists of me at 19 years old.
Wow.
And you can see the 7-inch cut. They measured it.
And so I'm just highly suspicious of this cut. Like if he got cut like from directly in front of him and the person like just raked down with the blade, then yeah, sure, it could go vertical. But if you're behind someone, how do you'd really have to reach around there? That's really incredible. Or maybe it's all just bullshit. So I want to play you a little bit more of King Brizzy telling crazy lie stories that just don't add up. Listen to this fucking story.
You got to think I'm drenched down. Complete blood.
Yeah.
So when it drinks down, I run upstairs. I go grab my lock. Now I got my lock in my finger. So they trying to rush me into the room because I ain't gonna lie, I'm going with a bang.
Yeah.
So now when they come into the room though, they see the police coming in. So when the police coming in, they run downstairs, but I'm chasing them now. So when I go down there, the police trying to like, Rivera, stop, get on the ground. Me personally, I ain't getting on no ground. You got to spray me. You got to tackle me. You got to do all that fly shit.
Yeah.
So I end up just rocking out.
Wow, so he's like the most savage, most ruthless, and most vicious champion. He's fighting everyone. He's fighting the cops. He refuses to get down. He's just a major hero. And it just sounds like total like nonsense. And Jake's just like, yeah, that sounds pretty good. Yeah. To me, it just sounds like bullshit. You know what I mean? Like these types of stories. And now that King Brizzy allegedly, according to this paperwork, is a notarized snitch at this point, we can't believe a word that he says. And the fact that Jake vouched for him so much and was such close friends with him, I mean, how could you not pick up the vibes? You know what I mean? Like, it's just such a bad look for 1090 Jake to have vouched for him so heavily. And like, to me, in my opinion, base his life on his. I mean, that's insane. So I cannot wait to see this upcoming video from 1090 Jake exposing his good friend and idol and the person he bases his life on, in my opinion. And it's going to be a very good episode. So I hope everyone tunes in for that. And so we're left with the question of, will King Brizzy retaliate against 1090 Jake and expose 1090 Jake's lie stories that he had in prison? Remember, they were in prison at the same time, in the same prison during the same time. And so King Brizzy probably has dirt on 1090 Jake that we don't know about that he may expose. So I'm very interested to see if King Brizzy will strike back. Until then, we'll see you next time. Thank you guys for watching. We'll see you on the next video.
That shit hit different. That shit hit different, Gigi. That shit hit different. So this 1098 Jake dude, this is the dude who's trying to expose Larry Hoover. Like, he got the credentials to expose Larry Hoover, just because who he is, This is the same dude, This is the same dude, who got his fucking, who said that Finesse 2 Time was a snitch, and then took it back. Who said BG was a snitch and took it back, like, this is a dude who cut himself, to get out of population. You cut your own self. Like, what the fuck? You were so scared you cut your own self. You were so scared to get cut by someone else. You cut your own self, GG. Like, that's different. Now, when he exposed Larry Hoover, it's different. And this ain't the only person that he exposed that backfired, but it is what it is.
Video about this Florida-based fishing YouTuber by the name of Hood Fishing and called him out for being a snitch. Now, this backfired horribly for 1090 Jake because the guy he's exposing for snitching is not a gang member. He's a YouTube fisherman who is successfully making a life for himself away from the streets and is a tremendous positive influence for young people in Florida. And so this idiotic little stunt that Jake tried to pull, of course, for views and profit, exploded back into his face as the overwhelming majority of, almost 100% of the comments under this video are calling out 1090 Jake for going after him, for going after hood fishing. Just look at these comments. I literally haven't found one comment that supports 1090 Jake's decision to cover this. Calling a fishing YouTuber a snitch for getting shot and explaining what happened is moronic and idiotically stupid. And that's what I want to cover. So I want to show you what Jake had to say. So let me just explain really quick what happened. So the guy got shot. His name's Ra. He got shot. He was in the wrong place at the wrong time. he got grazed by bullets, and then he explained what happened. And this was years ago. This is like 10 years ago. So the fact that Jake is coming out with this now just shows that this is just a money grab. And what a mistake it was, because he's getting absolutely destroyed in his comments. But I want to show you, listen to what 1090 Jake says about this guy.
If you follow any Florida blogs, you've likely seen Hood Fishing Entertainment, as he recently went viral after catching a whole ass shark and doing the most Florida thing possible, putting a gold chain around its neck. Rod took his shirt off saying he was shot in the back while running, showing he'd been grazed by a bullet. Rod said his friend was possibly hurt but couldn't provide the address to where the shooting occurred. Rod would say he didn't have problems with anyone, but people he knew had problems with them and vice versa. Now, did Rod snitch? At this point, that question doesn't even need an answer. But what many will say is, why does it matter? It matters because no matter how much you change your life for the better, whether you put the guns down to pick up a fishing rod or you put the drugs down to pick up a football, the people in life that don't see the greater things in life will always be looking for someone else to blame.
Wow. So I've got a huge problem with what's going on here. So 1090 Steak is titling this video "Exposed for Snitching," and then he says, now people would ask, is this snitching? Well, at this point, that question doesn't even need an answer, because even if you change your life for the better and don't participate in the street life, people are going to find a way to tear you down and call you a snitch, which is exactly what I'm doing right now. So I want people to pay close attention to what he's saying here. He says that, like, it doesn't matter if you were once from the streets and once abided by the code of the street, and then you cleaned up your life and left the streets and decided to become a civilian. It doesn't matter. You're always going to, if you cooperate with the police at that point, you're always going to be tied back to your former life. Now, so he says that this guy's past is the reason why he's being called a snitch. First of all, no one's calling him a snitch except for 1090 Jake. I want to point that out. But listen to what he says in the same fucking video. He says that this guy was never a part of the streets and it never applied to him. Listen to this.
The only thing he needs to do is get far away from Fort Myers. He's found his own lane, and I guarantee you will be unaffected by his past, since he really didn't change his life around. He never lived that life to begin with, and always had a dream to make it out the hood.
Okay, so he never lived that life. He never even needed to change his life because he was never in anything. But for some reason, you're making a video about him, about being a snitch? That doesn't make sense. That's actually crazy and stupid. You see what I mean? Like in one part of the video, he says, it doesn't matter if you change your life or not, you're always going to be a snitch. And then a couple minutes later, he says, he was never in that life at all. That's the craziest part. I mean, how stupid and bloated could someone possibly be? And so 1090 Jake's paying for it, guys. He's paying for it big in the comments. People are turning on him. All the comments are negative. He's getting overwhelmingly torched. And for good reason. This guy hood fishing is an inspiration. We love hood fishing. And so what 1090 Steak has done is he's made this video, this expose of this non-snitchery. And then in the video, at the very end of the video, he says, oh, but he's not a snitch because he was never in that life.
He never lived that life to begin with.
So what he's doing is he's excusing himself from responsibility for making this video should people not take kindly to it, which is exactly what happened. So now 1090 Jake can fall back and say, oh, I never called him a snitch.
It's backlash. It's backlash, GG. All the backlash this dude's getting, this dude's been getting backlash after backlash after backlash. So yeah, it's not just a Larry Hoover situation, GG. No way. This nigga been doing this shit. This dude been getting the backlash since he started this shit. And then he's showing that he actually consuming personality. He just keeps consuming personality.
Complete embarrassment of himself. 1090, as we all know, is a fake blood who comes from, he says he's from Florida, but he's from Boston. And he just lies up a storm. He lied up a storm his last No Jumper interview, and now he's back, I guess, to run his mouth even more and get himself into even more trouble.
We got to turn up.
Yeah, we got to turn up. I slept like 12 hours last night, so hopefully that'll have me.
Now, the first thing I want to take a look at here is his outfit. And if you saw our last video, we did kind of go in on his outfit that he wore last time. Remember, we said he looked like Millie's and that he dresses like a Guido from Jersey Shore and that he's not from Florida and this and that. And I'm guessing he may have realized how fucking stupid his outfit was. And so this time it appears he's gone for a whole new look. As you can see, he's dressed himself up with what he believes looks good, looks way better than the first outfit. And just look at this. Look at that fucking picture. Doesn't that make you a little embarrassed for him? I mean, for God's sakes, look how stupid this looks. I mean, skinnies is absolutely insane at this point. He always goes with black because it's a slimming color. Okay, a lot of fat people enjoy black clothing. If he wore this outfit in all white, he would look exactly like Danny DeVito's Penguin from Batman Returns. You see what I'm saying? But here, his clothes are absolutely way too tight. Look at his jeans. They're painted on. And it does appear that he decided to go with this fake NFL jersey that he probably made like on some website and they mailed it to him. And he got the number 22 with this red Florida palm tree print. Like, how gross is that? How big of a suck job is this? Holy shit. So this actually would be textbook fangirling. In any dictionary, this is fangirling. He's got 22 because he's talking to Adam 22. Oh my God. So this was actually a terrible photo. And I'm not the only one who had a problem with this. The overwhelming majority.
That's how you know the Dada. This dude tries too hard, the Dada. He tries too hard, the Dada. He's like, girl, I'm about to go on Adam 22. Like, who the hell thinks of that? He's not going to wear his own logo, his own shit. He's like, nah, the Dada, I'm going to get 22 for Adam 22, the Dada. You know what I'm saying? That's different. His thought process is different.
Of the comments on this No Jumper post are absolutely roasting him. And just look at the comments. Okay. They're saying that he looks like the Michelin Man. They're making up all these nicknames for him. I saw someone in the Reddit call him 1090 Cake. That's the best one so far. And it's just a really embarrassing situation for Mr. Cherry here. So I guess you could say that Jake's getting torched. In all fairness, No Jumper fans are pretty ruthless. So let's go over and look at his own Instagram page, the 1090 Jake Instagram page, where he posted the same photo. And as you can see, his own fans have an issue with this photo, whether they're mad about his overall appearance or mad about him just simply associating with 16. Either way, Jake's fans are slowly beginning to turn on him, I think, and they're starting to figure this guy out. I mean, if you look at the comments on his No Jumper appearance before the first interview, everyone was just worshiping him and just praising him like crazy. Jake's such an authentic Florida blood from Boston. Definitely not this story this time. Jake actually said some things in the interview that caught my attention. So in this first clip that we have here, Adam asks Jake a simple question. So you flew into LA last night? And Jake responds with this stupid, insane TMI answer that where he's volunteering hella stupid ass information that no one asked for. Adam simply asks him, so you flew in last night? And Jake answers with, every time I fly to LA, I fly to New York before that. Why? Because ever since I got out of prison, I've been looking for somebody like a man that I could give my booty to without him having to take it. A man that would just bust my shit open if he had to in the backseat of the car. That's the craziest part. I didn't find that. So that's why I came to LA. No, I'm obviously joking, but he does go off on this tangent. I guess he just wants to let everybody know that he hangs out in New York in the projects. And it's just like, we don't care, first of all. Second of all, Adam follows up and he goes, oh, so who do you know in New York? And Jake goes, oh, I can't tell you that. It's classified. And I'm like, what is going on? Why would you bring it up then? If you can't talk about it, why are you volunteering? Just watch the clip. This is really annoying. Watch this.
With my favorite white boy.
Yes, sir.
You know he raw. He's a white boy. 1090 Jake, how you doing, man?
I'm good, bro. How you doing?
I'm good, bro. How you doing? Give me a fucking break.
I didn't
Powered
sleep
up
at all, bro.
Yeah, because my friend that I grew up around sent me a selfie with you in the airport. I'm like, oh, he flew out last night.
Yeah, well, that's when I flew over to New York. Then I was in Brooklyn getting drunk. Then I ended up in a...
Nah, then you went to Brooklyn to see how the lingo is, so you could, know what I'm saying? So you could speak how they speak. And you could get some charisma. You want some charisma, huh?
Projects in Harlem. And then, got on the plane.
Wait, you flew to New York and
From Boston to New York.
And just turned up all night?
The whole night.
And then
I didn't sleep until I got on the plane.
What are you doing in New York? You got connections out there?
Yeah.
Really? Okay.
I'm in New York all the time.
But you were in Brooklyn and Harlem?
Yeah.
That's a trek.
Mm-hmm.
Who are you hanging out with out there?
I can't tell you all that. My little situations I got going on.
Situations, huh?
Yeah.
Wow, that's fascinating. I wish I had some street connections like that. Sounds fun. Situations, huh?
Yeah.
Wow, that's fascinating.
And what's even more fascinating is that he posted who he was hanging out with on his Instagram. So what's going on? Is this just some cool guy shit that's going on? If you're going to post who you're with, their face is literally throwing up all these gang signs and stuff for the police to see. Why is it a big secret on No Jumper? I don't understand. So 1090 Jake is actually kind of creepy. If you watch that back, I mean, this guy's not, he's hiding something. Something's going on. I think he's going to.
It's not that he's hiding something, Gigi. I don't really think he's hiding something. I just feel like someone said that to him before, and he was like, yo, that shit sounds mad motherfucking cool. I need to say that to somebody, Dandada. And who else not to say it to but who else to say it to but to Adam 22, Dandada. Adam 22 don't own that lingo, Dandada. You know what I'm saying? Like, you know, that's just some shit regular people that shit says, like, that's ordinary shit. Dandada. Who is you with? Dandada. Yeah, I ain't telling you all that, Dandada. My people's Dandada. You know what I'm saying? That's regular shit. He just wanted to sound cool saying it to him.
Against another inmate. So this is actually pretty cool. 1090 Jake has been exposed once again. This time he's not going to be able to get out of it. He wrote an entire fucking page of information and gave it to the authorities in order to get himself out of solitary confinement, for which, I mean, that was his punishment. So he's trying to get out of his punishment by writing this letter to the authorities. Okay. So this is actually snitching. Okay. There's no way to talk your way out of it this time. I mean, there's a whole handwritten statement signed by Jacob Cherry, and we're going to be going over all of it. It's like Christmas around here. I can't believe that he's been exposed to this extent. This is really ugly for him. You know, I mean, I just can't imagine Jake having a future in hip hop now that he's been exposed for being a serious pussy. And so he's basically just going to have to crawl back under his rock and do his YouTube videos and smash his fists together and entertain his dirty white boys across this nation. But he's not an authority in hip hop anymore. Those days are over. That ship has sailed. And let's look at some clips. Actually, let's get into the clips because I feel like I'm rambling on. And I hope you can understand this is a very exciting time. So let's go to our first clip. This is when Jake went live immediately with Remo after being exposed. And this is his attempt at talking his way out, as we've seen him do in the past. However, we haven't seen this fucking hilarious of a statement written out in handwriting. Okay, perfect grammar. This is nuts. So he went live with.
Of course, he had to talk to Remo. Someone else would have fucking, you know what I'm saying? They would have fucking came at him, GG. Real shit about it.
With Remo, and Remo's like this neutral, non-street, sort of playing dumb. And it's really interesting to me that Jake chose Remo, someone who's not affiliated, a complete civilian, to try to cop this plea to. Why not go live with someone who's actually in politics that can actually break down what you've done? You sad, stinky, cheese eating. He was eating cheese spreads in that jail. He was putting so much cheese in that spread. He was fucking loving it like a little fucking rat. Okay. So he was actually in there snitching, guys. So let's look at this live. And I want to this is how it started out. This is.
I mean, he did cut himself to get off the block. So a person who's going to hurt themselves, like, you're going to hurt yourself, Gigi. Instead, like, you're not like, you so nervous, you're going to hurt yourself because you think that's what's going to happen when you go out there. Weird. Like, that's different. That's a different type of thinking.
Is Jake fucking completely freaking out. You're going to hear it in his voice. He really comes out of character. Usually when we see 1090 Jake talking about snitches, he's usually like this. It was at that time that I knew that he snitched because I seen the paperwork. If it's on paperwork, you know what I mean? He's really calm, cool, collected, but not on this video. He actually tries to start out cool and in character, but he breaks character as soon as the heat turns up in the chat. All he sees is rat emojis of all different colors and cheese emoji. I mean, he's really getting fucked with. So his cadence changes. He starts going, how am I supposed to be on paperwork if it was a grievance? Wait until you hear this. This is a different Jake. So this is our first clip. This is going to be Jake nervously trying to explain why what he did is not snitching. And he says that it's because it's a grievance. So you're allowed to snitch as long as it's called a grievance or something like that. I don't know. Let's listen to 1090 Jake explain.
Like, all right, so explain what the difference between a grievance and a statement is. The niggas gonna like, that's still telling if you write some shit out. You know what I'm saying? So like, break that down.
Your statement is gonna be whatever you initially fucking. I think like whenever the shit actually. I don't even remember if we wrote a statement or they just wrote it for us and like forged our name because we all got cuffed up. Because I was one of the ones that got taken to medical. Because me and Dude both got hit up, and the other two just got beat. And then they tried to say, like, when they beat the out of him, all the shit that they did to his.
Since when they forged your name in jail? Now niggas is forging niggas' names and shit.
Face, they said that I did it.
Yeah. All the jail fights that we seen the Chicago niggas fighting and shit like that, all that shit, and this dude's gonna say they forged his name.
Yeah. So a grievance could be anything, bro. Like you got a sock with a hole in it. You got whatever. You know what I'm saying? It's just a grievance is like a complaint or an appeal or like I don't really know how to put it in civilian terms because they don't really have the same shit.
All right, so Jake is trying to say that what he did was complain about other inmates and officers, and he didn't make a police report, so it's not snitching. When in fact complaints are what give rise to investigations that can cause charges to be brought on people. There's no that's the reason for complaint forms. So because it's documentation so they can go back and pull the document if this inmate gets in trouble in the future or if they decide to raise a new investigation if it's that serious. So Jake is actually extremely stupid for trying to assert this as a difference.
So all right, another question they're gonna be on. So like
optimism isn't sunshine and rain.
that grievance out, or like that was some shit that they came to you with? Like, how did the grievance even? How did you know what I'm saying? Because some niggas right now they saying it's not a grievance.
I requested the grievance.
So you did request?
I requested. Yeah. So normally, if you request a grievance, you pretty much signing up to go to war with the police.
Yeah.
Because they know you're gonna be complaining about something they did. So when you go for a grievance, you're signing up to go at it with the police. That's really who I went through.
You wasn't going out with no damn police, What the fuck you was talking about, What is he talking about, bro? Like, when you sign a grievance, you going out there with, like, what you talking about, You complain on another inmate, and the boys is gonna get at you? Like, damn, I mean, maybe the boys is like that, over there. Who knows? That make no sense.
So that's, it's a complaint towards whoever's in charge of you. That's how the shit popped off.
So Jake is really desperately trying to make this into all I did was complain about the COs because I wanted to go to war because they were smashing my toes and my feet would he's actually a complete snitch. He implicated 2 inmates by name, and we're going to read the paperwork. You know what? Let's read it right now. And I want to point something out. Jake is trying to paint this whole thing as all he did was write a complaint against the COs, and it was all against the COs, when the first sentence of this whole page is classic snitching. You know what I mean? Listen to this. I was sitting on my bunk when Jimmy Horry hit me with a rock and a sock on my head. The officer came in and cuffed him, and then checked all the other inmates and found Mac Cherry and Jerry Lewis. We were all taken to the back room. Inmates Horry and Lewis were said to be the assaulters, and me and Mac Cherry, the victims. I then witnessed Sergeant Matten start beating inmate Jerry Lewis. Eventually, Sergeant Matten. All right, I'm not going to read all this shit. This is making me sick. Okay, so let's go to the second paragraph where he actually admitted to writing a statement. Okay, so it says right here, I was then forced to write that I was assaulted and fought back in self-defense, which was untrue. So I don't get it. So this is a grievance. So what was the statement that you wrote? That you just said, I was forced to write that I was assaulted. That's a statement. Okay, you're not allowed to do that in jail. You're not allowed to write a report about your fight that you got into. Do you understand? All right, so that's actually pretty crazy. So I was forced to write that I was assaulted and fought back, which is untrue. So this is basically him saying that he snitched, but only under duress from the officers. So now he's snitching on everyone and the officers. I don't even know what to say about this. This is not only snitching, it's extreme snitching. This is snitching at its most textbook, simplest, most purest form. This is unadulterated snitching. So he's trying to get everyone to think that this is just him writing a grievance against the COs for mistreating the inmates, when in fact he's name dropping other inmates and trying to blame other inmates for situations in order to exonerate himself so he can get out of solitary, because in solitary you're not allowed to have your commissary, your canteen. So he wants to get out so he can get back to them Cheetos. Okay, them cheese balls. So please don't let your attention be swayed away from the facts. Jake is desperately trying to create this narrative of, oh, it's a grievance against COs. Listen to this.
That's 100%. And you know what else they say? The second somebody gets shot, kicked, punched, flipped by the police, what do? They complain, right? Yeah. They say something, everybody starts marching around and fucking boycotting and tearing shit up. Anytime something happens.
Stop. He went to Massachusetts. Just like, what the fuck? This dude, he's crazy, bro. Like, he's really like, yo, bro.
Happens with the police. So I said something about 2 other black motherfuckers getting beat by the police. I didn't even get beat. I said something on their face, right? Yeah. And I suffered the consequences of that.
Okay, so virtue signaling at its finest. He's basically trying to say that he stuck his neck out for other inmates when he didn't have to, and he wasn't a victim. And so he saw his ops getting beat up by the COs, so he wanted to report the COs because he didn't feel like those his ops should be getting beat like that. That's what he's going with. That's what he's spinning this into, is that he just one day just decided to get involved with an assault. And so the statement that he wrote up before was coerced by the COs. And so now he's going against it. Why didn't he just go against the COs in the first place? I don't understand why now, after 200.
Oh, there's a person who sliced himself and said that he's trying to unalive himself. Like, this is who he is. You gotta understand that.
In something days now he's seems like he was crying himself to sleep and he just wanted to get to them Cheetos. You know, that's what's going on here. So for this next clip, 1090 Jake is going to be explaining his definition of snitching, which is everyone's definition of snitching, and I just think it's really important to hear it out of Jake's mouth himself.
We're in the process of being arrested, right? You can't really put this on the level of some of the other snitching stuff that we've talked about, right?
When you compare it to the level of other people, you're trying to downgrade what he said, right? But what you can do is try to break down the definition of snitching.
Right.
When 2 people commit a crime and one person tries to get out of it by placing blame, that's generally what people say is snitching.
Right, so by his own definition, he has snitched. He actually placed blame on other inmates for an assault that he was actually in trouble for. He was trying to get out of his punishment by placing blame on others while also snitching out some of the activities that are going on. So this is snitching. But now that he's in trouble, he's going to change the definition, and so now it's not snitching unless someone goes to jail for what you said or gets added time. You know what I mean? But listen to Jake completely change the narrative on what snitching is.
That was already in jail, so you don't feel like that was snitching though? Like, even writing that statement out, like, you don't feel like damn, I shouldn't have did that one?
Nah, because it had no effect on nobody.
Because I was already in jail type shit.
Not only were we already in confinement, we weren't in AC. So AC is before they figure out if you did something. So if I stab you in prison, I go to AC confinement. Then they're going to try to do the investigation and figure it out. When I go to DR court, they're going to say, nah, we don't have enough evidence that he stabbed him and let me out. Or they're going to say, nah, we know you stabbed him. Yeah, it's getting 120 days in confinement. We already went to confinement for the shit. So he already got found guilty along with everybody else that didn't do nothing.
On carparts.com, you get access to over 1 million quality.
Yo, this dude, his storytelling, oh man. Damn, this dude's just a storyteller, that shit hit different. Y'all watch people who will hurt themselves to get out of the predicaments.
This nigga, he didn't do nothing.
All right, so he did slip the N-word in there. Very interesting. But I want to point out that he is really turned up. I talked about this earlier. He's really out of character.
He started when he was saying that.
There was no paperwork. The reason why is because I never did nothing. Why is he like, if I was a snitch, why would I be going around doing all of this, man? This is actually really stupid.
He didn't do nothing. But he let everybody go down off of some shit that he did.
So because he kept his mouth shut and didn't blame anyone, you're mad at him, so you blamed him because you felt that that wasn't justified? Is that what he's saying? I think that's what he's saying. So Jacob is saying that because no one got in trouble for his statement, it's fine. It's not snitching. But if someone had gotten in trouble, then what? Would it have been snitching? That doesn't make sense. So Remo's going to actually follow up on this, and he's going to say, well, Boston Richie, the guy that you've been obsessed with for the past year, how come, if he didn't get anyone locked up, how come he's a snitch and you're not? And Jake says the most nonsensical non-answer, most incoherently stupid, fucking aimless, stupid. Listen to this.
I feel that. And also, like, so the niggas going to be like, damn, so Boston Richie saying the same shit. He's saying that he ain't get nobody locked up. So, like, what's the difference between what you doing and what Boston Richie did?
Boston Richie's team just said, if Young and Ace ain't a snitch, how come he's a snitch? I'm about to give a fuck about Boston Richie at all.
So that's what I'm saying. They're saying you picking and choosing. They're saying with the Boston Richie shit, you label him a snitch.
How I'm picking and choosing? Boston Richie was trying to solve a murder by telling the police who to talk to solve the murder.
All I did was tell the police who to talk to solve the assault charge. It's not I mean, this guy is really stupid. He tried to get an investigation opened into the investigation that was closed already. That's snitching.
So it's like, I don't know, motherfucker can't, motherfucker ain't trying to convince people. You don't like me, then fuck you. I ain't trying to convince nobody to rock with me. Whoever rocking with me, period.
All right, so now he's saying he doesn't care what anyone thinks, that his people are going to rock with him regardless, and which is really funny because
the same person that was so scared he cut himself to get off a block. He couldn't just get out the cell and check if people actually wanted to hurt him or anything like that. He cut his own self to get off a block. That's different. That's different. That's a whole different type of dynamic.
Jake has actually made fun of people for doing this exact move.
I talked to Finesse 2 times on the phone weeks before that shit came out.
Okay.
Yeah. You know what he told me? My people gonna rock with me, right or wrong. All right. My people gonna rock with me, right or wrong. All right.
Yeah, because if they say that, it sounds like a distraction.
Yeah, there
right?
shouldn't be a wrong. So it's like,
yeah,
your
people have every reason to keep rocking with you, regardless of if they feel like you fucked up or not, because you are beneficial to them in their situation in life right now, right?
You got all the money.
Yeah.
Sounds like somebody we know.
I ain't trying to convince nobody to rock with me. Whoever rocking with me, period.
No, I feel that.
How come in every one of my criminal cases, motherfuckers ain't got nothing on me? Ain't nobody posting the paperwork. But I told the police to fuck off in my case.
So now
this dude saying everything Finesse 2 Time told him in his ear, he's saying it to us. Like, what? Drake?
he wants to bring up cases that he allegedly didn't snitch on to say like, well, if I'm a snitch here, then why didn't I snitch there? So it's like absolutely a logical fallacy. And this is classic snitch language. Okay. And speaking of his other cases, he always talks about this armed robbery charge with a firearm that he caught while he was in Boston, and he didn't get any time for it. So I'd actually like to see the paperwork for that case. I'd like to see what Jacob had to say on that case. But he won't share that because I believe that he has paperwork and that he actually is 100% either lying about the case or he has some snitchery that has been afoot for a long time that no one knows about.
July of 2016, I got arrested for chasing somebody with a gun.
Mm.
If I had did that in Florida, I would have had a mandatory life sentence. So it's crazy to think about how things could have.
You know, it'd be really cool if 1090 Jake actually self-exposed the case file for that and actually read the paperwork and showed that he kept it solid. And that's why he didn't get any time for getting convicted of he got convicted of chasing someone with a firearm, got 0 jail time as a convicted violent felon. So we do actually need answers on that because that does not add up. It doesn't make sense. So that's very interesting. But let's get back on track here. So I want to point out also that Jake, while he's trying to paint the narrative that he's trying to go after the COs, and that snitching on COs is perfectly fine, then why did he criticize Kodak Black for it and sort of insinuate that Kodak Black was out of pocket for doing the exact same thing?
Who the one is that lost his girl to a snitch is snitching, even though there ain't no crime involved. Is this snitching? Writing a lawsuit the second you get to a prison saying that you getting beat by the COs because you don't want to be at that prison and you was allegedly on PC at this.
You gotta watch yourself, You gotta watch yourself, mister. You trying to make everybody just things that you doing, you trying to make everybody think he's beefing with a CEO. You wasn't beefing with a CEO. You cut yourself to get off the block. This dude's over here chilling, and CEOs is bothering him. That's a whole different ballgame, GG. What are you talking about? What are you talking about, GG?
Is that snitching? Is it snitching when you name drop the CEOs that are supposedly killing you slowly?
Name drop the CEOs who's killing you slowly. You don't got that type of situations going on, Mr. 1090J. You're worried about the people on the block. You're worried about the people on the block,
doing all type of shit towards you. Is that snitching? Because I mean, I don't know. Maybe that ain't snitching. I know this ain't snitching, but one of these two things can actually result in somebody getting arrested, investigated, fucked up, right? Now I wanted to interview Kodak to be a voice for the bros that's behind the wall that can't ask the questions.
Yeah, right. You ain't no voice. You ain't gonna be a voice for nobody. Real shit. You consuming personality. You from Florida over there trying to talk like a Massachusetts person. You over here. Like we don't get you, GG. We don't really get you. You're cutting yourself, injuring yourself. You're saying the same things Finesse 2 times said to you. You're saying the same thing that Breezy, whatever that King Breezy dude said to you. Like you're imitating them. You a different type of person, GG.
I was a real gator. Wasn't gonna be no beef shit. Wasn't gonna be no extra shit.
All right, so this was a while back, and Jake is absolutely criticizing Kodak and insinuating snitchery on him because of something that he did that Jake is saying.
Who the hell, yo? Jake gotta get his shit together. Yo, you over here talking about Kodak? Like get it together, bro. Get it together.
That is okay, which is filing grievances against the CEOs. Now, could you imagine if Kodak Black would have implicated other inmates by name and put them in a crime and tried to exonerate himself? Could you imagine what Jake would have said about Kodak Black? I mean, Jake has name dropped other people to try to get himself out of trouble.
So he's saying that Kodak Black, if Kodak would have did what Jake did, he would have become that Kodak, but he didn't. He didn't. So you might want to come at yourself. So 1090J gotta make a video of himself, and think about what he feels about himself, GG.
What are we doing here? Jake is literally doing exactly what he criticizes others of doing when they get caught. He's trying to talk his way out. He's making excuses. He's reaching. Listen to this classic snitch reach about, oh, tell me that you're not going to go file a police report if someone hits your car.
Oh, you just let somebody hit your car. That's what you're going to do? You that gangster that when someone hits your car, you ain't finna go to the police department and get the shit you got to write out. Nah, you so gangster. That's what you're doing?
Yeah.
No, gang members don't file police reports. They'll get someone else to do it if it's absolutely required for like an insurance claim, but they're for sure not going to give any information that's going to lead to any arrests. They're just going to make a vague police report in order to satisfy the requirement. It's very, very simple stuff. Anyone from the streets understands this very perfectly.
How you going to put pressure on me about a rat? Fuck, that works.
Right.
Y'all rocking out about that?
Yeah. That would be a pretty weird thing for them to
we gonna stand on business.
Be applying pressure about.
It sounds pretty fucking stupid, right?
You see how he was singing a whole different song back in those days a couple weeks ago when he thought he was big dog in situations, and now he's just a common snitch.
Like I'm doing it to end somebody's career. It's like, look, this makes money. This makes me money.
Right.
This is business. Business is booming. So it is what the fuck it is. I don't care if you stop rapping. I'm not listening to that shit.
Right.
You know what I mean? I was listening to him before I found that out.
Right.
But now it doesn't hit the same. You know, so I'm not telling people.
So I'm wondering if 1090 Jake realizes that his content doesn't hit the same anymore because he's a snitch and that he's exposing people for doing the exact same thing that he has done. This is hypocrisy. This is actually how you lose your fan base. It's really quite serious. And I want to show you guys this next clip. This is going to be 1090 Jake talking about how he went psych when he was in there. He just didn't like where he was at. He wanted to pretend that he was suicidal so that he could get put into a special psych program where they have better commissary snacks. Watch this.
So,
At Zippy Shell, we make moving and storage simple. Whether you're moving and plan to do it yourself or need more services, get an online quote for our secure, convenient, and affordable moving and storage solutions. Visit zippyshell.com today.
Those who answer the call of the
This nigga Jake Dundada, he done fucked up with Larry.
one of them actually tried to kill himself. My other partner from Tampa, he NPR, he's headbutting his window in his cell. So the COs do their round, he's headbutting the window, bam, bam, bam. So I can see his cell from across from mine, and I just see him blasting it. The COs open his flap, they cuff him up, they take him down to medical. I always found a way to get a razor. So what I did is I took the razor and I cut myself with the razor. And I didn't like grip I didn't do nothing crazy. I'm literally nicking it, just, you know, forming a long line, just nicking and then pinching my skin so it bleeds a little bit. They put me in a psych cell, which is a pretty big size room. I got a suicide mat on the floor. They gave me the thickest blanket. The suicide mat, bro, is like the equivalent of a Tempur-Pedic. I don't know if you ever went psych, but this is the thickest, most comfortable mat.
All right, so Jake actually was a J-Cat in there. He was the one throwing feces, probably fucking screaming and crying.
Nah, he wasn't even that person. He was just a person that nigga wild out.
Smashing against. I mean, this isn't what the gang members do. This is what the fucking freaks do. Okay, this isn't what a blood does. All right, so this next part is Jake explaining to 23andMe that the COs retaliated against him because he refused to snitch on who stabbed him in the face, and because he refused to snitch on who stabbed him, they stomped on his infected toenails to punish him. And it's the stupidest fucking story in the world. Why would they care about who's, I mean, by his own description, the COs are in there fucking everyone up. They don't need information from Jake to go and do something to somebody. It's just, this is so stupid.
Whatever. And I'm like, so I'm not sticking up for nobody. I slipped. I fell. And he's just like, you think I'm stupid? You think I'm stupid, son? Like that real country accent. The officers grab me. One grabs me by the back of my neck, and they both start stomping on my toes. Both of them just stomping on my feet and holding me in the chair.
What the hell, man?
Stomping on me. The blood stains just keep getting bigger and bigger. I had like a sack from the infection that popped, blood all in my socks. He told me the only reason that they're not.
You can't take this dude serious, bro. You can't take this dude serious, but he actually did cut himself like
beating me right now.
And who knows if he actually really tried to cut himself, but he's trying to tell us that he didn't try to cut himself, but maybe he actually really did try to cut himself you know what I'm saying, hurt himself real bad.
Is because they don't want to have to make the nurses re-glue my face together. So they stomp out my feet. I don't say nothing. Period.
So Jake is saying that he got his face glued back together, but there's no scar. Where's the scar on his face? You know, that little superficial cut that he made on himself with his own razor is what he's saying. He's saying he got stabbed in the face and then he got his face glued back together with a hot glue gun, but there's no evidence of that. So Jake actually got famous from telling these crazy, outlandishly far-fetched, unsubstantiated lie stories. No one cared to question him or anything. No one said, well, wait a second, that doesn't make any sense. They just let him do it, and his channel grew, and now he's built this web of lies that he's unable to crawl out of. He's actually fucked. But luckily for him, he does have the support of the gangbanging headquarters, aka No Jumper. They're all going to bat for him. Look at this disgusting display of these disgraced gang members, former gang members.
I feel like more or less, GG. I feel like more or less, GG, that it's because people like 1090 Jake them data, right? Trick them and feeling like they was doing the most righteous thing, you know what I'm saying? And more or less, he was just more or less, he was just a person. He was the person that was soft and shit like that. So he probably don't like these people anyway. He probably don't like real niggas anyway. He ain't gonna like a Kodak anyway, because Kodak won't talk to a nigga like that in jail. He probably not gonna ever talk to a 1090 Jake ass nigga. Someone who slice himself and, you know what I'm saying, whatever the case may be. So he feels like he should expose these people. So we gave him the gratitude. We gave him we just gave him the gratitude. We let him do it. Us just let him do that. We didn't know who he really was.
causing a lot of controversy lately with the finesse.
Oh, he's gonna come at the Larry Hoover's like Larry Hoover ain't true. You and Larry Hoover never had the same days in prison, same type of respect, same type of walking, same type of people saying, you know what I'm saying? You didn't have the same type of shit going on with like how Larry Hoover did. You had CEOs going in there, they're stomping on your toes. Even though everybody go through CEO situations and stuff like that, but you know what I'm saying? It probably was a headache.
2 times snitching allegations, and now 03 Greedo is being exposed for snitching. And it just blows my mind why anyone who's not an idiot would ever listen to 1090 Jake when it comes to street politics. Like, what is going on?
Hey, brother, that ain't our music right there, boy.
People are acting like 1090 Jake isn't like a total fraud. You know what I mean? I can't wrap my head around how people can listen to this guy talk and fucking believe him. He's just got this incredible skill, this incredible storytelling skill that just it endears people to the point where they'll believe anything that he says. It's like if you were just to like say describe something that happened that isn't even cool. Like, for example, hey, I went to the grocery store the other day and I ran into my neighbor and we both said hello to each other and then we went our separate ways. Well, if 1090 Jake were to say that same story, it would sound more like, it was at that point that I knew that I had eyes on me. So I'm looking around, nobody. So I'm like, shit, I got to get back to Boston. So then I noticed that it is my neighbor. Actually, my neighbor was looking at me the whole time. And I knew that he had to be home at 6 o'clock to watch the Andy Griffith show. It was his favorite show. So I'm thinking in my mind, like, why is he here? And then I remembered he needed his... You see what I'm saying? He could just talk about fucking anything and it sounds cool. So this is what he's famous for. It doesn't matter what he's talking about. People are going to listen. He's got 3 different audiences. He's got the prison audience. He's got the fucking story time audience. And now he's got the gangsta snitching allegation audience. And it's really troubling because the guy is a fucking weird liar fraud. And we're going to get to some lies here right now. So this is where...
Nada, but 1090 Jake the Dada could talk about it, the Dada, but if he's contradicting himself, the Dada, then, you know what I'm saying, he's consuming personalities, the Dada. He uses other people's lines and other people's life, the Dada, perspective, the Dada, to put it in his own, the Dada. Then it's a situation. That's when it's a situation. You know what I'm saying?
Adam asked him who his entourage is, these 2 guys that he fucking brought on with him. And 1090 Jake says that these are the highest ranking members of the blood gang that Jake is from.
But how'd you meet these guys?
These are the homies.
How long you know them?
And yeah, this nerd can talk about 1090 Jake, Dada, because who the fuck, him and 1090 Jake is the same type of people, Dada. What are you talking about? Him and 1090 Jake could be brothers, GG. So he can talk about him, Dada. This is the person that 1090 Jake needs to be talking to.
You want to give us an introduction?
Yeah, so this day one bros right here. This Ratchet right here. That's a homie from Orlando.
Okay.
This Assassin right here. This is my big homie.
Good.
You guys been in prison or outside?
He's been in prison.
Okay.
Oh no, we met on the street.
Okay.
We met on the street, but as far as prison, he's been to prison.
Once you got out though, you met these guys?
Yeah.
Okay.
As far as prison, he's been to prison.
Once you got out though, you met these guys?
Yeah.
So this is day one bros right here. This is Ratchet. And Ratchet's like a high-ranking member of the Bloods. Okay, he's from Orlando. Okay, and over here you have Jake's good friend Assassin. That is right. His name is Assassin. That is not a joke, even though it is. And this is 1090 Jake's big homie. This is absolutely fucking crazy. And people watched this and they thought, oh yeah, no, seems legit. How come I'm the only one who's outraged about this? Let's continue.
He's been to prison.
Once you got out though, you met these guys?
Yeah.
Okay.
So these, as far as bro goes, that's for our shit, that's the biggest name. It don't get no bigger than that.
Oh, okay.
So everybody I brought out, like certified, like big names.
So how many more years do you live in Florida after you got out of prison?
I fucking got the fuck out of Florida.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, immediately.
But then how'd you guys meet?
We are everybody in the same circle.
Okay.
So everybody.
I mean, a person who's trying to come at come at Larry Hoover, a person who's trying to come at Larry Hoover, a person who's trying to come at BG, a person who's trying to come at Finesse 2 times, a person and then take it back. Because Finesse 2 times had time for him. BG had all the time for him, Niggas like Larry Hoover don't got time for this dude, That's the problem. So, that who don't got time for him, but BG said, hold on, I got time for this dude. Who? This dude, what? He did what? What? He would never stand in the same presence as me, If 1090 Jake and BG, was on the same block, he would never come out himself, What are you talking about, He'll just be over there, and I ain't got nothing to do with BG. It just got something to do with him, Remember, this is the same dude who cut himself, Didn't even let another inmate cut him. He cut himself, You could have had but you could have waited if you felt that was gonna happen, or then be like, oh shit, this is realization, But no, he cut himself. He was so scared, Let's get right, bro. We talking about.
I was still around when I first high school.
So from Florida, that was trying to sound like he's from fucking Massachusetts, and let's get real, Like, let's be honest with yourself, He ain't saying jit, he ain't saying this, he ain't saying that, He trying to actually sound like he was born and raised in one of the towns, with the real Italianos, with the real Irish people, that's not what's going on with you, bro. Let's get real, Like, you coming around, you're imitating, you're consuming personality, like, we see it all. Let's get honest. Be honest with yourself, GG.
School and everything like that, it's still all the same circle.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I just brought you the biggest names. So it's like, you're not meeting the little steppers. You're meeting the biggest fucking names.
Because I kind of remember there being...
Okay, let me just break this down. Adam says, if you left Florida immediately when you got out of prison, how did you meet these guys when you got out of prison? Like, that's when your friendship started. How, if you went straight to Boston, how are you thugging it with the Bloods on the street? And 1090 Jake says, oh, no. We all in the same circle. We all know each other. And so I brought you the biggest names. That doesn't make any sense. So how did you meet these people? How did you connect with these people? What the fuck? Oh, the circle. Yeah. So why is he able?
And you could tell 1090 Jake a straight lane, because like Florida people, they got a crazy ass lingo the way they talk. Like jit, this, that, like the way they talk in you know what I'm saying? That southern accent is crazy, but he couldn't get involved in that. He wasn't popular over there. He couldn't mingle over there. He couldn't be in any projects with the Haitians. Fuck being a blood, you know what I'm saying? Just going to different neighborhoods in Florida and shit like that, and all that different situations, You know what I'm saying? The gang culture in Massachusetts is probably a little bit different than in Florida, So, you know what I'm saying? So he switched his whole persona, try to act like he's this big time, and you know what I'm saying? Nah, that's not what's going on, You at the St. Patrick's parade, Like, that's what it is, Let's be more honest when we talk, GG.
To like talk about all this stuff that a real gang member would never talk about on. Why does he talk about all this stuff, but he can't say where he met his 2 day ones? The simple answer, but like if, for example, if he was a real blood from Florida, the answer would be simple. He would simply say, we grew up together in Florida. We went to high school. We've known each other since high school. You know what I mean? So Jake's barely known these guys for, a few years. It's very, very startling. I mean, can you understand my concern? Like, can I ask where Jake's actual gang is that he was around?
That nigga Jake's the type of nigga that you come around you, right? And you be around him for 2 years. He like, yo, remember the year like 10 years ago, when we did this, and this, and looking at him, and he's waiting, and you're like, he's just telling a story. Let him, you know what I'm saying? Let him just lie. You know what I'm saying? But hell no, that shit ain't happen. What the fuck's wrong with you, bro? Stop it.
Before he met these guys, after he got out of prison, because he was a shot caller in prison, and he was put on in the streets on the block. Where are his actual day ones? I don't want to hear about these people that heard about his YouTube channel and tapped in with him and said, hey, you could be from our fucking hood. Fuck it. I don't want to hear from those people. I want to hear the real people. But you know what? You can't hear real shit because real gang members don't talk on camera. And I got to say, this Ratchet guy looks very suspicious. If you were to ask me, if I was a betting man, which I am, I would bet a lot of money that 1090 Jake and this Ratchet guy are in a relationship. There's really no explanation for why they're so close. You know what I mean? It's just, it gets weird at this point because Jake doesn't know him from the streets. Jake knows him from the circle. All right, now listen to this big lie story that 1090 Jake tells Adam 22. It's the fucking craziest, stupidest lie I've ever heard. And if it's not a lie, why the fuck would you ever do all that talking? Like, this guy's criticizing people for being a...
It's just the way this dude talks. He'll be like, yo, come on, we're about to go to the club. We're going to the bar. You know what I'm saying? He's talking the way he's talking when we go to it's Christmas lights and shit like that. It's a real pub, like it's a real pub, a nice pub, but you thought you was about to go to some crazy hood shit, with this dude, the way he's talking, but it's not that, his imagination is just fabricated.
Snitch, when he's talking like this online, you got to be fucking shitting me.
Ratchet was with me, and you know, Ratchet pulled out a fucking Draco. Everybody else got this shit on them, whatever. The people working at the gas station went to hide behind the auto mechanic shit, and more or less they got back in their cars and drove off.
So then didn't want to press the issue any further?
Well, I mean, people would have died on both sides. I think it was my jewelry, Ratchet's jewelry, the Lamborghini, and we weren't even in a bad part of Miami. That's the craziest part. They saw us on some rant. It was just a guy and a girl, and the girl's the one that had the phone out. They left, came right back, got a ton of people with them, and that's what it was. People went to pulling out, and pretty much was just waiting on the first shot to go off. But it's little things like that that put me into a dark place mentally.
Right.
Leave the metal to us, so you
gotta watch this, dude. Like I said, there is some, like I said, there is people that are real. It doesn't matter your nationality, whatever the case may be. There's white boys that are gangster. There's people that are gangster, but they actually live in. They live in the. They ain't pursuing to be the. They ain't trying to fucking change the way they talk. No, they talk the way they talk. They're a real person. They're really them, the. I'm saying this person right here, I don't know if he can't be a real person. He's from Florida. He did so many years. He grew up in Florida his whole life, and he's not even talking like a Florida person. Like Florida didn't allow him to even speak. He was a mute in Florida, Like if you was active in Florida your whole life, you would have had that lingo on point, You would have been in people's households. You would have been chilling your friends, all these people, the Haitians, these people, you know what I'm saying, Jamaicans, the Cubans, these, that. There's so many people, so many cultures. You know what I'm saying? And this dude just talks like a fucking tri-state ass dude. This can't be real. It's not real. You know what I'm saying?
You know what I mean?
Did you guys just hear what fucking just fell out of this guy's face? That was insanely crazy. I mean, you got little kids telling more believable stories than that. This is the most. We weren't even in the bad part of Miami. That's the craziest part. You got to get the fuck out of here. You know what I mean? Am I the only one who wants?
Boston accent, my ass, He don't got the Boston accent, I ain't no Boston accent, That's created, I ain't no tri-state accent, He's making it, trying to be. We could understand that he's actually trying hard to make his accent be like that. Like this, anybody could make this. Some people make this stuff sound like London people. Some people make this stuff like that. That's not natural, When he gets mad, he don't sound like that. So when he's hurt, he don't sound like that. When he's scared, he's not going to sound like that. You know what I'm saying? So
watch this. I mean, I feel like just everyone just takes his word for it, and they don't really look into his stuff. They don't watch his interview. I mean, this interview is filled with just stuff that doesn't make any sense from beginning to end. I could take everything that comes out of his mouth is a sham, and I just don't understand why. I mean, I understand. Look, I don't have a problem with someone doing YouTube videos about gangsta stuff. I don't give a fuck. But it's when they're like trying to become an authority on like who's a snitch and who's not. And you got to send it up to 1090 Jake, or it's just so stupid to me. Find someone else to do it, not 1090 Jake. I can't do it. It's too cringe.
You know what I mean? Like we had fucking 200 rounds outside of his building sitting there in 2 different cars.
This was a smart person.
We were ready.
This nerd.
That's why we get ready. And I think it's even more in my face.
Anybody who listens to 1090 Jake is a Nimrod. Did you just hear what he just said? This isn't a movie. 1090 Jake is a storyteller, okay? He's a storytelling fool, and he's just going crazy and killing the algorithms. But he's not a gang member. This is not how gang members speak. Listen to him talk about how he can't have a gun because he's a felon.
Because nobody forgets when you do shit to him. So it's like every situation I had on the street, right when I get back out, it's on site. I'm broke. I don't have a gun. I don't have a knife. Can't have a gun now.
Right.
And
wait, what? You can't have a gun because you're a felon? What? So you obey all the laws? What?
It sounds good. It sounds good, Dada. It sounds good. It sounds good. It sounds good, Dada. It sounds good, Dada. He knows he's not running into nobody. He probably don't even have no real situations. He just, you know what I'm saying, heard someone say that. It sounds like he heard it when he heard someone say that. it sounded so cool. It sounded so cool, but bro, this nigga ain't standing on our business. Because if you did time in Florida, you would think you lived in Florida your whole life, you would think that niggas was standing on business a lot, but that's not what this man's doing, That's not what's happening. This dude's different. And he just be lying. He just an OD ass liar. This is who we gotta take. This is the type of person that's dissing Larry Hoover. Nah, we can't allow no person like this to even like you, bro. Who like what are you talking about, bro? You and Larry Hoover don't even got the same. It's not happening, bro. It's not happening, bro.
Ever heard 1090 Jake say this is like a new version of a story we've heard before about the time that he made an attempt on another inmate's life very shortly into his stay in prison. He attempted to take the life of another inmate and he nearly succeeded. He slashed him 3 times. You guys remember the story when he was like, every scar that I put on someone in there scarred me mentally. So I hit him 3 times in his throat. I hit him here. I hit him 3 times. I didn't know if blood was going to come out of nothing. None of that happened, but you guys remember that fucking story?
Yeah, every scar you put on a person mentally scars you. And I didn't understand that until now. So, you know, at the time, like the first kid that I cut, I told that in the first interview that I did, I slit his whole shit. I hit him 3 times on his throat. Had no idea how the fuck it was going to be. I didn't know if it was going to start shooting all this shit. None of that happened. But once I did that shit and they moved him out of the cell, I'm celebrating on the door.
Right.
All my homies are celebrating. Man. Like, yeah, he just got one.
That's the same story that he's going to tell today, only it's going to be like more in depth. He, for no reason, I don't even think this Ian guy asked him to go into crazy detail about this. But I think what happened was 1090 Jake's like, I got to make it make sense. I got to throw details in because it sounded like a stupid lie story. And in his interview with the 16, it seems like everyone just brushed over it because everyone knew it was bullshit and they didn't want to press it because they didn't want to make 1090 Jake look stupid. A lot of people were protecting him, believe it or not. But in this podcast, he takes it upon himself to just start telling the entire story cover to cover.
You know why? Because this dude was a fraud. Him and Wack 100 is the biggest frauds. Wack 100 be bringing people up, talking, trying to act like they're somebody else that they're not. They be fabricating the stories of that. We can't actually take what they saying. You gotta take it with a grain of salt. Well, 1090 Jake don't say that. You can't take nothing. He's saying factual. Like he don't know nothing. He just, you know what I'm saying? He just reading. That's crazy. That's crazy work. So let's see what
you know what I'm saying? Get the people in here. There's been a lot of going on with this Larry Hoover thing. As we know, the president, Donald Trump, did away with Larry Hoover's federal sentence. He had 6 life sentences. 6 life sentences. He got rid of that. Hold on. Maybe. I think them people be putting that fucking protector over and it be over my camera. I think that's what be happening. But nevertheless, Larry Hoover got, the next day he was sent to the state. He had been in ADX, I don't know, 20, 30 years, 25 years, some shit like that. And the next day he got sent to the state. Soon as he hit state custody, because he got 200 years over there, he's still serving. He got 50.
This is what we want to know, Wack 100. Bro, we don't need you to tell us what's going on. And actually, the public already knows and the lawyers is already talking, and we already know this. But go ahead, you're going to talk about it, but watch what he's going to do about it. He's going to put in certain his own source and shit. He's going to do this, say that, I bet, Like, what is your issue, Gigi? You're not, like, he thinks he's so smart, Gigi, but this dude, he got to stop it, bro. He's getting older.
253 ain't good. He's eligible for parole, right? They dropped the alleged snitch paperwork on Larry Hoover. Some shit some paperwork from 19.
They dropped. No, oh, it was a newspaper article, that the police, happened to meet, and he had beef with the police at the time. It's 1968, and the newspapers is just scaring aware, like getting on, with they shit, and everything's just happening. Like, there's so much just going on, in 1968, GG. You know what I'm saying? Like, come on now. It was a situation that happened in a school building, in a school, at a principal's office, You don't think the principals, the kids were students, there was kids in there was teachers in there, You know, like, Larry Hoover was on his way to the hospital and the kids already was caught, So how he got anything to do with this, We got to understand this, You know what I'm saying? So he just said, oh, there's so much going on with the Larry Hoover thing, Oh, he just got, he got pardoned, He's not talking about, he didn't get pardoned by the state. He just automatically goes to put some paperwork drop. What are you talking about, Wack? Why are you doing this? Why are you doing this? How about that?
In 68, they drop on Larry Hoover. Boom. Larry Hoover told on these two gentlemen who, I ain't gonna say allegedly because I talked to the gunman, pulled up to the school and tried to gun Larry Hoover down. Name is James.
He talked to the gunman. He talked to the gunman, 1968, the gunman that was in school in 1968, this nigga's like either 70 something or whatever the case may be, and he actually talked to them, Now that's different, bro. That's different. Like, you talk to him.
What's his last name, baby? What's his name? James.
Don't even know the nigga's name, but you just talked to him. Come on, bro. You don't know his name, though.
James Highsmith. Okay. So a couple days ago, when I see the content, it hit the 100-sided clubhouse. I had one of my readers come in there. Believe it might have been Ebony was the reader this time. Reads the content. This first time I'm hearing it.
No, it's not. It's not the first time you're hearing it. You was hearing it before that. You told her to come up there, she could read it up there on your platform, Like, let's be real, What is it that you're trying to do, Why is it that you're trying to say all this in the beginning and then trying to clean it up at the end, but you're still saying stuff in the beginning? And you're talking about paperwork. So you already talk about paperwork. You're not talking about newspaper. You're not talking about newspaper article. So you're trying to, you know what I'm saying, manipulate the scene, and we don't like that. That's why we can't give you, that's why we just can't automatically take what you're saying, and it be valid. It's not valid, what you're saying. You're not valid, You know what I'm saying? You're not a valid person, GG. You trying to manipulate, take advantage. Yeah, you're going to say some valid shit sometimes, and then try to lie. Like, fuck out of here,
I'm just hearing that they got some snitch paperwork. So I'm thinking, you know, it's some real paperwork. You know, I want to see the docket number so I can get it to the exposers, Prince, Lavish, and Ghost, and we can do our due diligence to cross references and make sure it's real. This is Larry Hoover we talking about. You know what I'm saying? So when she's reading it, I realize that it's a newspaper clipping, right? So I did put something up on my Instagram that said, told people at 8 o'clock, I'm going to be addressing this, that, and other. People get mad because of the clip I put up. The clip I put up is what people are alleging that Mr. Hoover has done. So they take it like, Wack, you promoting something against Larry Hoover. No. I'm letting you know, just like if it's a concert, if it's a party, hey, we're going to be over here for this reason. Those of y'all that want to join and y'all interested in this, cool. This is why.
Every production line is powered by pros. The part we play, equipping them with the products and pro support.
That's different, Dada. You saying he's going to try, like I said, It's crazy how long he elaborates on the paperwork part, and he talked to the person who did it, and what's the dude's name and shit like that. But when it comes to the newspaper article, it was a newspaper, and then he just skips to the next. But I'm trying to slander this dude. Like, come on, bro. You elaborate on everything else for a long time, long periods of time, but you elaborate on that for one quick second. Oh, it's the newspaper article. I put on G. Let's keep elaborating. It was a newspaper article.
Posted it up. I had to post up what I was talking about because a bunch of people might have known what the hell I was talking about. So I go on Clubhouse after I leave No Jumper. I think No Jumper was over at 7:30, 8 o'clock. I'm on Clubhouse on the other side. I had a reader read it, and this is my first time. I hadn't read it. People just sending me, yo, this is Larry Hoover was snitch paperwork. Larry Hoover was rat paperwork. So I hadn't read it, hadn't looked into it. I hadn't even sent it to the exposers to start digging on it. Nothing. So let me hear it, address it, and it's best that people hear what my real natural reaction to this is. So that's how I went. People's mad. Me personally, I stood against the paperwork of calling Mr. Hoover a rat. Said this is newspaper. It's not court documents. Boom. Okay. 18 hours after that, 1090 Jake ain't going for it. You know how 1090 is. You know he got a little whack hate in him, just a little bit, but you know, I don't say nothing. I don't say nothing. 1090 doubles back. He takes the same content and takes it upon himself to go do the research with the Chicago Tribune. He goes back to the newspaper in 1968 and finds the story. 1090 runs the content. You can go over there and check it out on his page. He run the story. GD, the leader of the GDs, could this be the rise and fall? This they doing him like they did Big Meech. Soon as he get out or ready to get out, they dropping snitch paperwork. This, that. 1090 taking his place. He letting people know, hey, listen, homie, I don't care what none of y'all talking about. Don't come put no pitchforks in my chat at me because I'm running this content on Larry Hoover. And he says it, you know, based upon what he sees, he calls Larry Hoover a rat. Okay. I think it's a little more personal with me and 1090. I think he really slighted me, taking a shot at me, because he know I was the only one that said that I thought Larry wasn't a rat, that I didn't stand with this, whatever was in the newspaper. So 1090 goes and finds the other newspaper that reported on it. Said this, said that, said this, said that.
So now he's bringing up 1090 Jake and he's trying to act like he's beefing with 1090 Jake and that's how they're gonna get their little situation. And guess what? All publicity is good publicity. So now if these people he's acting like he's gonna put 1090 Jake's name in his mouth, guess what's gonna start happening? So if Wack don't start slandering 1090 Jake crazily, that you understand that it was a play. Cause you know this dude he gets real disrespectful.
Can't nobody tell 1090 story better than 1090. Y'all got to go over there and check his content out once you're done over here.
Wow. Is that a promo drop, He just said, go check out someone else's content. He said, go check out someone else's content, Yeah, they working together.
Okay, I respond to it. I've been getting hate. Yo, Wack, we think you created the newspaper clipping to put it up so you can have something to respond to. First of all, I got a million trillion things I can talk about when I want to talk about them. I don't need no clout. I bring the clout. I am the clout. I'm King Clout. I'm the cloutest, and I'm clouted the fuck up. All right? So I don't need to do none of that. Right? I see it. I react to it. Like a bunch of other people do. I just don't work this thing like, you know, other people do daily. Now, I will tell you this, right, on another note. underground rappers, YouTubers, struggling YouTubers, bloggers, me, Flacco, and a few other people. I've been in talks, believe it or not, with Charleston White and Big Homie CC. I got to see how it work out. But definitely me and Flacco in the next maybe 3 to 5 days will introduce something to you guys that you guys are going to like. We're going to help y'all. It's a great program for y'all to help you guys get some light, be seen, and we're going to let you utilize our platforms to help catapult you guys.
No. You're not about to play us like you playing 1090 Jake, motherfucker. We don't need that. We're not going out there. We don't need that promo. Do promo what you want, You try to get to know them so you could portray them. We're not dumb, Don't try to act like you're trying to bring people up there, because people's backlash is so hard on you, right now, You shouldn't have never did that, We already told you, Larry Hoover, First it was Big Meech, but now it's not going to be Larry Hoover. No, it's not, You're not. And you're not getting away with it, It's just a rap right here. Right now, this is where you hit the brick wall. You know what I'm saying? You're not about to use the public to come up. You're not about to give up no free promotion. You're not giving free gifts out, we already know what you're doing, Come on now. You're not holding no toy drives. You're not doing none of that right now about this moment, You should have did that about a week ago.
So that's coming. Flacco don't even know. I text him this morning, told him I had some business.
He don't even know.
I got to go over this thing with the queen. She puts together the deck for these things, and it'll be accessible for you guys on YouTube. It'll probably be a paywall to the situation. I got to figure it out, but we're going to get to it. Let's get back to this Larry Hoover thing. So I guess through all the back and forth, I'm getting some hate from Chicago. People saying, Wack, why you all in our business? I'm like, check this out. Ain't nobody else in Chicago speaking up for the brother. So I'm utilizing my platform to shed light on what I think is right. 1 minute they say, Wack,
because he don't want nobody to speak up for him, He's not into that, He's not into nothing that you're trying to create, You're trying to create a storyline, You're trying to create some bad news. You're trying to create some bad character. No one cares about it. He's trying to don't even speak upon it, That's what he's saying. So what are you doing? Why are you trying to? And then you got tonight Jake to do it, You know what I'm saying? And you think it's that Chicago's starting to play with but Chicago ain't on to play with But guess what, you want some threats or something to happen so he won't know, He don't got no influence in Chicago. So that's why no one's speaking up for him in Chicago. He don't want influence in Chicago. Stop trying to create the narrative about influence and bad influence or something like that, or Chicago's on your heels. Everybody's on your heels, We're not from Chicago. What you talking about, tonight? Jake's not from Chicago, What you talking about, GG? And mad people's on his line, on his comment thing going crazy. Everybody's going crazy. It's not just Chicago people. It's the world. It's the world.
You use your platform to attack our people. The next thing, y'all talking crazy because I'm using the platform to defend our people. I don't know what's going on. Maybe it's the Wack hate train. I don't know, right?
My work is easy because I use ClickUp.
All right then, and we understand that the old man said that he don't want no problem. The old man said that he don't want to be implicated in nothing. He don't got time for nothing. He's a grown man. Don't put his name in stupid situations. Don't say that this dude is telling, so he got to say that he's not telling. What you talk about? He don't have to elaborate on shit. You're not bringing him and making him speak. You're not making nobody speak. You're not going to make nobody try to hurt you. You're not going to make nobody try to come at you. You're not going to make nobody try to think. That's not what we're doing here, That's not what you're doing here. This man, is going to grow and he's going to get out. That's what he's going to do. Stop the nonsense. He's going to get out. He wants him to elaborate. You want people, let me throw in Chicago people come out. No, he wants Chicago people. Ain't nobody from Chicago is coming at him. No one's coming at this man. No, he's just creating nonsense. He's creating controversy, It's not really there, You know what I'm saying? So it's just lies about it. You know what I'm saying? Old man say he threw in the white flag. Leave him alone. I'm saying, maybe, you know what I'm saying, he ain't talking about that. He don't want to talk about it, he don't got to talk about it. If he talks, you know what I'm saying, whenever he speaks, so be it. If he never is, so be it. You got to have your own eyes, real lies, and also realize real truth. So you have to understand that.
Myself to see if I can start rebuilding and redefining myself to make people like me more. I don't know. Do I care if y'all like me more? No. As long as the queen is by my side with that good, and 100 side is by my side, and my team is by my side, the rest really don't matter. But I'm going to tell y'all this. I got about 20 minutes.
I'm going to tell you this, Dandado. Don't put Jay Prince next to Larry Hoover. Larry Hoover don't want to be next to Jay Prince. He don't want to be next to his name. Don't want to be next to nobody. Stop saying that. If Wack 100 got a situation with Jay Prince, then it's Jay Prince. That has nothing to do with Larry Hoover. Larry Hoover don't want people to be hitting him up. Larry Hoover don't want people to be coming in. He just want to live his life, GG. No matter what, you're not getting it. You're not getting what I'm trying to tell you, Larry Hoover don't fuck with nobody, He ain't trying to fuck with nobody at all, He just trying to get out. So people say, oh yeah, he's over here coming at him because he fucks with this person. No, he don't. Larry Hoover don't fuck with him. Larry Hoover say he don't fuck with him. He been stop fucking with him, Larry Hoover don't fuck with nobody, GG. He's not fucking with niggas, Nope, don't say he fucks with him.
A raw recording from the actual man that popped the cap, and the one and only Larry Hoover. He covers everything. He talks about who ratted, who didn't rat. He talks about what he claims the fame to be the only person or the first person to do.
You see these type of talks, it's just like, and you could tell now that I can have a better understanding of it, you could tell like Wack is just full of shit, like, you know what I'm saying? Some people don't want to be played with, like, you keep coming over here, you keep mentioning, you keep saying rat, snitch, shoot, this, that, a bunch of criminal words, a bunch of, like, what the hell, what's the ladybugs and the butterflies and living and prospering and fucking and going and you know what I'm saying? Having your journey, to the heavens, living your life beautifully, where the grass is green and all these good things. Like, what are you talking about? Why you keep mentioning his name and just keep trying to put this little and mention certain words and put this that? Stop mentioning his name with them. He don't care about no rats. He don't care about no snitches. He don't care about no criminal activity. He don't care about it. Like, he's okay with someone else. Go ahead, go tell someone else. He don't care about none of that. That's not his. He don't care that what you got. He cares about what's in front of him right now. So stop trying to put his situations like he's supposed to care about all these situations and put 1090J to talk to him so people could come at 1090J because, you know what I'm saying, yeah, 1090J could get threats just because, you know what I'm saying, he's not of a sense or he's not in the same category as them. So you want people to come at him, and he's buzz. So you want people, GDs, to say, oh shit, look, this is what happens when you talk about Larry Hoover. No, nothing's happening. No one cares about Larry Hoover, and Larry Hoover don't care about nobody else. He just cares about what's going on in front of him. And even if he could care, he can't care for it. If y'all care about him, y'all wouldn't put him in situations. You know how you care so much, you gotta, you know what I'm saying, let it go, you gotta let Larry Hoover go, Like, you just can't understand. You gotta let her, you know what I'm saying? Because Larry Hoover is different.
Guess what, y'all? It wasn't over after he shot Larry Hoover. Oh, they ran into each other again. Oh yeah, in the penitentiary when Larry Hoover was at his strongest. Y'all gonna really trip out when you hear how this went down when they came.
Now he came at him when Larry Hoover was at his strongest. Now he's about to tell an old warrior fucking thing so other people get a bad narrative again, and see Larry Hoover, you know what I'm saying, either doing stuff or giving. That's not who Larry Hoover is. Stop it. Stop it. Larry Hoover is writing books and stuff right now. You know what I'm saying? So why the hell would you say, oh yeah, so Larry Hoover's the strongest? Like, here you come with a Larry Hoover war story. So you gonna tell us about his war story? And if you was to ask him about, and you was to ask Larry about his story, he's gonna be like, he's not true. That's not him no more. He don't want to speak on that. So why would you be able to speak on it? You're not even from around him. You're not even thinking that. I don't think Larry Hoover, like you should allow him to speak if it was his story, but it's not. That is your story. So even if you're speaking, his name is still Wack 100 story. So please, Dada, if he was to say, oh, this is Larry Hoover's story, it's not Larry Hoover's story. Larry Hoover's not telling it. It's Wack 100 story. And Wack 100 is the person that's telling it. He just keep name dropping this person, the old man. Stop name dropping the old man, real shit. We can't allow that, You know what I'm saying? If you ain't from the land of you shouldn't just be speaking you know what I'm saying? That's a fact, Gigi. So, you know what I'm saying? So, and then it's no land. He don't, like, you know what I'm saying? The old man don't want no land, He you know what I'm saying? He just trying to go home, and just do him, That's it. He don't want to talk to people. He just want to go home, I'm saying? Chill and certain shit.
Ain't face to face. Oh yeah, it's gonna be a lesson in this. So what I'm gonna do, I don't got my laptop with me and all that fancy stuff. The queen ain't got it with her, so I'm gonna thug this out. I'm gonna grab the other phone. I got permission and consent to record the brother. Shout out to my man Big Fave, Long Beach Insane, who put it together. The brother's calling him looking for me, and he got him to me because he know he always has a direct contact to me.
All right, and here we go with another person who's gonna act like he's somebody. Why does this person sound mad young or something like that? Why does this person sound like he's from LA, not Chicago? Why does this person sound like? Well, we gonna hear it. We probably gonna.
All I gotta do is hit play, baby. Wait, don't start it yet. Right there, your speaker up top. This is perfect. Damn, you gotta ask. Jeez. I wonder if that's why
distractions.
Old boy shot Larry Hoover behind something like that. I should have asked him, huh? Yeah. Nevertheless,
look at this dude. Don't even know what to say. Trying to distract us with different acknowledgement. We don't give a fuck what the fuck you talking about. Like, get to it. Like, stop with the distractions.
Yo, let's get the subscriptions up. I need the people. I need 500 in here. We at 314. Share it. Let people know, get them thumbs up, them likes, get them subs up, and then I'm going to let this rip. I'm going to let it rip because it's a Saturday.
Would you be happy if you stayed where you are?
And I have to feed the people the content to react. When y'all gonna start giving me my credit?
You don't get no credit.
Y'all need to start calling me Mr. Reactor.
No, we gonna call you Mr. Misleader. You try to give us a little bit of truth about so you could tell us some lies and then try to mislead DJ Academics, bro. What the hell you think you are? We the people, bro. You don't do what you do to your people, to your colleagues. You stay more righteous to us. What you talking about? You ain't about to persuade us, bully us, not to believe anything you're saying. You could simply just tell the truth and we could acknowledge it.
Because I'm the one that feeds y'all the content. Somehow, some way, if you pay attention to everything y'all be hearing, my name is intertwined or tied up in somehow, some way. And because of that, it allows other content creators, other bloggers, YouTubers, whatever you want to call them, it allows them to have content to react to so they can put it up on their page and they can ultimately get paid and get their money. Okay, follow the queen, R_ANN_. I told y'all about all these things. Told y'all but no gun nails, a walkie-talkie. I told y'all the only reason why Suge doing 28 because he was scared to take a fade. I told y'all all these things, but y'all didn't want to believe on Wack 100. But the minute these dudes get mad, they want to tell y'all the truth. They're like, oh, did you hear? Shout out to my man Tata Dago Emerald Hills. I see Reggie has unleashed him. Pay attention to Bomb First. I have convinced Reggie to hold a few things.
Convinced this, like, yo, this is different, bro. This is the type of people he's like.
In hopes that Mr. Knight goes sits his ass down somewhere and lead his man alone. You know what we know. You know the things you've discussed with Mr. Wright, and you've already took some losses. Your attorney friend that you was telling us is your bottom. I ain't gonna say the word you was calling her because I respect her stepfather. Shout out to Tweet. She has since sent a letter to your fiance Toy, letting her know she will no longer be dealing with any of your legal matters. See, she was just being nice. She was just being nice to you. You took that and served that like you did knock this young chick who's an attorney and you got some type of control of her and you guys are a thing. Now you done lost.
We understand that. We understand that back in the day, it was a different type of culture, you know what I'm saying? It was segregated, it was a different type of you know what I'm saying? It was a different type of empowerment, so we understand what people controlled, what people didn't control, we understand that people could pay any narrative in 1968 on a newspaper, they wanted to paint it, and that's what we understand. And we understand that these people, don't understand that. They wouldn't understand that they reading just false narrative, like the whole time, you would think Santa Claus was white, you would think God was white, you would think these things was real, you thought Santa Claus was real, but at the end of the day, it's not, GG, you know what I'm saying? So you praying to something that was fake, was you praying because you believed it was real, just because you seen pictures and you thought it was real, or you have to imagine, or you had the real knowledge, like, yo, this ain't what's real, How would this have a face? How would Christopher Columbus find America? How would this happen, How is this happening? So if it was already, like, you gotta understand, you know what I'm saying? You gotta understand, that you got to point out the obvious, you know what I'm saying? And use your common sense.
Ready to expose personal things that I'm not gonna say about uncles and mamas is getting crazy. Now, Reggie got that content over there, and everybody gonna say that's where Wack got that from about Pac, what happened in jail. He ready to press play. I'm telling him not to do it. Now, Ray J, on the other hand, he got Baby C Styles over there with him from 19th Street. Baby C Styles got them two dudes that you had them deals with, them two young men, and you know, you was doing things with them you shouldn't have been doing with the fellatio side. I don't know if I said the word right or not. I think I did, maybe I didn't. But y'all know what I'm talking about. But right now, y'all about to hear a conversation that happened 3 hours ago with Wack 100 and James, what's his name? Highsmith. Is it James Highsmith? You sure? James Highsmith, the shooter who popped Larry Hoover at the high school. Yeah. We're going to let it rip. Like, subscribe. Let's get it going. I promise you guys I'm going to start working this page more. I've been busy doing things, doing that, doing this. 600 been out of pocket doing things. But we about to change the whole format of this. Again, subscribe. Put your notification bell on always. Bloggers, up and coming bloggers, up and coming YouTubers, up and coming rappers. We are about to dedicate this whole page to a movement for you guys, to help you guys get off the ground. I'm going to use my light to put light on you. Flacco's going to join forces with me. I got a few other people I got to reach out to who I think won't have a problem. And we're going to help some of you guys catapult your careers. Maybe, you know, expedite.
We don't need you to do this before you lie to us, bro. That's what we don't do. We don't need you. We don't need you to lie. We don't need this dude lying to us about it before, you know what I'm saying? We just don't.
And he pleaded out. Wasn't no statement there. Let's keep it rolling. Again, supporting what I thought happened that with this whole newspaper article. They putting what they want to put in there. Remember, man, like information to tear you down. They try to do it to me every day. If I wasn't a strong individual I was, I'd have been ran off the internet. But listen, my support system, my mental, it don't matter. Let's keep it rolling. That's what your paperwork read. My paperwork wasn't no statement made by Larry Hoover, so that's no paperwork opinion. Got you. Now, another thing is, because I'm going to be real, brother, because this is
J. Edgar Hoover, head of the FBI, was a racist who had a program of oppression called COINTELPRO, and the local police departments and the new agencies worked with him. The data, dang, J. Edgar Hoover was on Larry Hoover. Old Man's Hills, the data, that's different. The data, yeah, the data. I seen him in the Bonnie and Clyde situation and shit like that. That's different, bro. That's different. It was different. The data killed Pretty Boy Ricky, though. You didn't have to kill Pretty Boy Ricky, the data. You didn't have to kill Pretty Boy Ricky.
This is dangerous waters for me, but I feel like I got a platform and I've done time before. So when I see things and hear things, especially what we're speaking about.
I mean, you didn't have to kill Pretty Boy Floyd, the data. You didn't have to kill Pretty Boy Floyd. You didn't have to kill Pretty Boy Floyd.
Somebody such as Mr. Hoover, who is who he is, who is a pillar, who is part of this foundation of what we call blackness, right? From where it came from, what it was, and what it is today. I use my platform to fight back.
I feel like he probably not the data, but I feel like he was on anybody because he started out first the data. He was taking down the data, white collar crime, the data, like, you know what I'm saying? The people who was, you know what I'm saying, robbing the banks and shit like that, the data, because that's how they started. So it was the bank robberies first, the data, but then it probably did go to that, the data. So he already had that dude was taking out everything.
A lot of backlash because they say, yo, Wack, this Chicago business, a GD business, why you speaking on it? I said, well, I'm speaking on it in defense of the brother, right? If I didn't speak on it and let people run amok with it, you know, ain't no telling how big the lie or the fire might grow.
Damn, that's crazy, GG, the data. You mean to tell me from MLK, the data, like, that's how big? You mean to tell me the same people who was on MLK is the same people who's on Larry, Old Man, the data? Is the same people who's on the Old Man, the data? That's different right there.
Oh, so I'm speaking to you because you are, I consider my triple OG, one of my elders, right? I'm pretty sure you had conversations with your people. Is there any issues with how I've been handling this situation? Actually, I'm not aware of anything, but I just appreciated that you were saying that this happened over 57 years ago. Two young men. I was 18 and he was 18. We was caught up in the times and the events.
Bro, the dude said that Larry Hoover didn't say nothing to him, didn't testify about nothing or nothing. Why are you over here in the beginning saying anything about paperwork? If you knew that you already had this conversation with him, man, you knew this was already a thing. Why are you trying to paint a narrative? And while he's talking, why is it that you trying to still paint a narrative? He's different.
Wasn't no real animosity towards him and I because him and I grew up together. But the fact of the matter is that people are using things that happened that they weren't born, they wasn't around, they didn't know anything about, and they had their own means and ideas, whatever their motives are, ulterior motives are, it still don't reach the fact that it's affecting true history, and it's affecting the fact that this man has spent over 52 years in prison, and if he ain't cracked before then, what makes you think he cracked back then? Yep. So what he's saying is this. Let's pay attention to Larry Hoover's character. If he ain't cracked in the last 52 years and told on a bunch of people to free himself out of prison, what makes you think he was cracked because he gonna snitch because he got shot? Right? He's saying the man was known for standing on this gangster. Now, in his up and coming conversation, I'm gonna ask him if he ran into Larry Hoover. What happened after the fact? Because it was 18 when this happened. I don't know. Larry Hoover didn't go to the penitentiary till 5-6 years later. He went to jail and got out. But he also ran into Larry Hoover in the penitentiary. So what we have established is that Larry Hoover's, the one that shot him, is saying Larry gave no statements. Larry did not tell on him. The other dude never told him to burn Larry. 2 chicks let him know Larry was coming up to the school to jump him. He had a pistol, so he waited. 1968.
If you're missing 5 or more teeth, listen up. With Nuvia, you get no hidden.
It was strapped. You hear me? Y'all, I bet not hear none of this. Lil Durk started this gangster shit. Nigga. James was strapped in 68 at the high school, homie. Strapped. What? They finna come holler at me. I'm strapped. Probably had him a 32, 5-6 shot. You know what I'm saying? A little rust on it, a little tape on the handle, but he was ready. Let's keep it rolling. It's a fact.
He's been fighting for his life for 52 years. He's been a stand-up, strong, powerful young man that is inspiration to a lot of people, including myself. So I'm telling this to say this, that
the dude got so much, hold him so much respect that we can't have Wack doing commentation on this situation, because he's holding up with so much respect that we need somebody you know what I'm saying, who's not problematic, because that's who he's talking to, and he's trying to change it up a little bit. But yeah, he held it down.
To build a man up, to build up crazy stuff, you understand? Black people is how to do it, because this man, our leaders was born. We didn't appoint our leaders. We're not going to allow no one else to appoint our leaders. He was born our leader. And what we have to do is we have to support it. And propaganda, they done took every one of our leaders, every one of our celebrities, and what they do is they destroy them. And we support it.
That's a fact.
So what we have to do is, as black men, and as brothers and sisters who have been in the struggle out here, have been struggling from the beginning. It don't make no difference with you a Stone, Disciple, Vice Lord, Blood, Crip, or whatever. We was all in the same boat. And the fact of the matter is, man, this man right here should be honored just for the fact that he survived this.
No, that's a fact.
Yeah, he survived this. He took the hit all the way around. I mean, losing, wasn't around for his mother's death, wasn't around for his brother's death, wasn't around to raise his children. And you gonna tell me that we as a people, I wouldn't give a damn what it is. He earns his space in history as one of the strongest brothers in Chicago.
Now, once again, shout out to Hip Hop Council, 1999 Super Chat. Shout out to my man TJ, 49.99 Super Chat. So one more y'all out there. I missed you, but I'm gonna find you and give you a shout out. So now he's pretty much saying Larry Hoover should be commended, honored, and respected for his struggles and the things that he's done for the city of Chicago. And by right, he's one of the top people in Chicago that people should honor. Let's keep it going. That's a fact. I respect that. I salute that. The brother on the phone, again, this is the brother that was one of the shooters who did time, right, for that incident with Larry Hoover back in 1968, I believe it was. And he's saying he pled out. Larry Hoover never gave a statement. It was a bunch of people in the hallway. It was at a high school. So that never.
I believe that it was the first school shooting on the book.
Yo, not only is James, what's his name again, baby? Highsmith, not only at 18 in 1968, what? They coming to jump me? I'm not going nowhere. I'm strapped. Not only was he ready in 68, James Highsmith is claiming, I did the first high school shooting. Only I was defending myself. I didn't come up there popping no innocent bystanders. I popped what came up there to do something to me. A lot of y'all may say, why he didn't squabble up? Hey, listen, back in them days, them niggas was playing with knives, brass knuckles, bumper jacks, crowbars. Listen, the girl said, 2 niggas coming up here to get you, James. James said, I ain't running nowhere. Nigga, I got this trusty 32, and I'm popping something out if you come up here playing with me. And now he claiming that the first school shooting happened in Chicago. Was Shy, Rack, that in 68? Let's keep listening.
Yo, you know what? You might be. I correct one thing. Yes, sir. He wasn't one of the shooters. He was the shooter. Oh, so it was only one shooter. They speak of is Leonard Long Street. He was down. He was in school, but it wasn't there. And he didn't do a thing, Jack. So you the only one who went to jail? I'm the only one.
So you saying it was 2 people, then you trying to say the way he was thinking. Don't try to say the way he was thinking, He could say the way he was thinking.
Yes, sir. And the reason that he was able to get acquitted was that he was not at the scene when the shooter was shot. He was down the hallway and he didn't never shoot nobody. So once again, we got a newspaper article again that's trying to sway everybody to something that's further away from the truth. This is why I was telling them I can't stand on that newspaper article. It's not a legal document to me. You know, we've been watching the mob. We watched the mob for years pay people off. You know what I mean? So the story read the way they wanted it to read. So I'm glad we clearing that up. It was one shooter. That's the brother on the phone now. The other gentleman didn't do a day in jail that they mentioned it. He's the one that went to prison, did the time, and Larry Hoover never gave a statement against him. He copped out, took a plea. That's right. How much time did you do for this? I'm listening. They gave me 1 to 5 years of me being a ghetto fool. I did 4 years and 6 months. The only reason I didn't do the whole 5 years is they came up with a new law of mandatory 6 months release. Got you.
Now, this nigga James, what's his last name, baby? Highsmith. You like that, don't you? James Highsmith. Hey, he was the gangster. Well, let me keep this playing because I just said he was a gangster. And we just pointed out that the newspaper said the other dude told him to burn him and he was charged, which in fact he was not charged. That's a lie. He never told him to burn him, never told him to do a day in jail. Now let me let y'all hear what else the newspaper lied about because I don't think he was a gangster. Stay tuned.
Hey, Wack, let me say this right quick. The brother on the phone and the brother they talking about in the paper that told him to shoot, that brother couldn't have told him nothing. He was the wrong man then at 18, and he had the wrong father. He couldn't have told him to shoot nobody. This man on the phone we speaking of now is a real legend in Chicago, and he's part of a program now that helps the brothers in the street, school, helps them do a lot of things. So he came full circle in his life, and he's somebody I look up to tremendously. Well, I love that with all my heart. Well, I'll tell you what, brother. The article is so long. I have never been a member of the East Side Disciples. Never.
The man just said he was never a member of the East Side Disciples. Now, to some of you bozos who asked to come to my podcast, who asked to come sit down with me in the 22-ster, pay attention. Wack is going to try a tactic. watch what the OG do to me. I'm going to try to get it out of him. He say he wasn't part of the East Side Disciples, so we want to know what you was a part of. Watch his play.
Okay, so what did you represent back then, if anything? I was never a member of the Disciples, period. Got you. OG, he said, I'm telling you what I wasn't a member of. I ain't going to tell you what I was a member of. I fuck with OG.
Yeah, that's the way you supposed to handle that. You get what I'm saying? We gonna ask. If you answer, that's on you. The OG is teaching you. This is the real OG right here. And I'm gonna tell you, I'm just not calling him that because he waited around and popped Larry Hoover. I'm not calling him that because
So if someone's riding a bike, you throw a stick in front of them and they happen to jump over it, you know what I'm saying? And they miss the stick, they don't fall, it's all right. You're like, oh yeah, that's how you handle that. Nigga, you just try to trip me. Nah, it's not cool. You know what I'm saying? If you didn't know what you was doing, yeah, you thought it was funny, there was some kids, I bet. But you grown, you know what you're doing. So don't try to manipulate it.
Because he went and did 4.5 or 5. I'm not calling him that because he here clearing up Larry Hoover, although they was ops. I'm going to let you continue to listen to him speak and let him hear and tell you what it really is today and what happened when he came face to face with Larry Hoover. Let's go.
Yo, but I'll tell you this, brother. I got your direct phone number. I want to tap in because I hear you got an organization to see how we can tap in. We got diaper companies, Incredible Diapers, which is our diaper company, partnered with Floyd Mayweather, Nick Cannon. So I don't know if you got, teen mothers or mothers up there that maybe need some assistance. We can ship some of those things up there. And let's just lock in, bro, because as of now,
Wack the type of dude that throw you inside a pool full of sharks you come out unscathed. He's like, yeah, that's how you handle that. You're looking at him like, what? Oh no, I was testing you. See you what?
Every time we hear something about Chicago, it's about a rapper, somebody got killed, this and that. I know it's way more to it than just that. So let's lock in. I got a few brothers, JoJo Capone and my brother Promise, that I've dealt with over the years. But let's expand the growth and lock in so we can all share each other resources, man, and educate one another, because even on this phone now, it's growth. I got my comrade who's from
Whoa, termites can eat a pound of wood a day.
Same Crip who called me with the brother on the phone from up top who got you on the phone. So it's even working now. This is how it's supposed to work. Right. Give myself a plug. I'm James Hoskins. I'm the director of Projects and Violence Prevention Program right now today. Now let me ask you a question. Have you spoken to Larry Hoover since your incident? Have you guys ever ran into each other? Since basketball almost every day.
Why are you trying to act like it's a situation between him and Larry Hoover? It's not a situation between him and Larry Hoover no more than that. That's not what's going on. It's not a situation between him and Larry Hoover no more than that.
Yeah. So you did time with him in jail, and every time you got a chance through his right window, whatever, I did negligence, and I also had the privilege to talk to him since he's been locked down. There it goes there.
So, not only did he shoot Larry Hoover because they was coming to rush him, he did his time, maxed out, right? Now he doubles back and lets it be known the man I was his op did not tell on him. He could have let the lie live. Now he lets us know he has an organization in Chicago helping the youth, helping the community, and him and Larry Hoover ran into each other in the penitentiary in the later years. And how did they deal with it? they played basketball together against each other. And since he's been home, he has spoken to Larry Hoover on the phone. So face to face, wasn't no more violence. Larry probably realized, nigga, we was coming to get you and you did what you had to do. And now, all these years later, because they kept their friendship and their respect intact, this man, he didn't have to do nothing. He's 70-something too. He could have laid back. This man found a way through my comrade, Big Faye from Long Beach Insane, to get a hold of me, that try to clear, not to try to clear Mr. Hoover's name. Let's keep it going. Don't get no better than that. Man, I appreciate your time, Big Faye. I appreciate you as always, comrade. And I tell a lot of y'all, I met Big Faye on the battlefield. We met fighting each other. Our crews fighting each other. We've grown to what we grow to right now today. So I urge everybody, hey, listen, man, don't just see the wrong in somebody. Look for the good in somebody. Have a conversation with them, and you never know what it might lead to. And now it's been shit, babe. Would have been damn near, I don't know, 20 years later. Let me say something else while I get off this. It's amazing how black people can take one wrong and don't remember all the good. If you got a brother who has been so instrumental in the change of so many lives, even if he hadn't. It's crazy that this nigga Wack that put out a rumor to clean it up. He put out a rumor, but he's cleaning it up. He's like, yo, I'm gonna be on this side. Let me clean it up. I'm gonna be cleaning it up. No, I'm not going against Larry Hoover. I'm gonna be cleaning up all the rumors against him. But I'm the one who actually leaked it. Made a statement in 1968 when he was 18 years old. How do that affect the things that we done accomplished from that day all the way to today? Well, the world we live in, and I told somebody this. I told him this about gangbanging. I said, listen, here's the downfall to that. You can do a million things right. The minute you do that one thing wrong, it offsets everything. And this is why I tell the kids it is not a good investment of time to go in that direction. It just doesn't make sense, but that's what that is. So with us doing what we're doing, our children, grandchildren, family members, we're teaching them to go another way. Eventually, it will phase out. You know what I mean? Eventually, it will phase itself out. And long as conversations, as long as the relationships and these type of conversations are happening amongst us, right, across the globe, it ain't got no choice but to phase out, because we're going to be the one to make the final decision anyway. And we probably need to start having these conversations about some of these old-ass rules that was put in place by somebody that was in the 8th grade with a 5th grade read level. It's a fact. You know what I mean? Because what it stood for and what it was ain't what it is today. Hey, Wack, let me interject this while we talk about that. His whole vision and the reason. You're trying to clear it up and trying to make it, oh, we got to change rules and shit like that. I bet you are trying to change the rules, GG. And they cheating him is because he wants all of us as black people to do what the Chinese are doing. They shop with each other. They enrich each other. They don't buy toys. They don't buy $300,000-$400,000 checks. They enrich each other. That's his vision.
Every production line is powered by pros. The part we play.
Now, because we make up 16% of the population in the United States, but we're the #1 in spending in Congress. So if we stand just with us, and that's his vision, he done touched millions and millions of lives. We got people that he done put through law school. That's his vision for us to unite and stop attacking each other. That's why they're keeping them locked up. Well, listen, I do know this. I do know this. Shout out to Kanye. A lot of people scrutinized him when he put that damn MAGA hat on that years ago. And I talked to Kanye and he said, brother, I'm doing this trying to position something for Larry Hoover to be able to come home. Right? It may have took some time, but we see the federal thing has been wiped away. Now he's in the state. You know, I'm telling people the 200 years, I see it, but the brother has 52 years in. I do know the last time I thought I heard he had a board date of 2028, but even so, before then, we need to start the petitions now. We need the letters of those families. We need those families who know their sons and daughters and nieces.
Nah, more or less the data. He's seeing more or less. He's seeing the people, the righteous. He's seeing the righteous people, the data, the angels and the angels in the alpha, the data, all the righteous people, the data coming at him, the data like, yo, the data, that ain't the way to go. The data, people gonna like him, like you better, the data. If you over here, the data, doing better, the data, doing better. You fix your soul by you doing better than data. You know what I'm saying? So. I'm saying maybe he could smile a little bit better, but at the end of the day, you can't make something up, and then trying to clean it up. That's like you just gonna start from where you left off, You know what I'm saying? You ain't do nothing right. You know what I'm saying?
And nephews who took a different turn because Larry Hoover started screaming growth and development instead of the other thing, and they were able to say, you know what, I'm going to go another way. We need those letters. We need emails. We need blog sites. We need things set up so people can send these things into. They've set up a petition for Tory Lanez. Shout out Tory Lanez. We need
Wack's the type of dude that he's creating fires. He's going to create a fire and then put it out. Did he help? I mean, it's still going to leave a stain. You know what I'm saying? So that's what he is. Jake, and then the 1090 Jake dude, he's different too. He's a whole different type of individual. GG. We gotta stay more aware than ever.
To Governor Pritzker, I believe that if Mr. Hoover were to be released, I think he would do more good than we could even imagine about bad. This is a human being who has sit in those walls, changed his mind, his mentality, his focus, and he can come out here and he can say things to our young people that would change their lives. OG, 2 letters that define respect. I created the original OGs to document the forgotten parts of a special announcement and a special conversation. Me and my man Gator Bradley. This is my man, 100 grand, man. How you doing, man? You dig?
Ain't no joke about that.
Hey, look, man. The big news about Larry, we know he's been commuted. You know, we had this conversation maybe a year ago, and we were talking about how we could assist and aid Mr. Hoover in transitioning and coming back home. Now we're in a space where Trump has just commuted him and he has to come back to Illinois. Now we're facing a situation with Governor Pritzker. I know that's your man.
Yeah.
What does his chances look like?
I'll put it this way. I'm going to keep it simple so your viewing noise can understand about me being an urban translator.
Yes, sir.
That question was asked from various medias that was coming to me. And I told them this. Mandela had ANC. And they put Mandela and his members from the ANC on an island, breaking these rocks, knowing that the sulfur or the fumes of those rocks was meant to kill them.
Exactly.
And yet God let him get free because he had to let the world know he wasn't going to be about the old ANC that was been dealing with the violence and doing all that.
Right.
What was Mandela's wife's name? He scratched their head.
Wow.
And I say, Wendy.
Wendy Mandela.
I say, and Larry. He put it out to the world to know, no longer call me the chairman. I'm not with the gangster disciple no more. And we talked about that.
Yes, sir.
A year ago.
Yes, sir.
He come out publicly. He was in an institution where he couldn't even say gangs. He couldn't even say I want to send a message from the institution to tell the gangs, stop the violence.
Exactly.
They say, if you mention gangs or anything about gangs, we going to make the punishment more.
We don't want to hear nothing about you trying
Yet
to
he was
communicate,
able
period.
to lay it out through the court system, his message, and let it be known, because the prosecutors and the judge wanted him to tell the gangs or the people to get out the gangs. And he let them know, I can mention it here, but they won't allow me to mention the word gangs and institution.
Bam.
Amy's not at work. She's on Get Your Guide.
This. That was a wonderful thing that Trump did. People say it should have been done with Barack Obama, where God said it wasn't time for it to happen.
And white folks said it wasn't time.
People said Trump didn't do it the first time. Well, it wasn't right by God for it to happen.
Hello.
Biden didn't do it when it was his turn, but Biden did free Shorty G, gave him a pardon. So it comes back to Trump. He's the president, and he gets it.
Bang.
And he pardoned him. Still by God's mercy.
Amen.
And I'm saying that to say this to your viewing audience. What's Larry Hoover's wife's name?
Wendy. So here we go.
So here we are. To your viewing audience, and me and you talk about it, over cigars and
yes, sir.
And the thing is this. We're asking everyone to say to God be the glory and to let it be known that we all are praying that God touch Governor J.B. Pritzker's heart and soul and allow him to come into the righteous spirit and pardon Larry Hoover.
Oh, without a doubt, brother.
Because you and I talking like we talking and like we walking.
Amen, like we always do.
I'm saying this. Any article that you see that said what has transpired with Larry Hoover, I'm asking you to take that piece and I'm asking you to put it through your social media network, but this the message that you put with it. To God be the glory.
Yes, sir.
We are praying.
Look at those ain't what you trying to say that I understand you, but those ain't the friends that Larry has now. You see, this is Larry who are friends that the reverends and the politics, well not the politics and the people that are good people you're saying down to earth people and this is the people and this is who he's going and this is who he is he's a different type of person, Gigi. I'm saying that trying to help the youth.
To God, to touch the heart and the soul of Governor J.B. Pritzker in the name of redemption, in the name of humanity, in the name of fairness, so that Governor J.B. Pritzker can pardon Larry Hoover.
Yes, sir. Interesting. Because we want to communicate with people that we are God-fearing people.
Mm-hmm.
This is the original gentleman.
Mm-hmm.
Just about everybody that sits here have been down that road of a gangster.
Ain't no question.
But we have humbled ourselves. We're back in a space where we put God first.
Mm-hmm.
Let's make no mistake about that.
That's right.
Let's make no mistake about that. But, hey, brother, we support you. We're praying for you, man. Like Gator said, man, hey, to God be the glory, brother, and he send you home. We here for you.
Ain't no question.
Now, there's something else going on here we want to talk about right quick. Your doctorate's degree.
Yes, sir.
When are we going to receive that?
Amen. On June the 20th. And I'm going to get the flyer to you or whatever it is. But June the 20th, my pastor and your buddy, Chief Apostle William McCoy, from the Brothers Keepers Church.
Yes, sir.
And organization I pay.
Yes, sir.
Okay. June 20th, I would officially, ceremonially,
yes, sir,
become Reverend Doctor.
Oh, yes, sir.
Gator Brown.
Yes, sir.
I'm headstrong about God's mercy and grace, and I share this with everybody. Has been doing it since 1991.
Yes, sir.
God gave Larry a vision. He gave us all vision.
Yes, sir.
But he gave Larry Hoover a vision.
Yes, sir.
It's because he realized the multitude of people that he had influenced, whether he wanted to or not.
Yes, sir.
And I put it in his spirit that it was time to transform.
Yes, sir.
You know what I mean?
Oh, exactly.
Not being accredited by a man to be transformed.
Yes, sir.
In that spirit. And it went from gangster disciple to growth and development, from a negative to a positive.
Yes, sir.
So when the brothers and the sisters, and especially that guy Ronald Safer,
Itch, scratch, must not itch.
Stop the itch sanity with Cortisone 10 for bug bites, poison ivy, and
that keep talking, I can't believe Larry out, like he's greater than thou. But if you Google the appeal of Larry Hoover's case,
yes, sir,
and you see the wrong that Ronald Safer did, to the point that one of the appellate court judges showed the wrong things that he did. He didn't seal the tapes. He didn't do all the right things. So he walk around and he talks so like he's so. But the focus is this, not the battle with Safer.
Hello.
President Trump did the right thing because there's levels to this.
Yes, sir.
Whether the court gave him what Trump just gave him, it had to come from the federal.
Exactly.
First.
Exactly.
Okay. It couldn't come from the governor first.
Start at the top.
Get right. And I'm saying that, Brother Rick, so your viewing audience can understand. As powerful as Trump is, and he is the president.
Don't forget that.
But there's a system that he has to adhere to. With all the power that he has, he can't even give himself a pardon because it's a state charge and only the governor of New York can give him a pardon. Same thing here.
Imagine that.
Just the education of what it is. And I'm speaking about it as an urban translator.
Yes, sir.
I got a pardon.
Hello.
With that being known about the process.
Exactly.
You always ask the question, how can Larry do what he can do? The power, in my opinion, of the OGs.
Yes, sir.
Is letting individuals, not just in Chicago, but around the world.
Thank you.
It's crazy that so you would think that Donald Trump don't want the world to be a better place, but he understands that these people is changed, they got influence enough to change people, and they want the communities to be better than that. And would it be a good thing if Larry was out? Would he bring more positivity than negativity? Yeah, of course he will.
Understand the responsibility that we all have, because finally we have a show that tells our story.
Hello. Doing our thing and keeping God first.
Right. And the thing is this, man.
Maria.
But so Larry's going. He's a consensual kid to bring a positivity to the neighborhoods but they don't want unity. They want everybody to be separated.
To the process that can work and may already be working, because Governor J.B. Pritzker What made me go with him before anybody else went with him,
Hello.
and was with him for the re-election was because of what he was doing for the wrongfully convicted and the unjust.
Hello. My man.
You hear me?
Yes, sir.
And you know,
oh yes,
I was a walking billboard. Had
Yes,
a
sir.
picture of me and him.
Yes, sir.
Elect J.B. Pritzker, but at the bottom it said, "To God be the glory."
Yes, sir. As we say, what no
And-
shame in your game.
None. And I'm letting your viewing audience know, because Rick, we always say at the end of the day, it's we the people.
Hey, without a doubt.
And we the people, like I tell everybody, they better listen. They tune in
Believe that.
to the OG. Seeing you interviewing Walter, and you're going to interview the mayor, you're going to interview the people that want to be the governor.
Yes, sir. Mr.
Because-
Pritzker.
Right.
We here for you.
We all got to stay prayerful. It works. And whether I got on a tie or ascot or my collar, and again, I'm saying, whatever story that you pick, Google it, you're going to find out almost 1,000 stories of Larry Hoover since it's being commuted by President Trump. And what you're going to hear is they're going to say, it's still got to be finished by the governor of Illinois.
Hello.
J.B. Pritzker. Put that prayer out there like that. That way it transcends the politics.
You know, I'll say this respectfully to Governor Pritzker. I believe that if Mr. Hoover were to be released, I think he would do more good than we could even imagine about bad. This is a human being who has sit in those walls, changed his mind, his mentality, his focus.
You better listen.
And he can come out here.
Summer's here, so park yourself and turn up the.
They don't want positivity, Dandara. They don't want positivity.
Out here. And he can say things to our young people that would change their lives. He has that much weight, you know, in a positive sense. I don't believe for 1 minute that Mr. Hoover plans to come out here and participate in any foolishness whatsoever.
None.
You know.
Why would he, Dandara? Why would he? So let's get the governor, the governor of Chicago, to pot him, the old man, That's a fact. Because we got people like 1090 Jake who don't really know something. No, nothing like that, who just plainly just saying wild allegations.
Jake has taken his obsession with the GDs and BDs to a new level after he drops a video accusing Larry Hoover of being a snitch, taking a completely different approach from his usual approach. This time, 1090 Jake doesn't produce any paperwork. The only thing he has to support this claim is a newspaper article that's allegedly over 50 years old. To be completely honest, in my opinion, it doesn't matter whether Larry told in the 60s or whatever, because he has served about 50 years in prison. I'm pretty sure he could have sold out a lot of other guys for the opportunity to get freedom, at least attempted to, with maybe some murder cases or something, but he sat down and did his time. Now, what I want you all to focus on is the fact that even though Larry Hoover being released is a new thing, it demonstrates 1090 Jake's continued mission as I almost want to call him co-intel pro. And the reason why I say this is because I believe he is trying to incite members. He's trying to incite growth and development members, GD members, whatever you want to call them, to begin attacking him personally, even if not physically, just to demonstrate the type of influence that Larry Hoover has. The government has consistently claimed that Larry is a threat to society. His influence makes him a threat to society. And, you know, what better way to prove that than to send somebody like 1090 Jake in to incite a riot amongst the masses by calling Larry a snitch. We've seen 1090 Jake attempt to further this agenda, this beef that he has with the GDs over the years. One example being the King Yella situation where he put out the paperwork accusing King Yella of snitching on 600 Breezy and Lil Durk and all of these other guys. And in my opinion, it's pretty obvious that Jake, in an attempt to further his relationship with Lil Durk and possibly get a shout out like he did, he's been using his platform to defame the GDs. In order to help you better understand why I'm saying this, I'm going to play a few clips for y'all and break them down. Over the years, we've heard 1090 Jake speak on this thing called a TOH in the Florida youth prisons, or a test of heart. We've also seen articles about this where they have alleged that these brutal initiation style attacks have resulted in inmates needing to be stitched up or have surgeries, and in some cases, even death. Well, in one old interview, 1090 Jake, wow, I guess trying to sound cool or hip or tough, let it come out of his mouth that he was actually TOH'd by a GD, and that the end result was him having bruises and blood pockets all under his skin. Now, as I said before, he tries to make this sound cool, but me as a man who's been to prison, I've never known for it to be cool for guys to smack you in the mouth until your mouth is...
That's not a righteous individual, when you bring in your personal vendetta, it has nothing to do with the old man, it has nothing to do with the old man, but you're gonna bring your own personal vendetta, because some other people from a whole nother state that has something against this unto you, that has nothing to do with the old man, that's different.
Was bleeding, or punch you and beat on your body until you can actually see the blood forming under your skin, unless it's some sort of violation.
But I locked down with Bone, the GD, and the cut, and Bone was like, hey, bro, you got to get your TOH. I'm talking about, bro, we go at it for like 2 seconds. Bone had me yoked up like this. I can't move. I'm laid out on the floor, stretched out, beating that shit. I'm talking about the whole time we were locked down, though. So, you know, this is like 30 minutes or an hour. So when I came out, I'm talking about my whole stomach, ribs, and chest. Like, you can see all the blood under my skin busted up. He was like, you gonna break it off? You gonna break it off?
And then there is the issue of Jake claiming that he got his face cut for refusing to tie flags with the GDs or align himself with the GDs, even though that's what the Bloods were doing. But at the end of the day, it's another example of him having something done to him as a result of an issue with the GDs.
The GDs were the ones that approached me. So they're like, oh, you know, we're tie flags. I'm like, no, not who the fuck is that? Oh, nah, we're on this shit over here, da-da-da. Your brother's in the cell right there.
As Jake gets further into this story, he acknowledges that the GDs were not targeting him, but were actually trying to embrace him. But coming from the Midwest, I gotta say, I've seen over the years since this drill music thing started and the BDs became more popular, a lot of these influencers, bloggers, even rappers themselves try to pick sides in this situation. And Jake made it obvious to me that that's what he was doing when he started telling this story. And miraculously, he got this issue with the GDs, but there's a BD that happens to be on deck to ride with him.
He blood. If you got a problem with that, and he turns to the cell block and he yells out, I got $50 on his head in canteen right now. So you just put a hit out on me in front of everybody. So I yell out, who gonna take the hit? Because I got a razor on me. The second you get here, you get a razor. And I know they're strapped up because they've been here. Nobody says nothing. So it was the next day. We went to chow, we showered, we came back, nothing happened. It was the next day, the very next day, when we're going to chow. The doors pop, I come out. There was someone with me from Sumter. He's a BD, a black disciple. Usually the GDs and the BDs, they're tied flags. He didn't like none of the GDs here. He thought they were all soft. We got cool because he was actually in the room with the head of NPR at Sumter, and they were close. So me and him got cool on the ride over. So dude told me, you know, the night before this happened, he's like, yo, I got your back. So I at least had one person that had my back, you know what I mean?
These are just two examples of quote unquote bad encounters that 1090 Jake has had with the GDs in his past lifetime. When you take all of this into consideration and couple it with the fact that 1090 Jake has clearly used his platform to bolster people like Dirk, while at the same time take down people like King Yella, who is a quote unquote op just because he is a GD, it's obvious that he's using his platform as a tool to tarnish and defame the GDs. This is in my opinion. It's obvious. Coming from East St. Louis and having served over 10 years in the Illinois Department of Corrections, I'm familiar with a lot of these guys and people from their neighborhoods on both sides. And I'm familiar with being cool with people from both sides and knowing how to stay in my lane.
You hear the call, and the leaves rustling.
Stay in my lane and let my business be my business. There are a lot of fans and people across the world who seriously believe that they are OTF or FBG and are picking sides in these situations. FBG Duck has even done interviews where he has spoken about music industry artists and producers not wanting to work with him because he's a GD and they feel like it would hurt their relationship with Dirk. And at the end of the day, I view 1090 Jake as one of those types of people. He is attempting to insert himself into that beef, but he's also attempting to attach himself to Larry Hoover's legacy by gaining some notoriety, I guess, as the person who exposed Larry Hoover as being a snitch. While I do see it as disrespectful because he hasn't produced any legal court documents, at the same time, I understand that 1090 Jake is just trying to attach himself to Larry. The commutation of Mr. Hoover's federal life sentence by President Donald Trump has made headlines, not just in America, but all over the world. This is a big worldwide national story. And 1090 Jake is, you know, he's trying to latch on. He's trying to make his name be a part of the next chapter of Larry Hoover's life. But at the same time, like I said, this is one of those COINTELPRO type of things in my mind, because we know that he will cooperate with authorities. We see that. We see that he will go under the guise of being a gang member to get information. So I believe that he's just trying to incite the people, hoping that maybe he can get some threats or that somebody who is directly affiliated with Larry will reach out to him. That's why he said, if you ain't Larry Hoover's son, nephew, cousin, brother, or somebody from the 60s or 70s, he's looking for somebody with a direct connection to Larry Hoover to reach out to him and try to correct that narrative.
Yeah, right. Like, who is he to be correcting that? We ain't gonna you correct your own narratives. How about that, buddy? Like, you correct your own narrative with BG, you gonna correct your own narrative.
Or have anything to say to him so he can document it, whether it's through making another video and saying, hey, I talked to Larry's son and he said that wasn't true. We had it wrong. or he can get.
He think Larry, he think the old man's like some type of artist or something like that. Some type of artist. Like, there's levels to this. The daughter, like, what you talk about? Ain't nobody you ain't gonna talk to none of them, the daughter, to correct this. You're gonna correct this because you know to correct it.
An original member to come forward and give him an interview, and he can question about how things were back in those days. He's chasing content. So again, my advice would be to just, disregard it. Hey, we see it, we acknowledge it, it's false information, keep it moving. At this point, Larry has already denounced his gang ties. And this is why, while I'm saying this is why I know that 1090 Jake was fronting with this whole I'm no longer a blood thing, because Larry has denounced his gang ties. And instead of allowing this man to move past his past and his history as a gang member, you go back and come with something from 60 years ago talking about he a snitch, which it shouldn't matter if he has said, hey, I've grown past that part of my life, because at the end of the day, everything comes with the game. Snitching, robbing, stealing, killing, it all comes with a criminal lifestyle. There are all different types of criminals, and they all have different fetishes and things that they like to do. So there is no need for this other than to be trying to incite some type of, dysfunction or mass uproar. He wants everybody to get upset with him. That sends people to his videos and in traffic. Again, I just wanted to break down to y'all why 1090 Jake is doing what he's doing.
I mean, it makes perfect sense, GG. It makes perfect sense. He got little personal vendettas and whatnot. And that's not cool, bro. And no one's gonna go and clean up the situations that you make for yourself, bro. Like that's God's work on your work, bro. You gonna have to clean that up.
The time for us to put down the Donald Goines books. We must not be afraid to change and develop. This was a memo sent out by Larry Hoover, transforming his organization from the Gangster Disciples to Growth and Development. I just read a huge, long government report. It was a report from like the National Gang Center in the aftermath of Larry Hoover's and the other 38 GD's 1997 convictions for Operation Headache, which his sentence was just commuted for. So all this stuff we're going to talk about, he's served his time for. These were the federal crimes that put him in Florence 80X, and that's over now.
Next tonight, we are going to revisit one of the most dangerous new criminal organizations in the country. When we first reported on a street gang called the Gangster Disciples last year, they were terrorizing entire neighborhoods in the city of Chicago. They were making a fortune peddling illegal drugs, and they were putting their manpower behind local politicians they favored. We're coming back to them tonight because their ambition is larger. The Gangster Disciples of Chicago have gone national.
Fascinating.
Game of Thrones King's Road is now available for both PC and mobile with Google Play Games. Explore the game.
Fascinating. The Chicago gang history is probably the most fascinating of all because it involves politics and etc.
The gangsters, when they come down here from Chicago, they come with the money, the protection, the security.
Gang members become so loyal, some tattoo themselves with the gangster pitchfork. They follow bylaws calling for allegiance to Gangster City, Chicago, and to the Gangster Disciple chairman, a convicted Chicago murderer named Larry Hoover.
Now, I'm going to hit you with a lie from King Von. Just got some top from a stripper chick. She from Kankakee. Just bought a Glock with a ruler clip. Boy, don't play with me. Now, Kankakee, I guess, is a suburb or something very near to Chicago. It was also the site not only of a place where King Von met a young lady who filleted him in exchange for reefers purchased on O Block. It had a farm where in 1993, 10,000 members of the Growth and Development were bused to from the city. And they had like a party, meeting, picnic, 10,000 people. This is documented, of course, the feds are taking pictures.
Convicted murderer Larry Hoover. He discussed his plans to acquire political power in a monitored telephone conversation 2 years ago.
The vote is the most important. What they see more than anything is our political power. All we have to do is put our program together, follow our program. That's my main focus right there. And stop these kids from hurting each other out there.
In Chicago last fall, a march to protest school problems surprised the political establishment by rallying thousands of young people in the city streets. Many of those marchers were gang members because the political organization that sponsored the rally, 21st Century Vote, has deep ties to a criminal street gang, the Gangster Disciple Nation.
Larry Hoover called in. Remember, this time he was still in the Illinois State Prison. He didn't go to the feds till they grabbed him in 95 and held him in federal custody and then sent him to Florence in 97. Larry Hoover called in and they played his voice over, I don't know, some type of megaphone or something. In the year before that, in 92, they had a similar thing with 5,000 people. But so 93, probably the peak year, 93, 94, the peak year of the GD's power. Now, as you can see from these news stories in 95, there was a real full court press by the federal government to paint the Gangster Disciples as extremely dangerous. In fact, in government reports, they call them the largest gang of the 20th century, the largest organized crime group of the 20th century.
They say the Gangster Disciples have chapters and affiliates in over 150 cities, from Topeka, Kansas to Orlando, Florida.
They are many, many times larger than the mafia. They are the new mafia. They are the mafia of the future.
If they say it's political, we can't investigate.
That's because Chicago police ran into trouble here in the 1960s for spying on the anti-war and Black Power movement. After that, the court severely restricted police investigations of political groups. And when Gangster Disciples meet members of 21st Century Vote, they are a political group.
You know, we're moving into a new era, man. Totally political.
And in this Gangster Disciple meeting, secretly taped by state police during a narcotics investigation, a gang lieutenant tells gang members politics is now a top priority.
You know, we're trying to put people in office, man, to where it's going to benefit us. We're trying to take people out of office, you know, to where it's hurting us.
We're in a catch-22 situation, and the street gang is well aware that they know very well that all they got to do is close their front door, and they put us out of business.
Of course, you have to take all that stuff with a grain of salt, but why? Let's go back to why Larry Hoover has been kept in prison 52 years, and he still is there. Of course, as we know, his federal term, which he's served almost 30 years for, Donald Trump said you've served enough time, so his sentence is finished. He's going to go back to Illinois. Illinois, as recently as 2 years ago, the Illinois parole board voted to deny his parole by like a 9-1 vote. Of course, he got locked up in 1973 for a homicide involving drugs. I talk about that in another story. So he goes to prison in 73. By 78, he's thought to have a lot of power. The GDs are growing. Once he gets to his 150 to 250 year sentence, he's organizing in the prison. But the government has all.
Hey, Rhode Island, keep it real with the all-new Valley Bet Casino app. Play table games with real dealers for real money, plus all your favorite slots.
He's organizing in the prison, but the government has all these memos he was sending out, all from the basically the early 80s on until the federal indictment, and they're very interesting. Maybe I'll do another story where I read some of them, but they're not criminal. I mean, they really are about like Dakota said at the beginning, people need to learn trades, learn how to read, get a job while you're in prison, go to school. And he really did see himself transforming, taking all these primarily black males from lower income neighborhoods, many of whom had dropped out of high school, and getting them to educate themselves and then becoming a political force. And I think a lot of his intentions were good. I think because he went to prison so young at 22 and didn't really, you can be very smart, but if you lack the experience in the real world, you just don't realize like that. Him organizing, 20, 30, 40,000 black males in, Illinois, the Chicago region to be involved in politics, even if his intentions were for them to become productive citizens, to the mainstream politicians, it sounded like a frightening prospect.
How are you doing?
Hi.
My name's Dwayne Harris, and I'm from 21st Century Vote.
Some respected community groups have also accepted 21st Century Vote's claim that its primary purpose is to serve the community.
Would you like to register?
But police insist just the opposite is true. Gang investigators have told ABC News they are convinced the 21st Century Vote political organization was created primarily to protect and expand the power and influence of the gangster disciples. In fact, they say it was here at the Vienna State Prison in Illinois that the 21st Century Vote political committee was conceived by the acknowledged leader of the gangster disciples, the kids Hoover referred to gang members involved in a vicious gang war. Hoover had publicly called for a gangland truce, but the Chicago gang war has actually escalated. Gang-related killings are up 150% over this time last year. And much of the violence, according to police, stems from the gangster disciples' own drug dealing activity, which they say Hoover himself continues to control.
Larry Hoover is still directing the criminal activities of the Gangster Disciple Street Gang from his prison cell. Those activities include extortion, drug dealing, and...
Damn, that's crazy, the data. They got the people from Public Enemy up here.
violent crimes.
And his power really got kicked in 1978, and it's hard to, there's some newspaper articles about this, and Benny Lee, I gotta find the interview. Benny Lee, one of the Vice Lord 5-star Supreme Elite, he was part of this too. There was 3 prison guards were killed at the Pontiac prison in Illinois, and 18 people eventually were tried. The Pontiac 18, I think a couple of them became informants, and it was maybe the Pontiac 15. But long story short, it was members of pretty much every black gang. And they were saying that Larry Hoover orchestrated it to show his power. Now, he and the other 17 or 14, whichever it was, people, they ended up going on trial. And of course, they were held in isolation, and this went on for years. And when one law enforcement gets killed, law enforcement, I mean, like people would do, they want their revenge. Well, there were 3 killed, but they couldn't convict. Nobody was convicted. So this is when, so then in 81, a memo goes out from Hoover. And remember, these are things, he's writing them. They're being Xeroxed in the prison library and then sent to other prisons to Xerox them. So there's hundreds or thousands of copies of these are floating around. So of course the police, the administration was getting copies of these, and they were being forwarded to the FBI. But in 81, as he started to create what he was calling growth and development instead of the GDs, one of the directives was don't attack staff, don't bother the staff, follow the rules, so this is, well, anyway, so follow the rules, don't attack the staff. And so he had gone from being in, super isolated custody when he was facing the part of the conspiracy of killing the 3 guards. They all beat that. He's still in maximum security. He's considered the gang leader. This is the time when the whole people folk thing was formed. 78, 79, 80 was formed in prison. So you had the GDs were the main group on one side, and then the Almighty Black Peace Stone Nation and the Vice Lords were the people on the other side, and then there were white and Hispanic gangs that were on tied in on either side. And then it filtered out to the street. But that was a prison thing, and according to the police intelligence or what the feds thought, Hoover was already. That's why he was probably targeted. He was thought to be this big power in prison, and then he's already by 81. He's talking about put down the Donald Goines books, learn a trade. We have to get involved in politics. So early on, he was politicized and saw that, you know, he had the attention of all these, you know, well, young guys, middle-aged guys. I guess probably were mostly young back then. And that he should try to do something productive with it. And he also brought the level of, well, if you believe he had all this say-so, he brought the level of violence against guards down in the prison system. So he was rewarded by being moved to the lower security prison. Even though he was doing all that time, he was considered a gang leader. He gets moved to the prison that was in Vienna, Illinois. That's the footage you see where he's walking around in his own clothes and he's being interviewed in his own clothes. And you think, is he out? No, he was at the Vienna prison where it was a medium security. He was, some people say he was seen having meetings with the head of the IDOC, the Illinois Department of Correction, where they were kind of jointly running the Illinois Department of Correction. And so there's all these directives that's coming out from him all during the 80s about this growth and development. They're mostly don't seem to be criminal in nature. They're really about, but he's mentioning politics a lot and turning all these guys into a political force, which the powers to be, I mean, of course, the white political power structure certainly doesn't want, 30,000 young male political workers knocking on doors and telling people who to vote for. But also, during most of that time, when did Harold Washington become? Chicago got a black mayor. I mean, none of the
Personalized tech solutions designed to match every business.
Here's how.
Now does this look even more like a, you know what I'm saying, like a monster? I mean, that's what they do, that's what they do, the GG. But if he was locked up since he was 22, that's crazy.
Traditional political power structure would want a new power to arise, an unpredictable power that was heavily influenced by a single guy. So I'm sure this is at the point where it's like, yeah, he has power. He's keeping the guards safe in the Illinois Department of Correction, but the politicians are looking at him like, because he started coming up for parole in like 83.
It is the profit potential in the illegal drug trade that has transformed the gangs into the nation's newest organized crime syndicates. And Chicago's gangster disciples are among the most aggressive. Not content with the drug business netting them $500 million a year, they're after more. According to the FBI, the gangster disciples have already set up new gang franchises in 150 cities across the country. They target cities with access to the interstate highways, which give them an easy way to transport drugs. Cities like Springfield, Missouri, on Interstate 44. 16 Chicago gangster disciples were arrested there this fall, their weapons confiscated, charged with drug dealing.
This is not the end of the problem. We have to keep going, otherwise this thing will consume our city.
On Interstate 25, Colorado Springs, gang conflicts here escalated after the gangster disciples moved in last year competing for drug turf. There have been 30 shootings here since August.
All right, put your hand, come up here.
The gang also looks for cities where police are not ready for them.
They study the market. Well, the size of the police force. How are they trained? How are their investigators? They do a good analysis of the area. Organized crime always does that.
In Mobile, police have recently stepped up patrols and other efforts to slow gang growth.
We got a warrant for you.
Still, the gangs remain a powerful.
Gigi, you seen the map? The map was, they everywhere. The data.
Powerful draw.
And he also probably overplayed his hand where, like, when he started coming up for parole, he had all these petitions would be turned in for him. He had criminal justice professors, testifying for him and in front of the parole board. And you can see that more recently when, the people saying, oh, if Hoover got out, could he control the violence in Chicago? Now, that's one of those things on his first surface, you would think, oh, well, that's good. You have a guy that could tell the gang members whether you believe that's true or not. But then if you think about it, if you're a politician or police or something, the idea that there's some guy that can raise and lower the murder rate in Chicago on his orders, they don't want that guy out. They don't want him. They want to depower him, not empower him. So I think he too soon he presented himself as this political power player, but he was still under their thumb. He's still in prison. He's still subject to be not paroled, which is what happened. So he could have got out by like 83.
We're moving into a new era, man. Totally political, man.
And in this gangster disciple meeting, secretly taped by state police during a narcotics investigation, a gang lieutenant tells gang members politics is now a top priority.
We're trying to put people in office, man, to where it's going to benefit us. We're trying to take people out of office, to where it's hurting us.
Police also charge the gang is using 21st Century Vote to get its leader, Larry Hoover, out of prison. This letter on 21st Century Vote letterhead was sent to the Illinois Parole Board in support of Hoover's release. And longtime gang investigators like Chicago's Bob Dart are convinced the gangster disciples are using 21st Century Vote as a cover to shield their criminal activities from police scrutiny.
Because back in the 70s, people would get all these crazy set 100 years, 200 years and get paroled in 10 years. That was kind of, or you could. For example, in speaking of Chicago, in the Fluky Stokes case, one of his hitmen had been killed a cop in like a armored car heist and only did like 10 years or something. So Hoover was probably thinking he was going to get out. But between the Pontiac prison thing and they're getting copies of all these directives he's giving, even though they seem to be positive in nature, is still showing him to have all this power, which they didn't like. And then they start calling the gangster disciples as you get into the late 80s, even though they're calling it growth and development, the biggest gang, the biggest crime group the country's ever seen. Now we get into the early 90s, and this is the peak of the power that led up to what his indictment was, which again is what his sentence is commuted for. So all this stuff we're talking about, he has served his time for. He only has left. He's serving a sentence now for the 1973 murder, of which he's done 52 years for. So, so this is all just of historical interest and probably why there's still, but the guy's 74 years old now. I should let him out. He's no way he wants to be a gang leader or be involved in crime, obviously, at this point. But anyway, so I think he saw it as his responsibility because he had this power to try to bring, again, the all these men, black men, that were cycling in and out of prisons that he had some influence over into something positive. And now you see on the internet now, you'll see these things about the Crips and the GDs were allied, and the Bloods and the Vice Lords and the riding the 5, and we're under the 6. And like, is that just some goofy internet thing that kids made up or something? But again, the federal government has documents and took photos of meetings of in 93. Hoover was able to have I don't know the details. It'd be interesting to know more details, but Crips from different parts of the country come to Chicago, and there was an alliance made that the Crips and the GDs. Now, you would think, well, what the hell do the Crips and the GDs need to be in an alliance for? Well, in LA, they don't, or in Chicago, they don't, but America's a giant city. There's all these cities where you had both groups at, and you had blood, all these gangs from the big cities are, as we know, especially because a lot of times they were bringing the drugs to smaller towns, but not always. It was just people moving back. Of course, there's been this big demographic movement starting in probably the late 80s and speeding up since then, of black population leaving cities, specifically Chicago, Detroit, New York, and moving back down south. And so some of them had young guys that were gang members and brought the gangs down there, but there was also a lot of indictments of and guys from Detroit were going all over the place too. They just didn't have the gang name behind them, which was good, because having a gang name just makes it worse when you go to court. It gives the government an easier story to tell. But anyways, so in 93, they have documentation that there was this alliance between Crips and GDs, that they were supposed to work together in different cities, or not. I don't know what they were supposed to do. Let me not say that, but not be at each other's throats, not attack each other. And also in the prison system, they're interacting in the federal prison system.
These gangs are the nation's notorious Big Three. From Los Angeles, the Bloods and the Crips. And from Chicago, the Gangster Disciples, known in Mobile as Gangster Disciple Folk. Their sign, Satan's Pitchfork, is the most prominent in Mobile.
When you see that pitchfork, that's Gangster Disciples. This isn't artwork. This is saying something. This is claiming a territory.
Why would big city gangs stake out territory in Mobile, a quiet southern seaport thousands of miles away from the gangs' home cities? They want it for one reason. It is just one more market where they can sell drugs.
They ain't down to live. They ain't down to stay. They're down for money only.
In robberies and assaults, and much of this is gang related, because we had people moving in from the bigger cities, seeing a market that was available.
A very good market in small cities like Mobile, where drugs are worth more because supply is limited.
We got a couple of rocks, little ones.
Crack cocaine brings at least 3 times the money it would in big cities.
Oh, we sell dope.
And they're luring local kids to do the selling. These Mobile gang members told ABC News they were recruited by a Chicago gangster disciple who came here and fronted them drugs.
He fronted us dope, you know what I'm saying? Like, he fronted me about $200. I go sell it on the corner. I can make about $500 back.
Useful to have allies in different places. And then once they did that, then they then saw that the Vice Lords and the Black P-Stones already, of course, had the Black P-Stones here in LA. So that was an easy alliance. So the Bloods with the Vice Lords and the BPSN. So that did go on in the early 90s. Whether it goes on now, or I don't know. I'm not trying to find out, but that was a real thing at a high level, at least for some period of time. So now they're really Hoover. Now they're like, oh, this guy, he's in basically a minimum security prison, walking around in street clothes. He's getting pussy. He's doing whatever he wants. He's meeting with the head of the Illinois Department of Corrections to set policy in the prison system, according to some. And now he's calling in gang leaders of other cities to Chicago to make alliances. I bet you that they were like, oh no, this guy, we got to get this guy. He's becoming, well, going back to the 1930s, the FBI's, their primary fear before the age of terrorism. FBI always had good analysts. You can read stuff in the 30s. Their primary fear, the black population of the United States, constitutes a massive internal threat because they have been deprived of constitutional rights. They don't have the same opportunities. So they're a group of people that if they use the term Black Messiah, that's why people think they knocked off Malcolm X, that if there was some black leader that could coalesce all the frustrations and negative energies that.
It's crazy that but how is he doing all this from behind the cell? I feel like they just, you know what I'm saying, pinning a lot of stuff. They was pinning a lot of stuff on them and stuff like that. But all that's the past, GG, you know what I'm saying? That's the past of the situation.
At least some portion of the black population had towards, not necessarily individual white people, but just America, the American system, due to them not having the same opportunities, that was a tremendous danger.
With an army of 30,000 members who follow orders. And one of those orders was to show up at that political march, according to this gangster disciple member who had no idea why he was sent there.
I don't really know what the march was about, but they had us down at home. I don't ask no questions about this and what we had to go that we would do. They wanted to see a lot of people show up there. I don't know why.
But gang leaders knew they were building numbers. It was a show of political force.
And I want to make sure that everybody's registered.
Dwayne Harris, identified by police as a member of the Gangster Disciples, is also the president of 21st Century Vote. The group's plan, he says, is to use political power to improve inner city neighborhoods, gain better jobs for residents. And if gang members want to help, he says he will accept them, no questions asked.
We're trying to come up with solutions to help them turn themselves around and get involved politically, positive, and become more entrenched in the community.
The work and growing numbers of 21st Century Vote have, despite the gang's involvement, impressed a good many politicians.
If they were organized properly, they have the potential to elect people or unelect people.
One they'd like to unelect is Chicago Mayor Richard Daley.
The FBI always looked at that as, until other things like when you had 60s, when you started to have white radical groups where you had, then that was even more dangerous. If you're going to have the children of the very people that run the country are becoming radicalized, well, that's even more dangerous. But so Larry Hoover may have fallen under this potential Black Messiah after Malcolm X that they didn't want. And then come out of the crime side, so you're going to have like a Black Al Capone combined with a Malcolm X. That is not something, that the status quo was going to allow. And it's not really a surprise. I mean, looking back and knowing all this now, that they went in and got him with Operation Headache, and they kept him in Florence ADX all this time. I mean, it's amazing. I'm always amazed at the guys that don't go crazy in those type of settings. I mean, under, what is it? The Amnesty International, which is a human, large, long-tenured, well-known, well-respected international prisoner kind of rights thing. Amnesty International considers the U.S. prison system to be one of the most egregious, of the industrialized countries, the most egregious violator of people's human rights, and the solitary confinement thing is part of it. How you have people.
That's how you know people got strong minds, especially to be so positive. To be so positive. positive in that type of environment, and make positive waves, and actually come out of it, like a lot of people might not make it, but we could say that, you know what I'm saying, he ain't make it all the way, but you know what I'm saying, he's making it, A lot of people might not make it, bro, and he's one person, so you gotta clap for him, you know what I'm saying, for even getting out of that situation, because he could think to even, because when you're in that situation, you can't even think to gather your thoughts to even get your case overturned. You know what I'm saying? It's a lot of distractions inside of the penitentiary, so it's a lot of distractions, it's a lot of bad doing, there's a lot of situations going on in there, so for him to even gather his thoughts and stay focused on being free, that's beautiful. That's a beautiful thing,
Yeah, that's how it got to be two kings and two princes. Tennessee, and a brother named Old Timer was their prince.
Someone tell Kanye and Kim to just stick to the script and just tell them to free Larry Hoover.
I think I'm Big Meech. Larry Hoover. Whipping work.
So yeah, let me ask you, this record came out with Rick Ross, and he says Larry Hoover. What was your thoughts on that? Because you from the side, so when you heard this record, did you take it as disrespect, or how did you take it?
Yeah, I took it as respect. What's your feelings on?
Well, I like the fact that he kept the name alive and put him into the limelight, but I always had a problem that he said his name and then said whipping work. You know what I mean? And he's fighting for his life. So I wouldn't want him to speak on him about whipping work and him and drugs. His federal case that he's dealing with right now is a drug case.
Dad, this
You
house
mentioned
is
him in the
gorgeous.
back light. See, he knows what he's saying, GG.
To get Hoover out, because in an alternate universe, I am him.
Muted the federal sentence of Larry Hoover, founder of the Chicago street gang, the Gangster Disciples.
Family, in this video, we dive into the compelling story of Larry Hoover, a man whose life and legacy have sparked decades of debate and activism. I plan on exploring who Larry Hoover is, his roots in Chicago's South Side, and his rise of his organization, the Gangster Disciples, also known as the GDs. The focus on this video will be on understanding the circumstances that led to his arrest, the changes he faced, and why his case remained a significant point of discussion and fight for justice. Now, I want to be clear from the start. I'm not here to judge whether Larry Hoover was a good man or not. That's for each of you to decide. My role is to present the facts, examine the structure of his alleged gains, and explain how his journey, which initially aimed for community improvement, unfortunately landed him 4 life sentences. Throughout this video, we also going to highlight the sacrifices made by Hoover's family and also by influential people like J. Prince Jr., Kanye West, and even Drake, and the countless advocates who have tirelessly worked to shed light on what they believe is an unjust imprisonment. We'll examine the story from multiple angles without giving an angle, and those angles are societal, legal, and personal, to give a comprehensive view of why many see Hoover's incarceration as more than just a criminal case, but as simple as systematic issues that need addressing. Finally, we'll discuss the current efforts to seek justice for Larry Hoover, which leads us to why we're making this story today. Our current president, Donald Trump, has recently pardoned Larry Hoover within the last 24 hours. Also, he pardoned a well-known rapper from Louisiana, NBA Youngboy. So before we go over this one, I want you guys to remember, I don't give you no angle. I just give you the story. So with that being said, make sure you like, comment, and subscribe. We'll jump right to it. Larry Hoover was born in 1950 in Chicago's South Side, an area plagued by poverty, violence, and systematic neglect. Growing up amidst these hardships, Hoover became involved in the street life at a very young age, eventually founding the Gangster Disciples in the late 1970s. Originally, Hoover envisioned the organization as a community force group aimed at protecting residents from violence and providing social services, a stark contrast to how many outsiders later perceived it.
In 1969, we combined forces and we established 2 kings and 2 princes. I was very instrumental and the disciples and the gangsters coming together. When I went to jail in 1968 for failure to register a gun and unlawful use of a weapon, I met David Boxdale while I was in the House of Correction. We was at odds when we first met. After a while, he began to love me and I began to love him as my brother. When I came out of jail in '69, Hoover was the ambassador of the Stones. We had a nation meeting of the gangsters, and I said I wasn't going to be no Stone. That night, Hoover called Jeff Ford and told him that he could no longer be a Stone or ambassador of the Stone.
Wait a minute. Who called who now? Say that again.
Hoover called Jeff Ford.
Right.
And told him that he could no longer be affiliated with the Stone. And I believe he did that out of his love for me. The next day, Jeff came to 680 Green and wanted to try to straighten it out. We wouldn't hear of it. So he left with a little anger. About 6 months later, 6 or 7 months later, with me talking to Larry and me also keeping in contact with David, I had a chance to bring them together. And we sat and we decided that it would be an equal partnership. That's how it got to be 2 kings and 2 princes.
Name the 2 kings and name the 2 princes.
David Boxdale and Larry Hoover combined makes up the king of the Black Gangster Disciples. Tennessee and a brother named Old Timer was their prince, their second in charge.
His organization adopted a code of conduct, emphasizing discipline and respect, but it also became entangled in Chicago's violent drug wars. The Gangster Disciples grew rapidly, attracting both supporters and enemies. Hoover's leadership was seen as both a protector and a threat, depending on who you asked. Over the years, Hoover's name became synonymous with power, influence, and controversy. It was rumored that Larry Hoover would take taxes from anyone who sold narcotics on his territory. You had to pay. It was alleged that the money was for lawyers, firearms, protection, to pay rent, and things that helped the community. And the violence would increase when trying to take over more territory to receive more money for their narcotics. They had a distinct handshake. When someone else would claim their gain, depending on how they did their handshake, they would know if they was lying on that. But everything came crashing down for Larry Hoover in the late 1970s. Hoover's organization faced intense law enforcement scrutiny. In 1979, Hoover was arrested and charged with multiple crimes, including federal racketeering. The government painted him as a criminal mastermind behind violence and drug trafficking, leading to a series of convictions. Hoover was sentenced to multiple life terms, and his incarceration was seen by many as a blow to efforts at community reform.
Police as the leader of the state's largest and most dangerous street gang. Joni Lum is here with the latest on today's raid. Joni?
Sonia and Dave, authorities believe Larry Hoover is running an enormous gang operation from inside the Dixon Correctional Center where he is housed. Chicago, Illinois, and IRS agents carried out a federal warrant at the offices of Save the Children Promotions, looking for evidence of income tax evasion and money laundering. The 44-year-old acknowledged leader of the Black Gangster Disciples has been in prison since 1973 for a drug-related murder. At several parole hearings, he's claimed he's a changed man who is no longer violent. Today, police spent about 2 hours combing through the records of Save the Children on the South Side. They seized half a dozen cardboard boxes and file cabinets of financial records and also $7,000 in cash. Police say the charity organization has legitimate operations, but they also believe it is a front for an effort to get Hoover out of jail. Police believe that Hoover has been running drug trafficking in the city of Chicago from his jail cell, and that potential tax law violations may be a way to dismantle the gang. Police also went to the home of Hoover's wife, Wendy Jenkins, where they also just took some records. And they haven't said yet exactly what they found in those records. They found records with some amounts, but they did not find any drugs.
And this is the person tonight, Jake, trying to talk about, bro. You ain't got enough friends to be talking about this, man. This man is this is the past, GG. You know what I'm saying?
And they haven't had no charges yet.
Do a step time, not time.
it can have two effects. It can harden you, or it can make you think. And I thought, what have you thought? What are the thoughts like on a day-to-day basis? Incarceration. Well, basically, you think about preparing yourself for the future and preparing yourself for one day when you will return to the streets. If you're prepared, yes, I'm prepared. I've got employment. I want to do something for the community. I see these kids coming in here every day with 10, 20, 30, 40 years. Their life wasted.
Now, throughout the years, supporters argued that Hoover's convictions were politically motivated and that he was made the scapegoat for Chicago's violent streets. Critics, however, maintained that Hoover's organization was deeply involved in illegal activities. Over the years, Hoover's case has become a symbol of systematic issues, questions about justice, corruption, and the criminal justice system's treatment of Black leaders. Throughout the years, many figures stepped forward to advocate for Hoover's release. One of the most prominent supporters was rapper and activist Kanye West, who publicly called for clemency and highlighted the injustice of Hoover's lengthy imprisonment. Other influential voices, like Drake and Jay Prince, have also spoken out, emphasizing the importance of second chances.
It was mind blowing, you know what I mean? Because not only was he up on that, his thinking ability, you know, impressed me. And a lot of people thinking ability don't impress me. So, you know, I was able to have conversations that went so deep until I'm like, we got to share this with the world. You know, we can't keep this to ourselves. And that's how that intro came about. You know what I mean? Because I want to expose, you know, the lies of, you know, how people was trying to paint this picture of Larry Hoover. I want to expose the intellect, you know what I mean, that I had tapped into. You know, we done that, man. We done that against the threats of all them people calling me. You do this, we gonna, you know, I wouldn't try.
During Trump's first term as the United States president, Kanye West was invited to the White House, and he spoke on telling Trump to free Larry Hoover.
It's because he started doing positive for the community. He started showing that he actually had power, that he wasn't just one of a monolithic voice, that he could wrap people around. So there's theories that there's infinite amounts of universe and there's alternate universe. So it's very important for me to get Hoover out, because in an alternate universe, I am him. And I have to go and get him free, because he was doing positive inside of Chicago, just like how I moved back to Chicago. And it's not just about, you know, getting on stage.
And he's around Donald Trump too, and Donald Trump's the one that partied of the Donald. Shout out to Kanye West, the Donald, forget the party, the Donald. Kanye West is the truth, the Donald. It happened, GG.
Stage and being an entertainer and having a monolithic voice that's forced to be a specific party. You know, people expect that if you're Black, you have to be Democrat. I've had conversations that basically said that welfare is the reason why a lot of Black people end up being Democrat. They say, you know, first of all, it's a limit to amount of jobs. So the fathers lose the jobs, and they say, we'll give you more money for having more kids in your home. And then we got rid of the mental health institutes in the 80s and the 90s, and the prison rates just shot up. And now you have Chirac, what people call Chirac, which is actually our murder rate is going down by 20% every year. I just talked to the superintendent, met with Michael Sachs, that's Rom's right-hand man. So I think it's the bravery that helps you beat this game called life. You know, they tried to scare me to not wear this hat, my own friends, but this hat, it gives me power in a way. You know, my dad and my mom separated, so I didn't have a lot of male energy in my home. And also, I'm married to a family that, you know, not a lot of male energy going on. It's beautiful though, but there's times where, you know, it's something about, you know, I love Hillary, I love everyone, right? But the campaign I'm with her just didn't make me feel as a guy that didn't get to see my dad all the time, like a guy that could play catch with his son. It was something about when I put this hat on, it made me feel like Superman. You made a Superman. That's my favorite superhero. And you made a Superman cape for me also as a guy that looks up to you, looks up to Rapper, looks up to American industry guys, non-political, no bullshit, put the beep on it, however you want to do it, 5 seconds delay, and just goes in and gets it done. Right now, you gave me the heart to go to Adidas because at Adidas, when I went in 2015, we were a $14 billion company, losing $2 billion a year. Now we have a $38 billion market cap. It's called the Yeezy effect.
Kanye doubled down and did a free Larry Hoover concert to help with attorney fees alongside Drake in 2021, located in LA.
The thousands of others who are locked behind prison bars, serving unjust prison sentences. Sometimes what you read about and what you hear about is not the full story. The full story is Larry Hoover was a young man who made a mistake, but that mistake should not define who he is as a 71-year-old man. We must remember Larry Hoover tonight. When one person goes to prison, their entire family goes with them. Their communities go with them. Their entire life is caught up in a system that does not recognize a redeemed life. So I'm asking you tonight, I'm pleading with you tonight to remember Larry Hoover, to take out of your mind everything that you may have read.
And during that time, Kanye West also had a press run. He decided to take Larry Hoover Jr. with him, expressing their efforts on trying to free Larry Hoover. Check out what Larry Hoover Jr. had to say while on the Drinking Champs in 2021.
It's a positive thing. It's still open.
He has a chance to make it out because of the first step. He has a chance. Explain more to him.
Yeah, so that's why we building the team. When we go back, we want to have a stronger, just a stronger case for what we bring to them. So we.
How long has he been locked up?
Said over 40 years.
47 years. My mother was pregnant with me when he went to jail. I've been going to jail my whole life. Never been arrested.
Insanity, man.
When I was a kid, I used to get money from behind the toilet because he'd go in the bath. Well, that's how they made it look. He'd take me in the bathroom, get some money behind the toilet, give me $5. Come out, I was happy to see my father because I know I would get $5,
And wow. All right, I just want to ask. Probably not even. What is? I'm not even qualified to ask this, but I'm gonna ask it anyway. So, at one point, was he the leader of this notorious gang? Because I know, but I don't really know.
I mean, it's no way around that.
Okay.
You know what I mean? Okay. It is what it is. It grew. It started from somewhere.
Right.
And as he got older, his understanding grew, and seeing young men come to jail, he started doing other things. He, did things like you had to go to school if you was in there. When you came out, you were supposed to each one teach one in your community with, different things. It was a thing called growth and development. It was a book. They act like it was a negative thing, but
same way like they say the Crips started out as a positive, positive.
But it was a guideline from becoming, from being an outcast to society to becoming a part of society, and trying to have economical and political and just building our own community back up, But they said it was a game book.
Right. So what made you want to be involved?
Having economic and political freedom. Well, I was involved because all my niggas is GD.
Right.
We just all folks, and that's how we grew up and But
and what's the opposite? It's GDs and disciples. That's the opposite gang.
The opposite is Vivendi.
Did he just say Vivendi? Is that the people who own University?
Yes.
Jeez,
we not in the opposite gang at all. GDs and BDs, and we all the same. We all on these blocks that we don't own, and we don't have any political say-so. And without political say-so, you cannot move your people forward. They can put whatever they want in the schools. They can put whatever they want in the food. They can put whatever they want in music. They can put whatever. What is it?
Yeah, but like he's saying, like my father used to bring, everybody together.
Wow.
You know what I mean? In peace to deal with situations in the community. Everybody. So all different organizations.
And it's those, it seems like Chicago got worse.
Anyone you name.
It seemed like Chicago got worse without the OGs in the building.
Definitely.
When I would go, I went to prison with my wife and with Common, and they had everyone on the yard. Then we went into what they call it, the high security. What's the name of the where it's like
the whole pretty much the boxes.
What was the more intense level?
The hole?
No, but it wasn't a hole. It was just like glass like this, high security place. And I looked. Andre 3000, Kendrick, me, RZA. It was all the versions of us that it didn't work.
It's crazy.
I was looking at it, I was like,
that's crazy.
There's not too many styles of video game characters in this video game. It's like, I think it's like 8 archetypes or something. It's like you get the same character. Why is it? This is not to detract from this, but why is it always a star quarterback and all this GTA, the simulation? But God, victory favors the brave. God love this. God say we want Hoover home. Use what you got. You know what I'm saying? Let's get the lawyer. And let me tell you what lawyer is. Since we hit all red buttons, we got the lawyer that just got Cosby out.
Let me relax. But he got Cosby out?
Yeah. I ain't got the paperwork yet. So I'm going to come on this joint and try to save my family and keep my family together and try to save his family, my extended family, and pull our family together.
Hey, I just wanted to say, I know this your show and you come to give the flowers to Ye, but I want to give all y'all flowers for, allowing me the platform to put this message out here. It's been a long time. I've been fighting for a long time, and it just needs to go as far as it possibly can. So,
is there anything else that people could do to help?
Yeah.
Well, at this point right now, you can just keep checking the Larry Hoover Project on Instagram.
Okay.
And that's where the information will be passed out on what we're doing. We need maybe a petition or whatever it is we may need to do. You know what I mean?
Because you got to think of, sorry, but 47 years is kind of like a life sentence.
That is a life sentence.
It is
like he don't serve.
His children are grown. He got grandkids. That's a life.
That's real talk.
I mean, the people on his case, the same exact case, filed the same paperwork home.
Many believe Hoover's case is emblematic of broader issues: the criminalization of Black leaders and the need for reform in justice system. Advocates argue that Hoover's incarceration has done more harm than good, and that his release could be a step toward healing communities that's impacted by violence. Fast forward almost 5 decades since Larry Hoover's first incarceration,
Yo, they try to do me dirty, GGs. Jeez Louise, Dundada. We gotta stay away. They trying to take Larry. They trying to take old man out, Dundada. This like what the? It just skipped.
In the heart of Chicago's South Side, a young boy would rise from humble beginnings to become one of the most infamous names in American gang history. His name, Larry Hoover. To some, he was a ruthless leader. To others, a visionary. But no matter what side you stood on, one thing was certain. Hoover's story changed the streets forever.
It was popping, Dada. It was popping. Was goody, Tiny?
Good with it.
Just chilling, just chilling.
Oh yeah.
The guy was funny. The guy was funny. Was popping, Dada. How you feel about the pardon? How you feel about the pardon?
Oh, I ain't been asleep yet. We been fucking partying, fucking hoes, all type of shit, rolling up. I ain't been asleep yet, nigga.
Cause of the pardon? Your celebration?
Yeah.
I feel it.
Hoover home, nigga. We thought that shit never happened.
He ain't home, but he's on his way. He could be on his way.
Yeah, they try to fuck him over. They trying to fuck him over with that state case.
Mm-hmm. I feel it. So yeah. So people was happy. You look at that. That's a good thing. Dada. And he's a positive dude. Dada. So he's gonna be giving niggas positivity instead of all the, you know what I'm saying, the shenanigans that people been in. You know what I'm saying, or whatnot.
Yeah, if they want to listen to that shit, but you know niggas gonna do what they do anyway.
But he's not the person that's you know what I'm saying. It is what it is. That's good that you said that. That's good that you said that. They don't listen to him. That's good. He don't want to.
Yeah, niggas ain't finna, because like in Chicago, niggas they ain't even honoring that shit. Like niggas, that shit is fucking. You got a block of niggas, and you might have a GD, Vice Lord, Latin King, all in one hood, and niggas is like sliding on they own other gang and shit. Shit weird. So it's like they ain't finna listen to that nigga like that. They waited. If it was like 20 years ago, and he got released, then yeah, shit probably be different right now. But
so that's a good thing. So that means that you can't connect him to all the bullshit and the shenanigans and shit like that. He ain't got no say so.
Right. Yeah. That's why they let him out. They're like, he can't. He ain't got no say so over this shit no more.
I feel it.
Well, he do if niggas gonna listen, but you know niggas ain't finna listen, bro. Niggas don't listen.
Yeah, that's a fact. That's different, GG. Well, Larry Hoover, he went from gangsters to savage to growth and development, and he's on his way to positivity. The Dada trying to teach the youth a different route, GG. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, it's been growth and development. Niggas been pushing that, but it's like, you know, we got the other end for the other one. You feel me? You want to work that other move.
Yeah, you gotta have balance.
Right.
You gotta have balance. God uses people aggressively too. You know what I'm saying? Or you get eaten out there, Dada. You know what I'm saying? It's the words are being played. So yeah, true. I feel it.
Born on November 30th, 1950 in Jackson, Mississippi, Larry Hoover moved to Chicago with his family when he was just a young boy. Growing up in a poverty-stricken neighborhood, surrounded by crime, violence, and broken systems, Hoover quickly learned that survival meant power, and power came with numbers. By the time he was a teenager, Hoover had immersed himself in street life. At just 13, he joined a gang called the Supreme Gangsters. As years passed, he proved himself to be intelligent, strategic, and calculated, traits that pushed him to leadership. He wasn't just a fighter, he was a thinker. In 1969, Hoover merged his gang with rival leader David Barksdale's Black Disciples, forming the Black Gangster Disciple Nation, later known as the Gangster Disciples. Under Hoover's leadership, the organization evolved beyond street warfare. He structured it like a corporation, complete with ranks, rules, and codes of conduct. He believed discipline and knowledge were just...
What's poppin', Knowledge Cav? What's goody, Dundada?
What's going on? What's going on? Oh, shit, I forgot to do my thing, man. I forgot to change my name.
Nah, you good, Dundada.
I'm going to be right back. I want to change it now. Let me be right back.
All right. Yo, GG, so how do you feel about 1090 Jake, GG?
Man, fuck 1090 Jake.
Okay.
And we see that cracker be fucking over there.
All right.
I be in Tampa too. I be in Tampa, nigga. I got people in Tampa, so it's like it ain't. You feel me? Slap the shit out that cracker, man.
All right, but you can't cut. It's not because of anything. It's just because it's your own personal opinion about him, right?
No, it's because he tried to put a jacket on the.
To do with that, because that's what he wants.
Yeah, he tried to put a jacket on the big guy. You can't just go around putting allegations on the big guy, bro.
He wants y'all to act like that. So it's, you know what I'm saying? So he can feel like the old man, you know what I'm saying, got too much control and shit like that, you know what I'm saying?
Right, he gotta get beat, bro. And he be claiming that blood shit. And you know them niggas like try to be like fake ops type shit. Like, nigga, you a blood, bro. We don't beef with you niggas.
Yeah. So 1090 Jake just reading a newspaper article that just put himself in a hole, you feel?
Yeah, because he don't like GDs, bro. If you go back to his shit, he was like, most of his enemies was GDs and shit in prison.
Yeah, in prison, they put them up. They put them up and shit like that.
But he played himself with this because this is a newspaper article. Now, there's no paperwork to confirm this shit. You're burning the house down, man.
I thought that shit was coming from it outside or something.
Right, that's the fire alarm.
I thought that shit was coming from outside.
And there's no smoke in the house. That shit just go off.
Nah, I feel it. You have to go like that, nigga. Like a helicopter. No diddy.
I did it. Yeah, man. Like, I'm gonna say this. He played himself, man. Before you do something like this to somebody, you gotta go and get all of the information that's needed. You can't read something from somebody else. Remember, I told you, who did I tell that when they was first showing it, and they was showing the writing and not the heading? Remember I said that?
You said that.
There's no heading to this. There's no heading to this. There's no stamp from the courts. There's not even an officer from the precinct that's put his name there, his signature to say that Larry Hoover told him this. This is garbage. And I was saying it. And now you got dudes who have no acknowledgement of how things are supposed to work. And they put something on social media for likes and views, but this is harmful to them.
The dude came up on the talked to Wack 100 and shit like that and told his truth. Don't do that, shot him and shit like that. He said that he ain't never snitched. That Larry Hoover.
Yeah. I seen that.
Yeah,
that's what I'm saying. Dudes don't do their homework and they just go and start. You know, the internet is deadly, man. Because if a dude need a paycheck, he'll put whatever he want on here to start some madness where people are going to look at it and he's going to get likes and views and he's going to get a paycheck if he whatever it's for. He did that not thinking that it could harm him, because really in his mind he was thinking that it was true. But he's a guy that lacks lacks finding prominent information.
How do you feel? How do you feel about like tonight, Jake? Like upbringing, because like he actually got like, boom, he sliced himself. He sliced himself in jail, to say that he was trying to harm himself,
right?
To go to psych. Like do people do that? Is that normal? Like the niggas doing that?
I mean, that's a PC move, man. That's a when you he wanted to get out of wherever he was. He probably had problems. Dudes was pressuring him or something like that. He didn't want to tell on them dudes and be labeled as a rat. So he did something to it. He harmed himself so that he can get away from the difficulties he was having in whatever unit, whatever, or even in population. Period. He wanted to get out of population due to the fact that he couldn't protect himself on his own. So he used that method instead of using the method of a straight up snitch and go and say this person is bothering me or whatever the case may be.
Or go and fight or someone.
He did it to himself. You know, I mean, it's all type of check-in moves that dudes use. A dude to do some shit like this, he'd go, that motherfucker call child, motherfucker go wait to the police right there, and just take a random dude and punch him in the face just so he can get away. He don't want the problem with who he got the problem with. He just want to get away from the issue, so he do some shit like that. That's something. I mean, it's a lot of tactics that motherfuckers use in jail to get away from shit when they don't want to straight up be a rat. When they don't want to say, yo, this person did this to me, or this is going on with me, and I can't stay here, whatever the case may be.
Oh, yeah.
Different moves. You know?
And I guess the only reason why he was blood, the motherfucker just said, he was like, oh, it only made sense being blood when I was in prison. Like, what the fuck? So you a prison banger?
Yeah. What's up, peace of love?
What's up, fellas? How you guys doing? This thing, man?
Hey,
so I see you got I got a shout out. Got a shout out from 05 Voter Movement in there, boy.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, boy.
Yeah, this shit been acting a little funny, a little slow. This shit been acting a little slow, Dada.
What? Your frequency?
Yeah, over here. Yeah. That's why I'm trying to keep it like, I don't know. Y'all good though, right?
Everything good.
Yeah. Nah, it's not actually the internet that it's just the site. I guess it was the segment.
It was acting slow, was catching up late or something. What overlapping?
Yeah. Nah, yeah. So
it was
when
doing
you say
that the other day too.
05 on the movement, you said?
05 Voter Movement, that big guy, China Brim.
Oh yeah. He
China Brim?
Shout out.
China Brim, my nigga. That nigga just gave you a shout out, boy. You touching on something real good, boy.
Who that is? Who China Brim? China back?
Nah, China
Brim.
Brim.
New York.
Nah,
he's from New York. He's from New York. He don't live in New York now, but he's from New York.
All right, shout out to China Brim.
He's from Brooklyn to be exact.
Oh yeah, I see. Oh, shout out to China Brim, Dada. All right, peace and love. Shout out to you, Donada, for seeing that shit, GG. That's what it was, the nigga. Now we was talking about topics. It's because when we elaborate about topics, we actually trying to be like more
righteous, GG, righteous than ever.
Yeah, more righteous than ever. Go handle that real quick. I gotta grab something real quick.
No doubt. What y'all talking about, Big Cam?
Hey, it's a lot.
What y'all talking about?
We talking about the Larry Hoover situation. It's a lot of people that's gonna come to this platform. That's big guys. That's gonna be from New York. That's gonna come over here and shout out this platform. I'm just gonna let y'all know that.
What's up? Look, New York, my nigga. For real, I told you I had a couple homies. I had a couple homies when I was in Cali from New York. Like 3 of them. We made a good bond. We chopped it up and shit.
The one that we had? Sure.
Hey, I just sent the last segment to somebody too. The one we did on the Diddy thing. I sent it to my man. We got a YouTube channel. I sent it to him. So he gonna be coming over here too. Izzy already had let Izzy know who he is. Fruit Kwon gonna come. He gonna be coming over here too. I mean, it's a lot of people that's gonna be coming now. You know. I put a lot of people on that I'm on, that I be on these, you know. So a lot of people gonna be coming, you know, when they little, they support or however we want to put it.
They can drop some jewels too, man. You know, all love, man. All love, all knowledge.
Yeah, of course. You know, I want.
Debate,
I mean, that's what it's about. It's about, you know, everybody kind of backing each other on the truth, though. We ain't backing that shit where dudes be talking about each other and all that shit. This dude ain't this and this dude ain't that.
All right, so this is what I was saying too, the like more or less, like a lot of people wanna just keep putting Larry Hoover's name, the which, you know what I'm saying, which I'm gonna say the old man. So when I say the old man, I'm talking about Larry Hoover. So the old man, a lot of people want to put the old man's name, a lot of shit, when they speak, they put him snitch or not snitch. He don't give a fuck about that shit. Don't put him in no type of situation that got to do with the streets, bro. That's what that's what like more people try to say, like, let's keep his name away from anything that got to do with that type of situation that you think that he's aggressive or that he's trying to be aggressive or he even trying to acknowledge somebody. He don't care what other people's doing. If that's what you do, all right, that's you, he don't want his name to be involved in none of that. So even if the person did went up there, clap to him, the person who shot him saying that shit. He don't care about that shit. He don't want his name to be involved in that. He don't want him to clear it up. He don't want him not to clear it up. It's not his concern. You know what I'm saying? His concern is to be with his family and chill with shit like that.
He detached himself away from all of that, bro. Straight up, that underground world. He do not care about that underground world, bro.
Another thing is this: that man is still fighting for his life. So as Rizzy said, you want to keep his name as further away. First of all, as further away from the nonsense as possible, man, as of right now. And I want to say this why. The man changed the name of the Gangster Disciples to Growth and Development. For him, it's no longer called Gangster Disciples for him. He's the founder of it. He renamed it to Growth and Development. And I mean, I know it's hard for the people that's involved in that group or that, you know, that group of people. I don't like to call things gangs because some white people gave it a label as that. I say group of people. The group of people that are involved with the first name of it. It's kind of hard for them to relate to the latter name of it that he gave it while he was in prison writing books or, you know, whatever. But he's definitely tried to reach out for years and years and years to the people to change the dynamics of what he's created stands for as of today. Even then, when he was incarcerated, or when he's still incarcerated, but as he was incarcerated, he wanted to change the dynamics and name of what he created to a positive situation. And that's one of the reasons why Trump did what he did. You know, everybody got their scenarios on why Trump did it in this and that and the third. And another thing, I want to say this. He got a commuted sentence. He didn't get pardoned. A commuted sentence means you get time served for what you've done, and then you get whatever supervised release that the federal government has established for him when he gets out. Now, a pardon would be that they're throwing the whole sentence out and he hasn't even been charged at all. That he wouldn't have that on his record. That's what pardon is. Yeah. Commuted is when they commute your sentence and say that you have time served, and then boom, you go on to the latter part, which is supervised release. Right? It's going to be 3 years or 5 years or whatever it is. That's how.
Which one he got, Kev? Which one he got? Commuted or pardon?
Commuted. He got a commuted sentence, which is he got time served on his case, and he'll have his supervised release whenever he returns to society, which I believe he's going to return to society. Because a lot of people don't understand. They keep saying he has no time in on the state case. He does. He has 20 plus years on the state case that he's going over on the 200-year case that he's going over to the state to actually try to get back on now. He has 20 plus years in prison on that case.
Oh, he getting out. He getting out. I didn't know that.
Yeah, he can go to. Remember, he didn't go to the. He went to jail in 1973. He didn't go to the feds until 1997, I believe.
Oh yeah, he getting out, man. 20 years. Oh yeah,
So he
fuck
got
yeah.
24 years in on his state case before he even started a federal case.
That's like life. 25 years of life is life. He did it, bro. So he did life already over there. Straight up.
I mean, I don't know how Chicago sentencing works, but 25 years in New York is not life. That's 25 years. In New York, you get sentenced to life, you life. Now, if you got a number before the life, you go to the parole board with them and you get to that number. But life is life. If they give you life, you got life.
In the state that I'm in, 25 years. It's
considered life?
Yeah.
Yeah, so I don't know how.
Oh no, Kev. I was using.
Like if you got a life sentence, you have a life sentence.
Yeah,
they still parole you.
Like
they still put you up for parole at 25 years. You go.
Yeah, that's what I meant. That's what I meant. That's what I meant. Like that.
It's what it is.
I'm saying that they could consider him after doing 24 years of his lifetime. To like give him some type of leniency, like he did do some time on 200 years. So he just won't be like getting straight free and not doing no time. So he already served 24 years of the life or the 200 years. So I mean, when you going for all those law change and reduction and stuff, all that count. Those
now,
24
in
years count.
1993, he went to the parole board. They denied him for the state.
Right. After how many years? After 20 years?
That's 20 years. That he was in.
Okay.
That was 20 years on that sentence. They denied him, and then I guess his federal case started in 1997. They sent him to Supermax.
Yeah,
and he's been there ever since. And now Trump has commuted his sentence. He's no longer a federal prisoner. He goes back to the state, and hopefully the governor will pardon him, or he'll go to the parole board again, and parole will release him on parole. Now, if they release him on parole, he still has the remainder of that sentence on parole. Along with
so he's there now, right? They say he's already transferred.
I don't know if they transfer. I didn't get that far. I didn't go look into it that much. I'm just breaking down how it goes. He'll go to the state, to Illinois, the state penitentiary, or whatever level whatever level they're gonna put him on, or whatever. He's an older guy. He don't have no disciplinary sanctions or actions or none of that. So who knows if they're gonna put him in the penitentiary, or they're gonna put him in a low security.
He's going straight. He's going straight in the hole though. Again, he can't go on population.
Well, let me say this: if he was in population before he left the state system,
yeah, his card is clean.
Now then, he can go back to whatever level he was on. I mean, he don't have no infractions nowhere. He don't have no infractions in the federal system. He was locked up in ADX in the cell by himself. Nobody was around him. So, I mean, people, you can see people as they go on by a wreck or however it go, but you have no interactions with nobody. So he doesn't have any infractions in prison. So if whatever level he was on before he left over there, I believe that they're going to put him back on that same level. I'm not going to say they're going to lock him up like he's a monster. I don't think they're going to do that, because they didn't lock him up as he was a monster before he went to the federal system. He wasn't locked in no box or nothing like that.
So Larry Hoover walking the pound is no threat to the prison.
No, because he was walking the compound before the federal indictment came. He was walking. He was doing interviews from prison. He was walking around in prison doing interviews with whatever news stations or whatever it was.
So you saying in prison, no one, he's not 100 people or whatever is not going to follow behind him. He has that. He don't have that type of following behind him in prison or whatever.
I'm not saying that. What I'm saying is he doesn't pose a threat to the penal system as the feds labeled him as. He's no longer in federal custody. He doesn't have that same mockery on him that he had in the feds in the state. And before the feds came and got him, he was on a regular compound doing regular shit. They didn't have him locked up in chains and confined and no. They didn't have him in a box. No, they had him regular compound, a regular, population with everybody else. So at 73 years old, I believe they're gonna let him stay in popular. What's the reason they have to lock him up? After all he's done to denounce the problematic part of the gang, the people that's following him. I hate to say that word because they put that word on people, man. It's disgusting. For the individuals that was following the leadership that he established, he didn't have them doing all type of shit in the penal system. Yes, the government gave him all of those. They gave him 6 life sentences for whatever kind of phone calls they said he was making to destroy society, as they put it. He's no longer in prison for any of that. He served his time. His sentence got commuted by the president. He goes to the safe system. They saying he got 2 murders over there. They gave him 150 to a 200-year sentence. He has 24 years in on that sentence. He went to the parole board in 1993, and they
1997.
No, he went to the parole board in 1997. Excuse me.
That's when he went to the feds too, though. At the same time,
Right? Yeah, and they denied him. So he went to the feds. His time for the state stopped. They didn't run a concurrent; they ran a consecutive. So his time has stopped once the feds took him. But at that time, he had 24 years in on the state sentence. So now he's back. He goes back over there. His time starts again from the 24 years he has in. I believe, from my recollection of prison, that with all of the good deeds he has associated to his name, he accumulated and been associated to his name from the time he got in prison until now. He's written books. He's wrote letters to state that he's denouncing certain things, and he wants the people that's involved in what he established to change the dynamics of what they're doing for the establishment. He tried to change the name.
Even the person that hurt him, the person who shot him, he said that he forgave him. They play basketball together. They still talk to this day and everything. So he's not even wanting any type of violence or revenge or any type of even mental that got to do with any type of hood activity or whatever type of activity they try to say.
That's what I'm saying. So I believe that when the governor or either the parole board looks over his chart as far as his disciplinary actions in prison, and he don't have any. With all of the backing that he has, as far as the people coming up and saying that he needs to be free, celebrities, things of that nature, I believe that Larry Hoover's going to be out of jail soon.
We pray.
What's going on now on the internet? The internet needs to be checked on certain matters, certain things that people say. The internet needs to be checked on that, because people are just coming up here on this internet and saying things about people for likes and views that's not even true. Here we have a man that did 52 years in prison, right? And in 52 years, no one that was involved in that situation or incident has came to the internet to denounce the status of Larry Hoover, who doesn't think that would have been done? Do you know what type of money the person would have made if they would have came up here and said, yeah, Larry Hoover told on me in such and such a time, 1968 at the school, or whatever the case may be? Do you know what type of revenue he would have got for saying that if it was true? I'm just happy that the man is a man. The person who was involved with the situation is a man, and he told the truth on a manly level about the incident. No, Larry Hoover didn't tell me. I'm still affiliated with him. He's still cool. He's still a man. The man he went in prison as, he came home as that man. He's still the same man that he was birthed as.
That cracked the internet, right?
Also got.
But look at pretend that
Yeah, but why 1090 Jake ain't exposing John Gotti Jr. and all the mafia rats and his people? Nigga, go worry about your people. Don't try to come in our culture and trying to take down our leaders and shit. Motherfuckers.
But you gotta understand that nigga had a bad stay in jail, Dundada. If he had a bad stay in jail, niggas was putting hands on him. He was getting fucked up. Larry Hoover don't got the same type of fucking. He didn't have the same type of stay in jail as he had. He kind of like a peon. Not trying to call 1090 Jake a peon, but you know what I'm saying. I don't want to call niggas names or some shit like that. But he couldn't the dogs. This dude was getting slapped around. He said that the GDs made him bleed through his mouth. They fucked him up for hours straight. Dundada.
And he told him. You on paperwork.
He said that.
He told him nigga that stabbed him.
So he got some personal vendetta. And that's crazy to speak so loud,
That's our fault as black people for letting a white boy infiltrate our situation, which we taking him on as one of us. He's a white boy.
Especially that blood. Especially that blood.
Ain't no black person. Yeah. Ain't no black. I'm gonna give y'all something. Ain't no black person going to no Aryan Brotherhood or no dirty white boy and say he want to join this gang. Even the neutral.
They have to handle that. They have to handle that. That blood movement.
Ain't no white people. Ain't no white people allowing no black person to join their gang or to join their situation. I hate using the word gang. Let me
everywhere now, though, dog. They everywhere now, though. That dude, the fat dude, the big Crip dude, just had a man. It's big, man. They done let it off.
But you see what happened to him? You see what happened? He just got stabbed up. Like,
I'm saying this,
regardless of whatever, they still you know, if you're gonna let somebody in what you got going on, because that's y'all business, don't let them be disrespectful to the whole real race movement. You feel me? Like, it's cool, he down, he grew up around us, but when you get in public and you start really disrespecting something that you know you really, you know what I'm saying, somebody going, you know, they ain't gonna like it, tone it down. Your boy did it. Riff Raff. I mean, what's the name? Your boy out of Florida. The guy, he said, I grew up around black people all my life, but I don't be saying nigga. He said, man, I know that stirs a lot of problems.
I just be like Paul Wall,
1900 Road Rat. 1900 Road Rat said it the best. Yeah, whatever. But I'm still not going to disrespect the race like that, even though I want to say this.
We are the only people.
It's a personal thing with that nigga. He got some personal situation. Because look, he didn't disrespect.
We willing to forgive. We willing to forgive and forget about what somebody else did to us, and then let them infiltrate what we established for ourselves. We invite them in when we couldn't go to them and be invited in within their situation. This is what's wrong with us as people, man. Martin Luther King said it best. I feel bad that I feel like I invited my people to a burning fire when I tried to get my people to, intertwine with another race. I feel like they ain't gonna let you hear that speech though. All they're gonna let you hear is I have a dream. They ain't gonna let you hear the latter.
You know he's fucked up, bro. That's why they had to kill him, because he knew he fucked up. Like he was dancing with the devil.
You know what I'm saying? That's what I'm saying. We are the most forgiving people in the world, but the most tortured by the ethnicities. And I don't understand how we don't get it as a people. Like how we don't get where we stand. We ain't willing to back nothing. Like your great grandparents or grandparents, let me say, when you got into something in the street, if you get into something in the street, say with the white man or some shit like that, and you go home and they find out about it. This was back then. They would say, hey boy, don't you fuck with that white man, because they've been programmed to think that way, picking cotton and all that shit. You understand what I'm saying?
But look at 1090. Look at 1090 Jake is fucking what he's gonna fuck with Larry Hoover, because Larry Hoover don't got time for 1090 Jake. But he ain't gonna fuck with the BGs and the Finesse 2 Times, who actually he put shit out on the and he retracted their whole shit, took their whole shit down and shit like that, because they had time. They pulling up to Boston, BG pulling up to Boston. He nervous and shit like that. BG's like,
I want to say,
y'all don't think somebody said that? Y'all don't think somebody made tonight to do that?
This is a more dangerous situation for him, because who Larry Hoover is. Larry Hoover ain't gotta say nothing to 1090 Jake or do nothing to 1090 Jake or tell nobody to do nothing to 1090 Jake. 1090 Jake could have a problem for just mentioning his name. This is what people not understand. More of a problem
he don't know how big this shit is, bro. He don't know how big this shit is.
Listen, he would have more of a problem with using Larry Hoover's name on a disrespectful level than even using Finesse 2 times or whoever the other guy was. Larry
like
Hoover,
NBA Youngboy and Drake. You can't say their name like they fans go crazy.
Hoover is an iconic figure.
Right, this ain't no fucking rapper.
This is the difference. He's an iconic figure of what he established. Now, he don't have to relate to everybody. He don't have to reach out to everybody and say certain shit or whatever the case may be. People going to do things on his behalf just because of who he is. He don't even have to know it. This is what people not understanding with this big fat white boy saying this shit. Larry Hoover ain't got to send nobody to him.
This shit like a religion, bro.
Where he live at. Remember, GDs is in every city in America.
But this is what he wants. He wants people to say shit like that. He wants people to say shit like that because this man, the Dada, is actually still fighting for his life. So he wants people to go against him. He wants everybody to be like, oh, it's this. That's not what he is. He's not that. He's not GD. Like, he's not that.
Right, but listen, this is bigger than words. This is what you got to understand something now. This is bigger than words to certain people. There's a person out there in society right now that feels like he violated. And that's willing to sacrifice certain things for that.
That's why he got a lot of backlash. The backlash.
So we're not talking about talking. We talking about, you know, I don't want to say it here, but I'm saying you put yourself in a terrible situation when you start running your mouth about things that you don't know about. You don't have no clue of. You just going off of it. You know what I'm saying? You don't put yourself in some quicksand and you can't get out. That shit is up to your waist. Ain't no getting out of it.
He's so stuck in that. He already so stuck in
what I'm saying,
man.
Like this internet shit is this shit could become bigger than, and it has already became bigger than just an internet situation. People have lost their lives behind certain things on social media, or have went to prison for the rest of their lives behind shit on social media. So we got to understand that this is bigger than just some words that people say out their mouth.
They crash outs. They call them crash outs. That's the internet crash outs.
People got to understand that part, man. You can't just get up here and just start saying shit about certain people. It don't work like that.
Yeah, like everybody ain't rapping, bro.
Everybody ain't on that talkative shit. Like, you know what I'm saying? That's the point. And
that's true.
We gotta have an understanding of being on man time. Man time is you're an honorable individual on all levels of a man. Because you're a man. You don't never want to discredit yourself in no kind of way. 1090 Jake has just discredited himself on a major level. I mean, I don't believe that anything should happen to him behind it. I just think he needs to be blackballed from the internet for doing that sucker shit.
Nah, he need his ass whipped, bro, because you can't just go around throwing allegations like that.
I want to say this, right? So when you get older and you've been through a lot in your life, somebody saying something verbally towards you, and you know it ain't true. You ain't on attack mode no more when you've done more than half of your life behind those walls, man. You use your brain, because I know what I could do to 1090 J. You understand what I'm saying?
I ain't talking about kill him. I ain't talking about kill him. Just like
it don't even matter about killing. It don't even matter about beating him up. That's what I'm saying. You don't even need.
Ain't no unaliving nothing. Nobody wants to unalive anything.
Right.
No one's even
physical part of it. We don't even want to do. The physical part of it, we don't even want to do. The point is this. So much pressure needs to be put on him that he takes down his whole page. That's what needs to be done. Not physical. Yeah. You don't have to physically do anything to him. I'm going to say this again I'm an elder guy. Well, I'm not elder. I'm a mid-aged man, and I've done a lot of time. So I'm saying that to say this.
I ain't going to threaten
Right.
Someone got to educate.
Right.
No, I'm just saying, like,
saying
he put that man's life in danger with that. That's what I was saying.
Well,
like,
he didn't put his life in danger. He thought he did. One thing
he was trying to.
There has to be truth behind what you say. So when you say certain, in today's world, the world is ran different than it used to be. If he would have said this 20 years ago, yeah, it probably would have been dangerous. Today, you got dudes chilling with rats in prison. You got dudes making rats the head of cars in prison. It changed today. When I was in prison, that would have never happened. But in today's world, today, what's happening today, I know personally in certain prisons where they had dudes that told on dudes. Another dude that wasn't a rat gave him the keys to the car and told him to run it. How the fuck could you do that and somebody told on you? But this is the new way, the new realm. You got dudes coming home from prison, they told on 90 motherfuckers, and they throwing them parties like they celebrities. This is different. It's not the same way today. It's a whole different realm of everything in life. This YN or however we want to call it, whatever they.
I feel like Alpo started that shit, bro. Everybody seen that movie and like.
Well,
and he was still getting love and shit, bro. He was still getting love, bro.
That don't go on the individual, that goes on the people. How can one person that did something wrong establish something that's great? He doesn't.
I mean, like make it cool. I mean, like make it look cool. Like
he
still
didn't make
be like,
it look cool. The people made it look cool for him. The
right,
people that
right.
was involved with him made it look cool, not him personally. He did something wrong. He was owning up to what he did wrong. Now the people that he was affiliated with, they knew he did wrong, but they decided to like what he's saying. Like you got dudes on the internet now, like Up for Debate TV and those kind of guys who were pushing it that Alpo was still a strong individual.
That's who behind it. Everybody listen to the internet, the television, all that shit. The one that pushed it to put it out
Me
there.
being a guy from New York City, I feel bad being a stand-up man, doing my time as a stand-up man, coming home as a stand-up man, for somebody to give a motherfucker that wasn't even in regular population some props. That motherfucker was in a rat jail for 20-something years. And you got people from another city who never met this man before, don't know this man, that's saying,
but not even,
man.
But not even just
what I'm talking about.
Yeah, I know. I'm saying, but not even just the rat part of him. I'm saying like just snake slimy shit, killing your mans for the bread, and like that shit was cool and shit. Like, that's what, you know what I'm saying. Like
he ain't the first person to do that. You know what I'm saying? He ain't the first person to kill his man or whatever the case may be. It happens. I mean, it was happening at that time back then. But what tortured his name was that he told. Forget about all of the slime shit he did. If he would have never told, the slime shit, they would have pushed you under the rug because that's a part of the game. But when you go and you start telling, it's different. You looked at differently. Now, in today's society, it's not the same no more. Telling is like the thing to do for the young people. You know, they congratulate. If a dude put in work in the hood and he got a name, he did 30 years, but he told on somebody and gave him 20, 30 life sentences. He put in work. Somebody's kid knows him. They start talking about it. Today's world is congratulating this guy when he comes home. They're giving him parties, giving him money. I mean, I don't get that. You know what I'm saying? I mean, you pay for what you do, man, and you pay on the level of what it is for what you do.
Right.
Like you are, and today's society, nobody's held accountable, man. Nobody's held accountable. People look at what they did in society. Oh, this dude was that, man. He was a millionaire. Fuck that. He told on so and so and so. So he still got some money. I'ma fuck with him.
He ain't tell on me. Like what the
He
fuck?
ain't tell on me. There you go. He ain't tell on me. That's the realm of what's going on today, man. And it's sad. You know what I'm saying? But telling been going on. Let me say that too. What happened back then is, if you told, it wasn't exploited as much because there was no internet, there was no cameras, there was no, you know what I'm saying? It was only a fucking phone. You had to pick up the phone and call somebody and tell somebody and shit like that. It didn't get around as fast as it do now. First time somebody do something now, that shit goes straight to social media. From social media, it goes around the world. Everybody know who did what, how they did it, when they did it. It wasn't like that back then. So you had some dudes, you know.
You better do it right now. Right now, you tell. Right now, you tell the whole world gonna know. Any new tellers, any new snitches, any new. You see how they putting the tape out in the interrogation room now? They putting that shit out now. Oh,
Body
you can't do none of
camera.
that now.
Hey,
Yeah,
niggas tell on the
got
body
you now.
camera before they get to the interrogation room.
Oh yeah, they
But that
putting
was
your
a
ass out there now.
That was a newspaper article too, Dundada.
Yeah, that's not.
Yeah, that was
that's a
bogus,
newspaper
man.
article. That's not.
Yeah, they was
that's
trying to
not
frame
any
it.
paperwork. That's,
And
that's
from
what I
the
was
police
saying.
perspectives only.
Anybody
Trying to
can
frame
write a
it, make it look
newspaper
bad.
article
Yeah.
and put it in
And,
thing back.
segment works for that news company, that
That's
newspaper.
right, man.
So
That's
he could
right.
have just
That's
made,
both.
anybody could have made that up as long as they worked there. And they put it in the newspaper as a segment for themselves. Why you think when they were showing it, they just showed the writing? They didn't show no heading, no nothing. They didn't even show that it was a newspaper. They put it straight to the writing and for people to read. They didn't put it came from the Chicago Tribune or nothing like that. They just put it there. So now people had to go and figure out where did it come from. And boom, somebody went and got it and said, yo, it's a newspaper article. It wasn't no paperwork from no court proceedings or not even from an officer who signs the paperwork after you make your statement. Officer's signature is nowhere near there because somebody put that in the paper. They didn't get that from no court system.
That's all they had was the paper back in. What you mean? They had the paper, everything be in the front. You get the front page this morning. My grandma used to always go out there and get my newspaper because everything was in the newspaper.
Listen, I don't care what newspaper it was in or not. There's documentation. If that would have happened, which I don't believe it happened. If he, like the guy
No,
said,
I'm saying that people put bullshit and lies like how the internet is. That shit it was in the paper back then.
That's right.
Yeah, it was in the paper back then. It went on the internet. It was bullshit, bogus shit in papers back then. You know what I'm saying? They was tricking you with newspapers back then. They weren't tricking you with the camera. They fucked around and caught up later on with this technology shit and put the same thing what they used to in the paper on the internet now. And people opinions, crazy. You know what I'm saying? Just all kind of crazy shit now. So you don't need a newspaper now. Just click on your phone. And you can get all the bullshit, lies, all the bad, the good, all that shit now. Man, look at the news. That's the newspaper. The newspaper, the news channel is the newspaper. Got that right?
It's non-stop. 24-hour news cycle.
Hey, man, I'm glad that this channel is the way it is built on truths and not just trying to get likes and views, man. We ain't talking about no garbage over here. You know what I'm saying? Trying to get likes and views by slandering somebody else with no proof. And I hope it remains that way, where there's no backlash or backbiting going on because somebody feel they need a paycheck. If you look at a lot of the pages that you go see, or a lot of the people you see putting up shit, they're talking about someone else. Like they're slandering someone else. This person is this and that person is that. This person is lying, or whatever the case may be. The facts, if you're gonna state the facts, and keep it that way. That way, people won't look at you as they're looking at other channels. They're trying to dig into your history and all that shit because you putting up slander on other people. And now you become a product of of the environment you set yourself in.
Absolutely.
That's and we want, for this channel, that's what we want. We want to be the product of the environment we set, which is set on honesty, truth, and the reality of growing life, not putting acid on the flower to make it not grow. That's what we don't want to do that. You know what I'm saying? We want to keep everything in the flow, because let me tell you something. The more you put forth great content, rather it be on life terms or whatever it is, it's gonna take you a little bit of time to build up, and a little bit of time for people to get, entwined in your channel. But once they do, they will remain there. People want to hear productivity, positivity, shit like that. People don't want to hear that shit about this guy doing this and that every day. I mean, yeah, it's gonna be a hot topic for a minute, but every day you come on here and you talking about another motherfucker. You saying, oh, I went from Zip to Hassan to this, to one to that one, just saying all type of negative shit. That ain't gonna last but so long. know what I'm saying? When you on productivity, that's gonna last a lifetime.
They want to bring up something that was 50-something years old, Dundada, right? That's negative light, Dundada, but he did so much positive shit from behind the jail cell, Dundada, that nobody could accomplish that they would never say, Dundada. Like, that's history in the making, Dundada, right there.
Nah, I think he was just trying to.
He freed himself, man, from the federal system.
Yo, he made it.
He freed
He ain't make it too far, but he made it. Some people don't make it.
He freed himself from the federal system. He's not totally free yet. He's not totally free yet.
Yeah,
but you gotta start somewhere. You gotta start somewhere. You understand what I'm saying? You can't build a house if you don't lay the foundation of bricks. It takes one brick to start building a house.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? And then you build the foundation, and then boom, you build the home on top of it. So what I'm saying is he's built the foundation already, which he freed himself from one system. Now he has to build the house, which is to free himself from the state system. You know what I'm saying? To find a way to get free, which I think he's already did enough good deeds for them to look at it and say, listen, this man is 73 years old. He's whatever he could do to reach out to the people to stop the violence and he's done his best he can. I believe he deserves to be free because of the productivity he's put in from behind a place where he had no attachment. He had no attachment to nobody. He couldn't grab and touch nobody. He couldn't call nobody. None of that.
Right. Tiny, what you wanted to say?
With literature. That's the difference.
Oh yeah. I was gonna say, bro, he was doing that to, like, just shit on GD, bro. Like, look who y'all really look up to. He a rat. I feel like that's why he did that shit, trying to like you know, like how he did.
Say something about all the good that he did while he was locked up or something like that.
The good you did. The growth and development, like just put the guns down, put your fists up, like read a book, go to college. You know, knowledge and wisdom.
I feel it. Yeah, tonight Jake was on some slander shit. I feel like he's just more of a Dirk fan in the situation. He's a Dirk fan. He got his little personal situations that happen in jail. He intertwined with the wrong people in there. That has nothing to do with old man Dundada. But more or less, Dundada, this dude Dundada, he's automatically trying to slander this man Dundada. So,
but I'm saying even Big Meech, bro, the Big Meech, like, you know, because
he had just said we weren't gonna do that shit no more. And then I don't understand, why would you take that opportunity to do it again and then play with Larry Hoover? Like, come on, you could have left that alone. Like, you do your thing. You've been doing your thing. You just said in the interview that you wasn't gonna do it no more. But then when you see something like this, you that thirsty to play with this situation. Like, come on, bro. Like, this is big. This is worldwide, national, touching other type probably countries you don't even know, and then you will play with that? Oh, you too crazy! Come on, dude.
No, that's a fact.
You didn't have to do that. You didn't have to mess with that. You didn't even have to mess with
that. A dude get hungry, he ain't getting no views and likes, and he need money. His channel was making him $5,000 a month, and now that shit diminished. So now he got to bring it back to whatever he's trying to bring it back to, and he do some sucker shit to do that. That's what 1090 Jake just did. He was losing fame. He didn't have his fame was diminishing. So what he do? I'm gonna put something out there that's gonna bring it all back to me. But he didn't know that. He hurt himself doing this. This was not a move that you just could say and people gonna say they're gonna let you get the pass for it.
Cause niggas be looking into shit. A lot of people's like, yo, a lot of people's like, yo, this nigga does paperwork. Why the fuck is he reading a newspaper article? That's different. It seems like it's a little off balance.
Yeah, like what you doing? Like, where your mind at? Like, where your head at, bro? Like, you really had to think that out. And he was like, fuck it, I'm gonna just take a chance. No, they don't even like me anyway, so I'm gonna just do this anyway. Fuck it. Like, that's where you at in your life? That's where you at the point of your life?
He got stabbed by a GD in prison, and he told on him it's in paperwork.
Weird.
It could be that.
I don't know how like he been exposed already. I don't know how the fuck people still watching that shit.
No, man. You know, hey man, like I say, man, he got people that fuck with him, people around him, people that I guess they down with that shit, you know.
or like taking his word for it. Like, who the fuck make him the fucking?
I know I know he feels dumb now.
Nobody makes him that.
With the person that was involved with the situation going on the internet and saying that Larry Hoover did not tell on him.
Oh, he cracked the internet.
1090J. Like, I
He
know
cracked
he
the
feels
internet.
stupid. So if I was him, I would take the shit down.
Yeah, man, for real.
Because
that man, he came up there and talked and clarified that. Oh, he just killed everything. I don't care what you got.
The man went on social media and said that the man didn't do that to him. So whatever article you got it from, the best thing for you to do is take the coverage down. If you take it down, it's going to be talked about for another week or two, but they'll forget about it.
That's right, because it got understood. Because they got it was an understanding of this situation. Ain't nothing wrong with that.
Be a man
at
some point. Be a man and say, you know what? I realize I fucked up. I don't gotta tell nobody I realized that. All I gotta do is take the segment down. That's all I gotta do. All I gotta do is delete it. I don't gotta get on there and say I'm sorry and all of that. All I gotta do is delete this segment. That's it. So when people go back to look at it and say 1090 Jake said this, it no longer exists. You understand what I'm saying?
He definitely ain't gonna say he's sorry. Man,
But he'll be respected if he did that. Like, I respect if he got on there. I'm sorry for, you know.
I believe that's what's gonna happen. I believe that's what's gonna happen because.
So you respect a public apology?
Yeah, hell yeah. If he got on it because he's like, okay, my bad. I was just chasing for views and shit. I ain't really know, on some shit like that. Okay.
That's some growth and development shit.
Yeah. It's understanding.
Man, I mean, they playing the internet. And so if you play on the internet, a public apology is like a pot of gold because that's what they on the internet. So you got to do an internet apology. So that's like damn right. That go a long way. Let that stay on the internet. Don't take that down. Keep that up there. That's what you let run. Yeah. See what I'm saying? Being a man and taking accountability for the little simple actions. It ain't all of that, but take accountability. Leave the apology up there, and people understand that. Okay, yeah, I'm just doing internet shit, but that shit really ain't that deep. I really ain't got no problem with them people. Because if you don't do that, you got a problem. You got a problem.
Go ask Rick Ross.
You said go ask Rick Ross?
The rapper, not the real one. The rapper Rick Ross.
Go ask
when he was trying to play crazy with the old man and shit. You feel me?
Yeah, that has nothing to do with him though. Like he backed
I'm just saying, I'm saying it'd get crazy. Like he thought he could play with that situation, and he could get away like nothing to happen. Like, bro,
he didn't play with a situation. He just made a rap song. And he
put his face over the star, bro, on the album.
Ain't nothing gonna happen to 1090 because that's why this why nothing ain't gonna never happen to him because that's what they waiting for. Ain't nobody gonna. Only thing he gonna get is backlash on the internet. Nobody ain't studying that book. That dude.
Nah, nobody. No one wants to him though. He wants
it's over with. Everybody know what that means when you do shit like this on the internet. The feds waiting for somebody to be doing all that terrorist threatening and somebody ain't nobody doing that, man. That shit dead. I guarantee you, man. Nobody ain't gonna take it serious on the outside world to fuck with him. He ain't even worth it, nigga. You just on the internet rapping. So why would I make it physical?
You a little nerd, white boy on the internet. Yeah, that's how he looking at it. Like, you ain't been through shit.
Get on.
You did 1 year in prison, bro.
You thought you were gonna come up off me and eat off me. Get on. Get your ass on. Ain't no motherfucking free money over here, man. That's all you try to get some money off him. Get on. Get your ass on. Get on down the road and get on somebody else's trail because the bitch ain't even feed you, man. Guaranteed, man. That man, he tried to come up, man. Get your ass on, boy. Nigga done caught on to that internet shit, man.
This internet shit is deadly, man.
That's what they do. They just if you want to blow up, bro, you just find somebody and be like, oh yeah, bash him and shit. Like, oh,
Charleston White did. Charleston White got the game in the headlock like that, man. He don't play that bitch disrespect anybody and make you respond. And got you.
Now,
once you respond,
he got something about Charleston White.
He worked with the FBI.
In the very beginning, he came on there with knowledge about going to the courthouse and
I seen him
towards people in the beginning.
Yeah,
he was trying to talk about how the system is corrupt and all of that. Once he found out that disrespecting niggas was a thing to do, he changed his whole style and got rich doing it.
What? The same thing. He said, guess what? Y'all do it in rap songs. He said, y'all do it in rap songs. How the hell y'all gonna get mad at me for saying it, goddamn it, and it ain't, I'm rapping too. He said, I'm in character.
I ain't gonna lie to
characters
he
y'all
go at
from rap
everybody though.
songs.
I ain't gonna lie to he go at it because this motherfucker say he be raping white women and shit, and he still on platform. So I'm
That
like,
man in
damn.
character, man.
I'm like,
Listen, he got this shit in the headlock, man. Trust me. He
what
got
the
it in
fuck?
the headlock, man.
That nigga said that shit like that shit normal. I'm like, hell nah.
But the 1090J can't do shit that Charleston White can do, Dandada. You know what I'm saying?
Not at all. Not at all.
Hell no. Fuck no.
Hell no. So that's, you know what I'm saying? So
he ain't got the balls. He ain't got the balls. He ain't got the balls like Charleston White. He ain't coming outside doing all that walking around. He ain't doing that. He ain't doing like what Charleston White doing, man. He ain't doing it. No. He ain't coming outside like that.
Nah,
but he
no,
a real,
sir.
but the dude a rat though. He a rat. His shit came out to where he was snitching on somebody in court, bro, telling on somebody. He was like, yeah, he the one that shot the man.
he always told you go. He always told you that shit. What you talking about? Every time he's on the phone, someone threatens him. He calls the boys right on the phone. He call. I mean, right online.
Yeah.
He be on Instagram.
True. You know, yeah. He said he embraced that rat shit. True, but I don't watch him though. That's why I don't watch that shit.
Yeah, but that should be.
I ain't even know who he was until this shit came out. I've never heard of 1090J.
You never heard of 1090J?
He the famous one for goddamn it. What we talking about to all the black people.
Yeah,
all
he
the
be
black
exposing,
people.
but he don't expose none of
they call him a
the
culture vulture or some shit.
Yeah, because he don't expose none of these singers or the mafia, or the mafia rats or the biker gangs. Bro, it's hella biker indictments. Niggas that getting indicted and shit, snitching.
Man, you got Italians, Cubans, Cubans, Mexicans, Puerto Ricans. You got so many people, millions of people in this world on the same level where he trying to get his money off of, but he'd rather go to the hood and play with the hood. Then he'll get. It's just I don't know, man. Like people find so many ways to eat off this internet shit, man. I don't know, bro. I have no idea. I'm saying it's confusing when you try to understand it. I guess you wasn't supposed to understand. You know?
He said it though. He said it. He said, I do this shit for money, Dandada. So anybody could pay him and tell you to slander someone and he'll do it, Dandada. You know what I'm saying?
Hey man, so many lanes.
Yeah,
I guess.
For money, yeah. So that's some other shit right there. That's like some.
Yeah,
what they call it? Conflict of interest. Like if you could pay a motherfucker to put it. Well, they do that in the big media too, like Fox News, like politicians. You pay a motherfucker like, oh yeah,
man, that's like going to the Vietnam War and wars and all that, man. You going when you doing stuff like this, you automatic in a war zone, bro. This is war. You creating war.
Oh, that's why I said ask about Rick Ross, bro. That's why I said ask about because bro, when Rick Ross did that, when he put his face on that star. Bro, in Miami, his shit got flipped, bro. And he like no show, he couldn't do no shows nowhere.
Yeah.
Like it'll get like that.
Bro. What a life to live, bro. I don't know.
It'll get like that, bro. Cause he was playing with something he ain't know shit about.
That ain't got nothing to do with Larry Hoover. That's what I'm saying though.
Nah, it ain't got nothing to do with Hoover. I'm just saying just play because he playing with the you feel me? He trying to shit on the on the game, bro. Like on the feel me? Yeah. Like he trying to shit on us. He basically saying like, look at who y'all praise. Look at y'all. You feel me? Y'all leader, bro. Like
that's exactly what he was trying to do. He was trying to say that all this time y'all been praising this man, and y'all been looking up to him, and he's been the iconic figure of your group. He's a rat, and it backfired on him.
Yeah, that's my point. Yeah.
It backfired on him.
Do, bro.
That's exactly what happened. He rushed the gun to put some content out there that wasn't true. He never did any elaboration to find out if it was true or not. He just went up there, just put it up there, and now he got to own up to the shit. But the smart thing for him to do would be to take it down.
Yeah. That'll be the best. I'll come up with a public apology or something, but you gotta take it down. He does gotta take it down. Especially when the person who actually did it is saying that, yo, Dandada, Larry Hoover didn't even snitch. Dandada, old man didn't even snitch on me, Dandada. That's a fact.
Bro. This man did 50 years. How the fuck is you calling this fucking playing with this nigga name like he a rat? This nigga just did fucking 50 years straight, nigga. The fuck is you talking about?
And the dude that did that shit, fucking, what's that shit called? Fucking, he's like a youth ambassador and shit like that. You know what I'm saying? And he got recreational centers for the youth and stuff like that. So these people turn their life around. They actually do stuff. Everybody who fucks with the old man, they actually do stuff for the community. They good at people from the community. You know what I'm saying? But they don't want that. So is Donald Trump actually trying to make America great again? Freeing these people,
Make America great again.
Man, Donald Trump is getting his revenge, bro. Because
that ain't
they
got
tried
nothing
to
to
play
do
with
with
him.
making America great again.
Yeah, he getting his revenge because you got to admit the federal government tried to lock Trump up, so he trying to get his revenge, bro. Showing their ass like
the federal government didn't try to lock Trump up. The state did.
Nah, that was the feds.
The state of New York actually convicted him of crimes.
It was a couple states then. That's why I think it was Georgia
the state
too.
Of New York got
the implicated him in that young
state of New York. He actually lost. He actually
because remember Fannie Willis.
But he ain't go to jail because he's the president.
Right. So he showing bitch y'all
in New York though, not nowhere else. They ain't.
No, it was Georgia too, because the district attorney was trying to lock his ass up. The one that was on Young Thug.
They threw him in the Young Thug trial or whatever.
That's Fannie Willis. She's not a federal prosecutor.
No, I'm just saying in Georgia they were trying to lock his ass up too out there.
That was state.
Oh yeah, saying he tried to overthrow the where they convicted Giuliani and made Giuliani.
But you got to remember about the Capitol. Like they was trying to say he hit at the Capitol when he made that tweet. So they were trying to
right, but they didn't convict him for that.
No, they was hell no. They were trying to fuck around, act like pursue it like.
Yeah, they didn't convict him for that. He got found guilty in New York.
Yeah, he got too much power, bro. They couldn't.
He got convicted in New York for shit where he lost. They actually have charges against him in New York right now.
It was some petty shit though.
Right now, as the president of the United States, you saying?
He's a convicted felon before he was the president of the United States this time. He got convicted before he won this election. So that's why people are saying they got to change that shit on job applications and titles and shit. Because how could a convicted felon be the president of the United States, but they saying you can't get a job because you're a convicted felon of this statute? He's a convicted felon, Donald Trump. And he's the president of the United States.
That lets you know it's some fucking Jewish shit going on, some fucking other shit, Illuminati. Powers to be type shit. Like we really want to break this shit down, bro. It's the CIA the reason why our communities are fucked up and what's going on right now, bro. But we ain't gonna get that deep into it. But unless y'all want to, we can get deep.
Yeah, go ahead. Speak.
Yeah, bro, because you got to think.
Like on top of the dresser, I believe. I don't know. Come on.
Like, bro, they killed all the leaders, bro. All the, the Black Panther, Malcolm X, Martin Luther King. So it's like
over there.
And then it's like right when we got what is it? Desegregated or segregation?
Yeah,
that's when all the bullshit started, bro. That's when we start killing each other and shit.
So you saying after the Malcolm X and the Martin Luther King's assassinations, that's when it
and the
really
segregation
started uproar in the communities.
Yeah, when we got integrated with them people, bro, that's when it was like, okay, we got to find a way.
J. Edgar Hoover was behind all of that shit. He was the head of the CIA. He was the one who started all that.
The projects, they created projects and shit. So it's like, then they flooded that shit with drugs, bro.
We can get deep into that if you want to. In 1932, I believe, or 31, they created the projects. The projects was created for Army veterans to come and get their lives together and then move out. That's why it's called the project. It was never supposed to be for nobody to live in. It was actually before 1930.
Okay. Cause like, man, this shit crazy, bro. You got to look at the timeline, the history, bro, the history. Like that's we forgetting about that shit.
And the same people who's on this nigga's trail, which you said that dude's name, Edgar J. Hoover, is the same nigga the same nigga who was on Larry Hoover's trail too. Was on Homeland's trail. But go ahead, you were saying the project shit.
All right, look, and before the 1930s, which was in World War I believe, those people went to war. when they came back, they were supposed to go live in the projects. What happened is they came up with the welfare system in the 30s, 31, 32, or 33, one of the years. And they found out they can make a living off of poor people. And what they call them, the less fortunate people. So even in that segment, they came up with the system to say, oh, telling the woman, the man can't live in the home and all of that type of stuff. So that's how they created what's going on today from
right, because you know why? Because they got to feed that prison pipeline, bro. Because prison is a big industry in America, bro. Like they make $1 million off one inmate.
Well, we all know that. They listen. It's called wherever you go in prison, right? You become a part of their census count. Like, say New York, you go upstate, the state prison, and those little counties that's up there,